of the only founded and run private aviation company in the world that continues to be a continuous ownership to build these aircraft by hand. So we're bringing our dealers in, we're bringing the media in, and we're bringing other partners and part of the Pascale family in to celebrate that cool event. So I love aviation. I've been in it a long time, not only at Sun and Fun, but we go to MBAA every year. And Oshkosh, this will be I'm not about me, but our dedication and my personal dedication to general aviation is 49 years of that. This will be my 49th Oshkosh. So we kind of all, this is kind of the kickoff of the whole year, I think, for all of us in general aviation. And I've got a great team of people. We've got fantastic dealers that represent us in the U.S. and Canada. The airplanes from our LSAs into our certified singles and twins. And our commercial brand, our P2012. Also to have fantastic partners like Rotax and Continental, and NASA is one of our partners as well. As of course, Bose and Cleveland, and we have so many great partners in our aviation. Plus, we're the only manufacturer that actually builds and delivers airplanes from our diesel aircraft, our MoGas, our avgas aircraft, and also we're flying a hybrid airplane. And then, of course, like I said about NASA, we're introducing a program with them with our P-Volt program and also with our X57 program. So we're super excited about a lot of cool things that are happening at Tecnam over these 75 years. And there's a lot more to come. We'll have a big announcement at Oshkosh. I don't want to quite tell that yet, but off the mic, we might talk about an airplane that's really going to revolutionize the training industry, that there hasn't been this type of airplane introduced since the 152. So we're really super excited about that introduction. It's already flying in Europe. I'm giving a lot of hints to what it is. And it also starts with a P, which means Pascale family. So representing that brand is super important to me and everybody that's here. And as we learn and keep delivering these aircraft around the world, I think people are going to realize that we've got the most innovative, we've got the most sustainable aircraft for aviation for the future. And so we're super excited about that. That's a long sentence, Mike. I'm sorry about that. But
no, that's fine.
Yeah. No, as you know, I'm very passionate about it. Our company, I don't think you'll find that in too many companies of our size. We're number 4 in the world now in general aviation in our piston, singles, and twins, which this little company that has 540 employees in the middle of Italy is producing all these beautiful aircraft. So we're pretty proud of that, yeah. And we love our partners too. I mean, we've got great partners all over the world in OEM and the business aviation world, and we continue to learn from them. And I think they're learning from us about this is a market that has possibly been ignored for a while, and now we're bringing it back in a big way. So we're super excited about that.
Well, if you would tell me a little bit about the twin engine plane right here.
Sure. So we're standing behind a P2006T. This airplane is very unique as it has 100 horsepower Rotax engines. Also, this aircraft, as we talk, especially it was really designed for the flight schools and flight training. The P on the tail is for Pascale family. The 2006 means it is 2006 is the year that they started to think about and engineer this airplane. So the year like P2008, P2012, those aircraft that we have here on display are P2010 as well. Those aircraft all start with that designation by the fact the engineering started to pin on that on paper and then put it into the CAD to develop this aircraft. And about 2.5 years later, each of those aircraft I just mentioned were certified. But this aircraft was designed by pilots for pilots. This isn't an airplane that we designed for general aviation and then said, oh, well, it might fit into flight schools. There are several on the field and manufacturers that do that. But for tailoring this aircraft to be the safest, most innovative, most sustainable, and best platform for the future, that's what that airplane all is. So like $130 operating cost, direct operating costs with overhaul reserves is amazing, right? Amazing. And it's a retractable gear. It's a super fun platform to fly as well. It's really fun and it's economical. It's 9 gallons per hour total between the two engines. So that's really what the future is bringing, and we're offering is also it runs on 100 low lead or MoGas. And as we know, and what's going on in the United States right now, especially in Europe, some of the European countries won't allow low lead fuel. They only allow MoGas. So we're absorb that market. And you can see it happening in California and some other states that MoGas is going to be the preferred fuel. So we're already there and we're on to the future with some of those other programs. That's actually the platform that NASA is using for the X57 program for their 10 electric engines on the wings. Awesome. And they're flying that next month. So we're super excited about a lot of things, and also just being here at the air show and talking to people about aviation and what we can do to help them out to be better.
Well, David, that was very informative. I will tell you that. I loved it. Now, the range and the price of this unit right here, this aircraft.
They're about, really depends on how much fuel you put. I mean, at 9 gallons per hour, you're going to fly a long time. So also just another point of how this aircraft is flown is special missions is a big part of it because there's a lot of loiter time. So if you throttle that aircraft back to about 7 gallon an hour and we put 60 plus gallon an hour of fuel in it, you're going to be up a long time, right? So it's quiet and super efficient and very maneuverable. So that's one of the reasons of that. So it has about a 600-700 nautical mile range, which is a lot more than most people would fly it. But what that offers a flight school is they can do flight after flight after flight, and they don't have to refuel the airplane. And that's a big, turn time is really important in using that asset. This aircraft is right at $700,000, just under. The way it's equipped today, it's about 704.
Okay.
And if you look at the other twins that are in that market, which there aren't very many new ones, they're well over that. So we have a very sustainable, safe, innovative, recent generation certified aircraft for under $1 million.
Awesome. I like that. I really like it myself.
Yeah, it's pretty cool looking. This one's painted up pretty cool, so I love it. Yeah.
I kept looking at it and I was like, I'd like one of these.
Yeah, they have a very unique ramp presence for sure.
Yeah.
And the students that fly them, and when I fly it, it's a very gentle airplane. So we find that people that might come out of like a Cessna 172, a fantastic airplane for training, when they transition into their twin training, they'll use that airplane and they'll find that, 5 or 6 knot difference. So they're not having to transition to a whole new platform, even though it has 2 engines, because of all the things to learn. It's a very simple transition. So we'd rather have them learn about twin training rather than transitioning it into an airplane that's a whole different one. So it's not such a shock to those students that are coming, because they're all a little timid, of course. I'm going into, out of this single and into a twin. It's very easy transition. We have the NXI avionics in it from Garmin, which is fantastic. S-Tech Autopilot. A lot of the things and the amenities that you would expect. The cabin's very comfortable and the visibility is fantastic. And having the wing above, also, there's no FOD, so if there was an accident or something like that, the props and engines wouldn't be involved in that. So we've tried to think about all those things that might happen in a training atmosphere.
Well, David, I got to tell you, this was the most informative interview I've had. This is, thank you
Mike,
very
you've
much.
Been around a while, and so have I, and I appreciate the time. We just hope they come see us here at Technum.
I'm sure they will.
All right.
Thank you.
Mike. Appreciate your time.
This is Lizzie coming to you from Sun and Fun 2023. I'm here with Miss Julia. We're at pilotmap.io. Hi, how are you today?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Doing great. Happy to be here on Wednesday. Hot and humid as normal, but pretty nice weather, hopefully, for the rest of the week. I was caught by all the pretty lights that are over here. Tell us a little bit about your product.
Sure. So we are selling LED aviation weather maps, where you can see basically the weather for your local airport. We have a full map of the US, which has 1,852 LEDs on it, and it updates every 15 minutes. The only thing you need is to connect it to power and to your Wi-Fi, and you always know what the weather at your airport is.
That's so cool. So you have a lot of different things. You just have different regionals that you can pick from, or your home area, or the whole country?
Correct. So we have the whole country, we have different regionals, and if your region is not fitting to your local airport, we also make custom maps. So just reach out to us and we get you a custom map.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, all the lights you can see. It looks like, Washington, Oregon might have a little bit of spotty weather right now, but Florida looks nice and pretty, nice and green. What's your most popular product?
So the most popular is probably the sectional ones, where people just want one of their local area to have a good overview on how the weather is. Yeah.
That's awesome. So you can just take a look at your map and have kind of a general overview on what the real-time weather is wherever you might be flying pretty locally?
Correct. So a lot of people have it on their desk, they have it in their hangar, they have it in their preparation room, but it's important to still call in for your weather before you go on a flight.
Yes, absolutely. It's always good to check and verify, make sure everything is good. Where are you guys located so people can come find you at Sun and Fun?
Yeah, so we are in Hangar A, right when you come in. I think it's at the back, actually. I think it's booth number 19.
Awesome. Yep, pretty easy to find. Just look for all of the bright, hopefully green lights, and you'll probably be able to find it. You can see the door from the hangar right here, so pretty much just tucked away in the corner, and great variety of products. You can take a good look at them. Do you have a ton of different sizes too, or is it based off of how much you're wanting pretty much?
So we have currently 4 different sizes, but if you want a custom map, just let us know and we get one done for you.
That's awesome. I know you're saying you have some Sun and Fun specials as well.
Yes, we are offering 10% off, so come by our booth and you get a flyer with a discount code that you can use on our website, pilotmap.io, and you get the special.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. It's been awesome talking with you and getting to know the product. I don't even have a hanger, but I want one for my house. I just want to put it in my living room right next to my TV.
Yes, it's really cool. And one thing that I want to mention is you can also customize it a little bit, so you can decide how bright you want to have the lights, or you can dim them down. You can set your personal wind level that it starts blinking if it's too high of a wind for you. So you can also customize it yourself a little bit once you buy it.
Oh, cool. So you can put in like your own personal minimums?
Correct, yes.
That's awesome. I never would have even thought of that. That's so cool. Is there anything else that you want us to know about it, or anything else super cool about you guys?
No, just come by. We are the 2 nice people with a very charming German accent, but it's some German engineering that went into this map.
Yes, absolutely. It's very, very cool. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to interview me. Again, this is Lizzie Havens coming to you from Sun and Fun 2023.
I'm Michael Springer with Sun and Fun Radio. We're here at the Sun and Fun Show 2023, and so I'm interviewing Mark, and Mark is with Petrol XP, and I'm going to let Mark tell you all about him.
Well, hi, good afternoon. Mark Ziegler here. I'm the lead flight instructor for Super Patrol USA, and also do some of the assembly for the new airplanes that come into country. The airplanes built in Brazil, test flown and then disassembled, put in a shipping container, and 2 of them arrive in Ormond Beach. And from there we reassemble the airplanes, get the special airworthiness certificate, and then do the test flight on the airplane. Then we give them to the new owners and do the transition training for them. Once that's done, and hopefully they fly them away. If not, then have also done some of the ferrying flights with the Super Patrol. So right now we're transitioning from the Super Patrol Light Sport or LS model, and we're going to the XP model. Completely redesigned aircraft that's all based around the new Rotax 915 IS turbo engine. So we've got the new 141 horsepower engine. The wings have been redesigned. The fuselage has been redesigned to make it the most efficient that we can make it. And it will be available starting in July of this year. The nice thing about Super Patrol, it comes, there are no options. You get to pick the colored stripes, but like the LS model has 2 Garmin G3Xs, also has dual channel autopilot, fully carbon fiber leading edge wings, fabric on the back, but the new one will be all carbon fiber and Kevlar hull. And we've had a couple of them mistakenly land with the gear down, but to this date, we've never had a Super Patrol ever flip over when it landed down on the water gear down. So a testament to the design of Rodrigo Skoda and his team down there in Brazil, and to the aircraft as we have it today. So we're really happy to be here at Sun and Fun, and happy to show the current airplane and have brochures on the new XP, which is going to be out in July.
Thank you, Mark. The only thing I've got to add to that, I want to thank you for your service. Mark has flown F-18s and of course for the Marines.
For the Navy.
And for the Navy. For the Navy, I'm sorry about that. And but yeah, and of course we've shared some stories. But thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. And hopefully this will go on the air shortly.
What's going on?
This is Michael Springer with Sun and Fun Radio 2023. It's Sun and Fun in Lakeland, Florida. So I have Gabe here. He's a mechanical engineer. We're going to talk about the experimental Panthera Pipistrel aircraft. Here you go, Gabe.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So Gabriel Massey, president of Pipistrel. First, I just want to say how much we're enjoying the show, and we're happy to be here, and happy to be here with our Textron and Textron Aviation colleagues for the first time since Pipistrel's been a part of Textron. What we have in front of us here is the Pipistrel Panthera. This is our high-performance, 4-seat, made-to-go-fast airplane. Very sleek design, very aerodynamically focused airplane. It's about 198 crew or.
Hello, this is Russ Rosleski from the Stuck Mike Avcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Looking to enjoy the air show up close and personal? Want to be right where the action is? Come to the preferred seating area, which is located on the flight line, right in front of the announcer stand. You'll have access to restrooms, some shaded areas, bag storage, and complimentary water. Seating is provided, so you don't even need to bring your own chair. All-day access to the preferred seating area is just $25 per person in addition to the regular admission, and a separate ticket is required. More information and ticket purchases can be found online at flysnf.org.
The destination mountain community of Mountain Air embraces the timeless appeal of the surrounding Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina. It's an inviting, year-round lifestyle designed for today's families, a lifestyle that is both new and familiar. We invite you to experience it for yourself, where the higher altitude offers a cool respite from the summer heat. Take in the view, breathe deeply, embark on adventures, and discover the magic that is mountain air.
A big shout out to Aircraft Spruce and Specialty for their continued support as the hosting sponsor for the Hangar B exhibit hall. The Aircraft Spruce team is here to provide friendly service and help place orders for all your aircraft parts and supply needs. For over 57 years, customers around the world have counted on Aircraft Spruce to keep them flying. They invite you to stop by the Aircraft Spruce booth in Hangar B or visit them online at aircraftspruce.com.
Veterans Florida helps military veterans transition to civilian life. Florida works hard to be the nation's most veteran-friendly state by providing powerful tools to take advantage of Sunshine State benefits. We connect veterans with employers eager to hire veterans in jobs using their particular military skills. We assist veterans in creating a winning resume and preparing for job interviews. Employers receive veteran recruiting assistance and may apply for our workforce training grant.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Textron Aviation. If you like trivia, you can put your Cessna and Beechcraft knowledge to the test. Tell us the year any of our display aircraft were certified and you'll receive a special edition giveaway. Only at the Textron Aviation booth east of the FAA building while supplies last.
Aeroshell has one of the most comprehensive and proven ranges of aviation lubricant products. This includes aircraft piston engine oils, jet engine oils, greases, and hydraulic fluids. We combine this with what is among the best technical support in the industry. Our Aeroshell brand has been trusted for generations for use in aviation throughout the world. We are located in Hangar C, and we look forward to seeing you soon. For over 100 years, TECO has been powering West Central Florida. Over 800,000 customers in Hillsborough County and parts of Polk, Pasco, and Pinellas counties depend on TECO. As Florida's current top producer of solar energy per customer, TECO is expanding its solar power generation to be about 14% of its energy generation, enough to supply more than 200,000 homes. TECO, keeping the lights on now and in the future.
Sun and Fun offers many services for our handicapped guests. Handicap parking is available near the registration building. Please let the parking attendant know so they can wave you onto the lot. We have a golf cart that will shuttle people from the handicap parking lot to the ticketing window or the scooter rental. You can bring your own wheelchair or scooter, or we have them available for rent on a daily basis near main registration. Please visit the Handicap Services office located on the west side of the admissions building in the Main Gate Plaza, or go to flysnf.org for more information.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Good morning, Sun and Fun!
Fun. Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 a.m. is live. Welcome to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. Today is our 6th and final day of Sun and Fun. I really hate Saturday and Sunday at Sun and Fun because I have to say goodbye to my family that I get to spend a few days with every year. But I love Sun and Fun, so I keep coming back and doing it. Just you got to take the bad with the good. I hate saying goodbye to people. I've said goodbye to half a dozen people already this morning that are going home. So all of our people that were here, our volunteers that were here, we love you all. Thank you so much. I could not do this without you. I'm Dave Shelbitter, volunteer chairman of Sun and Fun Radio. Been doing this job 29 years now, and I am joined on deck this morning by 3 of my co-hosts. And I think I'm going to go anti-clockwise this morning because obviously that one is not ready yet. First, my co-chairman of Live Air, Carl Valeri.
Hey, Dave, welcome to the deck here. I'm saying welcome because I'm just waking up. This has been a great show. It's so happy to be here, and the weather is wonderful. And like you said, I'm just sad it's over.
Me too. But it's not over yet. And we still have a full day of Sun and Fun. Workshops, seminars, commercial exhibits, aerial demonstrations, air show. We have a full air show going today. So it is still a jam-packed day. Come on out, folks. Get in. Show your QR code because you were a good little camper and pre-purchased your parking and all your tickets. Save 50% off because you pre-purchased. Show your QR code. Get in the gate. Get here. Food, drinks, friends, fun, airplanes. What more could a man ask? Next to Carl Valeri from Ventura, California. Talk about coming all the way across the country to be here. Robin Lamar. Good morning, Robin.
Good morning, Dave, and all of Sun and Fun. Just preparing for next year, the 50th anniversary, and this is our start.
And this is actually, next year will be our 30th anniversary, which is really cool.
That is cool.
Robin, have we figured out how many years you've been with me yet? We keep trying to figure it out. And
time is elusive.
We don't want to admit how many years we've been working together because then we'd have to admit our age. Exactly. And next to Robin, or next to me, and we'll have empty space in between, our newest and next year's co-chair of Live Air and next year's married man. And your name is, Jack Mason.
The one and only Jack Mason. Good morning, Dave. Good morning, Carl, Robin, Sun and Fun. We thank you for being out here this week, participating, having a good time, enjoying this air show, and we could not be any happier. And I think there's a special reason a couple of us could not be any happier. Can I announce it?
Well, I was just going to say that every year at Sun and Fun we have, and I'm making little air quotes here, the worst kept secret of Sun and Fun whatever year. The worst kept secret of Sun and Fun 23 is what Jack is about to announce. Jack?
After 4 wonderful years of meeting a young lady from a woman in aviation meeting to learning about that there's other people out there with family lives that actually can participate with aviation, I proposed last night to the love of my life, Miss Audrey Bashkahai, and she said yes. In front of a crowd of probably about 200 people. Tears, family, friends, they were all there to see us start our continuing lives together.
She was the only one who was blindsided.
I kept asking him all week, with all these people, I'm proposing Saturday night. I'm going to do it this way. Is she going to be surprised or act surprised?
No, she was surprised.
And he kept saying, I think she's going to be surprised. And so every time he tells a story, I'm like, don't tell Audrey. Don't say anything. And Audrey, you're up here you're sharing a mic. You're sharing your life. You might as well share a mic. Were you
feel
surprised?
Real official. I was completely surprised.
Mainly
so
because
cool.
she didn't want him to ask. That's why I was surprised.
Well, Jack was saying she's either going to say yes or it's about damn time.
No, I've made the joke a couple times now that it's Sun and Fun Week. I'm busy. Saturday is my biggest day of the whole week because we raise money for the Lakeland Aero Club. And he could have sprouted pink and purple spots yesterday, and I'd just have been like, hey, how's it going? I'll see you later.
I love you, honey. Bye.
Yeah. So, no, I had no idea until he jumped up on stage behind me and took the mic and proposed. And then I said, I hate you, and I hate all of you. But then I said yes.
Well, the funny thing was, she was like, she takes the mic, now as I hear it, you grab the mic and said, How many people in this audience knew he was going to do this to me? And like half of the audience raised their hand.
Oh, it was 50 people.
Well, congratulations to the two of you. And Jack, you came with us last year after Audrey was already used to the wife role and voluntold you to come work with me. And thank you, Audrey, for that. I appreciate that. So congratulations to the two of you. And we wish you nothing but the best. And I'm going to make it official right now. Hi, honey. Inside joke at radio that you know you've arrived as part of my staff when I call your spouse honey, which is really funny for the female volunteers to hear me call their husbands honey. Hi, honey. We are also joined on deck by another gentleman that is no stranger to Sun and Fun Radio, Expo Radio, Showcase Live, but he is here this year in a new capacity, and that would be Eric Crump, the Executive Director of the Aerospace Center for Excellence. We had Gene Conrad, and I referred to Gene as the Executive Director of Sun and Fun, and they're like, great, you just demoted me.
I mean,
morning.
if we're being honest, I mean, those roles should probably be reversed. I mean, but sadly, it is the way that it is. Hopefully, he's listening right now.
I was just going to say, let me get Gene on the phone.
Let me see if I get a text in a second about that. No, Gene's been a great friend for a long time, and I joked around in my previous role running the Polk State College Aerospace program that Gene was my landlord, so I paid him rent, and now I'm his employee, and he pays me, and I like this relationship better because it's net financially positive to me. No, I'm thrilled to be here. It's been an absolutely fantabulous week. It's been great hanging out with you guys almost every day. I missed one, but I love kicking off my day here. It's actually part of my Sun and Fun tradition. I have to come over and see you guys and mess with Dave a little bit.
But
if
we
this
need
is my
your
job,
information.
this is the best part of the job.
I mean,
oh, come on. You show up here for a waffle and talk on the air since you've fed.
But I'm not here for the air. I'm here for you guys.
You're here for the waffles.
I'm here. Well, no, it's really you guys. I mean,
thank you. Why,
I'm
thank
here
you.
for Trip. The fact that also includes a waffle is just an extra bonus. But I love Trip. He's a good dude. Anyway,
so,
yeah.
Aerospace Center for Excellence.
Yep.
What is that?
So Aerospace Center for Excellence is the parent company of the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, and many people may not realize that Sun and Fun is just a giant fundraiser. We do these 6 days. It's really more than that. Obviously, there's a lot of setup and a lot of teardown when everybody's gone, but we do these 6 busy days right here in the middle, which funds what I do the other 51 weeks of the year, which is to engage, educate, and accelerate the next generation of aerospace professionals, directly working with kids, with teachers, with families, to make the door into aviation as wide as humanly possible so we can bring as many people in as we can.
And I was talking earlier about every year there's a worst-kept secret. Last year there was a best-kept secret. And I went up to Eric on the last day of the event, and I'm like, why did you not tell me? And he looks at me, and he knew what I meant, and he said, nobody's supposed to know that. Eric, I've been here 45 years. Do you think that I don't know? Gee, I surprised Gene by saying that. I've been here 45 years. I either know about it or hear about it.
I had people come up to me all week and say, so I heard a rumor, and I would be like, oh, really? What was it? And they'd be like, never mind. But yeah, I mean, I hope it's a good news travels fast situation, but it was interesting last year to do the expo, seeing what I was going to come into, and for people not to know what was coming, because it gave me the opportunity to see where we were and come up with some ideas that I thought would help push us forward. And I think the Junior Aces this year, the Junior Aces area this year has been very successful. We had over 3,000 kids through yesterday alone, 2,000 kids the day before. We have been exceedingly busy, but we are doing the mission. That's what we're here for. And we're giving young people a reason to come here to experience aviation and to get captured by it. It's in the poster, right? Capture the magic of aviation, and that's what it is. It's all about trying to engage with that next generation and show them that there's a place for them in this awesome industry.
And that's this week in particular, but year-round, what else is ACE able to offer for our young students?
So year-round, it's field trips, it's outreach, it's teacher professional development, it's a huge summer camp program. We have 15 summer camps over 5 weeks this summer. So many opportunities all the time, which again are funded by this awesome event. So since it's the last day and I have this opportunity, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who came out, to all the vendors, all the exhibitors, all the sponsors. Every dollar that you spent was actually an investment in a whole bunch of kids, and I really sincerely appreciate it.
What's the favorite part of the new job?
We're going to have to cover that a little bit later.
Sorry.
We have to go to an announcement break. Eric Crump, Executive Director of the Aerospace Center for Excellence, thank you so much for being with us.
Love
here
you
every
guys.
morning.
Thanks for having me.
Love you too, brother. Let's go ahead and go to a commercial, and we will be back with, who will we be back with? Let's see. It says Jennifer Sasser with CFAA. So we'll hear more about that. Eric might want to hang out. Take us to break.
Hello, this is Seth from Central Florida Aerospace Academy. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
AOPA is eager to get the airshow season started and get back out there and mingle. Along with Sun and Fun and AirVenture, AOPA will be hosting a new kind of regional events in 2022 with a more casual and laid-back feel. These events will offer educational seminars, aviation displays, and aerial entertainment at a local airport near you. Stay tuned for locations and dates to be announced soon. You can visit AOPA.org and stop by the AOPA tent at Sun and Fun and find out more about how AOPA continues to work hard and to protect and promote general aviation for you.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
Aeroshell has one of the most comprehensive and proven ranges of aviation lubricant products. This includes aircraft piston engine oils, jet engine oils, greases, and hydraulic fluids. We combine this with what is among the best technical support in the industry. Our Aeroshell brand has been trusted for generations for use in aviation throughout the world. We are located in Hangar C, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open flight line access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor LiveATC.net, the worldwide leader in live rebroadcasting and recording of ATC radio communications. You can listen to aviation radio on any device, from the busiest airline hubs to your small local airport. It's aviation in action at LiveATC.net. You can even volunteer to be a part of this unique network, helping to bring new airports and frequencies online. LiveATC's pre-configured compact receiver systems make it easy to add your local airport. You can follow them on Twitter at LiveATC or like them on Facebook. LiveATC.net, live air traffic from their headsets to you.
I'm News Channel 8's Keith Kate. Every day, a lot of news happens in the Bay Area, and where you choose to get your information matters. There's only one news operation in Tampa Bay that is always on your side, looking out for you, making sure your voice is heard, and uncovering the truth. News Channel 8. We're in your neighborhood and at your call, investigating and reporting on the stories that impact you and your family. Trust the station that is always on your side.
Pilots trust Phillips 66 lubricants to keep engines running smoothly, and this week you can trust them to put the fun in Sun and Fun as it proudly sponsors every takeoff and touchdown. Visit the Phillips 66 Pilot Welcome Center and booth N30 to learn about our aviation products and get some cool giveaways. And if you need proven engine protection for the flight home, you can buy Phillips 66 Aviation Oil at a special price all week long. Phillips 66 Lubricants, keeping the world running smoothly.
Do you like light sport airplanes? Do you enjoy building aircraft or thinking about wanting to build one? Well, Zenith Aircraft has a kit for you. They have an aircraft that can fit your light sport needs and budget. Zenith Aircraft have multiple engine options along with many different kits including STOL that you can choose from depending on your personal needs. Zenith Aircraft have been manufacturing and marketing aircraft kits from its modern production facility located in the United States and continue to bring you top-notch aircraft kits with over 2,000 kits sold since 1974. With a wide array of customers across the United States and from around the world, Zenith Aircraft is the leading manufacturer of light sport aircraft kits with a proven commitment to builders and owners. You can visit Zenith Aircraft to get more information on these amazing kits at booth MD26B.
Veterans Florida Entrepreneur Program provides all the knowledge to successfully launch and operate a business. As soon as their business is up and running, We keep them connected with mentors and resources. Our mission can be summed up in our theme, your pursuit, our power. We recognize military veterans are incredibly focused and will succeed in achieving their goals. We provide the tools and resources for success.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. And we thank Sun and Fun radio sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel, FLYGRB.com. Green Bay, great destination. If you're headed up to AirVenture, you can go there instead of having to fly into the pattern a bazillion other airplanes. So before the break, we were talking with Eric Crump about the CFAA, and our next guest is Jennifer Sasser. Eric stayed behind. I don't know if he's just here to laugh at his vice principal or Jennifer is
yeah. I mean, well, Jennifer and I both laugh at each other all the time, so we have often told each other, because we've known each other for a long time, she was an OG at the school as a teacher and then came back as an AP. But we often joke with each other that we're each other's free therapy. Therapy's very expensive, but having a friend you can confide in and say, what should I do, is very nice. So she's been a friend for a long time, and I'm happy to sit here and watch her get the white light treatment. So you guys be really hard on her, please.
Oh, thank you so much, Eric, and good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Yes, I'm Jennifer Sasser. I'm the head of program over at the Central Florida Aerospace Academy, and like Eric said, we have a very tight relationship with the Aerospace Center for Excellence and Sun and Fun in general. So, wanted to kind of come on this morning and talk a little bit about how this fly-in and how what you all do as far as supporting the fly-in helps us at the school level as well. So we are a 9th through 12th grade public school.
So you're actually part of the Polk County school system.
Correct.
This is not a private school or a magnet school or anything else.
Correct.
You are Polk County High School.
It is a Polk County public high school, free of charge. It does not cost a penny to go there. Any students may apply and go there. In fact, we pretty much will accept any student who has a true love of aviation and wants to learn. And we're able to do that because of the support that we receive from the aviation community, and specifically the support that we receive from Aerospace Center for Excellence.
All right. Yeah, well, and that comes from Sun and Fun being the fundraiser for that.
Correct, Amundo.
But you also have the Polk County school system behind you as well.
Oh,
which is
absolutely.
Really cool. Now, at one point, and I could be wrong on this, at one point, CFAA was one of the few, if not the only high school in the country that boasted a 100% graduation rate. Are we still at or near that?
We are still very close to that, absolutely. I mean, we have students who sometimes will decide that it's not necessarily the best pathway for them, and that's okay, because nowadays with the young people in their workforce, you know, they change quite a bit, and that's fine. Sometimes they come into the school, and after a few years, they decide that that's not really the path that they want to take. So
they transfer out of the school.
Correct.
But the school
correct.
itself.
Oh, yes. Our
students,
our graduating seniors. In fact, this year I believe we have about 80, which is up from normally it's around 50 or 60. Our enrollment actually has increased quite a bit in the last few years. We were at about 3 years ago, it was right at just under 300. And this past year, we started the school year at about 385. So wow. we are steadily increasing our enrollment, which is awesome, because that's just that, like Eric was saying about their mission, it allows us to give this opportunity to more and more students.
How does my son or daughter get to go to this school? What do we have to do to qualify?
Well, it'd be a long bus ride from Ventura.
Well, believe it or not, every year we have families who move to this area specifically so their children can go to school here. I mean,
that's way cool. I mean, say, I'm gonna uproot my family and move them here so they can attend this school.
That's do you have a waiting list to get in?
We do not have a waiting list to get in. Here's how I figure this. We have about 375 students. Our building is built to take in about 500 students, at least on paper. And quite frankly, I've told Eric and some of the others, we're not going to stop taking students. So you all may have to find us some more room. And they're on board with it as well.
You have a really large roof. There's a big roof up there. We can find some. We can move some desks up there. Parking lot.
There is. Well, I told Dave yesterday. I said we may have to turn Sun and Fun Radio into a classroom. So.
Well, we have a good line on a tent company. So I mean, we can always do like a convention school. You know what I mean?
Well, see, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take Sun and Fun Radio, and I'm going to tear the building down, and we're going to build a 2-story building and put a control tower top on it. We're going to talk to Redbird, and we're going to get Redbird to donate a control tower simulator. And then we're going to turn this, for 1 week, it'll be Sun and Fun Radio's broadcast location. The rest of the year, it'll be CFAA teaching ATC.
That's absolutely perfect.
Brilliant.
That's my wild dream idea.
Let's do it.
Well, I'll be lucky if I get an extra portalet next year for getting a new building. But
what's the application?
So the application process, we are part of Kathleen Senior High School. So if for students who are zoned for Kathleen Senior High School, there is no application at all. When they go to choose their electives for high school, they simply choose the Central Florida Aerospace Academy electives.
Click it.
Yes. And then for those who are outside of the Kathleen Kathleen Senior High School zone, there is a period of time early in January, February, when they can simply go online and apply for the school
website.
Yes. It would be the polkschoolsfl.com. But the best way to find out that information really is through our website, which our website is www.flycfaa.com.
flycfaa.com.
Yes, ma'am. And that also that's the way to get to the website. There's also we have a presence on social media. So for those who that tends to be what they like to do, it is also at FlyCFAA, and we have we have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have Twitter, and we have TikTok. Our kids love the TikToks, so you guys got to go along and follow us a little bit.
Now, Ms. Sasser, this school is a model that is being represented by other schools across the country. We've seen other schools come to you looking for ideas. How do you do this? How has this been this successful? And we're thinking of just not piloting. So what are some of the other, we used to call them tracks, maybe now what pathways or different areas they can get into besides just being a pilot?
Oh, absolutely. And it began with that thought of that single-mindedness of children becoming pilots. However, we really realized quickly that there are so many other facets in aviation. So our students are now able to study to get their private pilot's license, but they can also do aircraft mechanics so that later on they can become A&P mechanics. We have students who study avionics. We have engineering. We have an unmanned program that has taken off in the last few years, and quite a few students who have their Part 107. And then we also have technical design. And this past year, we introduced aviation management. And so it's a business take on aviation. And that was, again, that came from direct conversations with Aerospace Center for Excellence and our business partners who said, these are the kinds of things that we're doing right now and we're focusing on. And how do we bring along the high school programs to align with that? So we're very excited, and who knows what'll be next.
And this week in particular, we've seen those students out here on the field participating during Sun and Fun. So how do they achieve that to be out of school but still doing what they love and enjoy?
Well, we have a very unique situation with our CFAA students. These 4 days, the students can choose to not be in regular classes. So they are given an excused absence if they choose to, and then they can volunteer directly here with Sun and Fun. And this is a great partnership because it gives our students the opportunity not only to earn some community service hours and just to get some work in, but it also gives them a wonderful chance to interact with members of the aviation community. And that's really what this is all about. The success of CFAA has to do with the aviation community, and specifically the aviation community here in the Central Florida area, really wrapping their arms around these children and saying we're bringing the next generation along. So, it's them, and it's our mission, the whole mission that really has made this a successful program. You actually mentioned people coming and seeing what we do, and we've had people come from Hawaii this year, from from all sorts of different states, probably at least a couple a month. And, I always tell them, I'm like, you have to be committed to this, and you have to find people in your community who are going to support this. Because if you don't have that, it's just going to be another class.
This is the 15th year.
Next year.
Next year's the 15th year.
Next year will be our 15th
Thank you, Mr.
year.
Ray. Thank you, the team, the design, that just, we need to get a school. We need to work together and get these educations out there for career path building blocks. So we actually have by this time we have alumni coming back and representing airlines. So what's a good example? You've seen somebody come back to the school and I started here and look where I am now.
Oh, we have, right across the street at Aerospace Center for Excellence, I believe we have at least 2 or 3 students who work.
You have four graduates that work for me. Yep.
Yes.
That's great. That's great news. Now, I was playing chairman while I'm here. Did we talk about they've opened a second campus?
We have. There is a Central Florida Aerospace Academy Winter Haven Senior High School, and that really just kind of came out of the idea that we need some kind of program over on the east side of the county. And so what they had done is it started as just a aviation class at the high school, and they have now moved out to the Winter Haven Airport. They have 3 portables that they're using, and the students are bused in and out. Now they still take some of their academic classes on their main campus. Which ironically is exactly how we started here at CFAA. We started over in the Crossfield hangar in 3 rooms, and they were bused back and forth from Kathleen High School, and then it grew the next year and grew a little more.
That was actually going to be a question when you talk about the 15 years, because I knew it started out as some classrooms over in the Crossfield building.
Yes.
And was that, and I don't know why, I guess I'm just kind of like, everything's running together. It's been 15 years since the first classes were offered here.
Correct, 2008.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
I remember early on, we were saying, in 2000, 2002, 2004, we were talking about the looming pilot shortage. And everybody's running around, oh, Chicken Little, the sky is falling. We're not going to have pilots. We were screaming at the top of our lungs, we've got to get them involved. And we started to. And now you hear about pilot shortages. And here we are, 15 years later. When we were on this problem 15 years ago, now everybody else is going, well, how come I can't hop on a flight, on a commercial jet and fly to Hawaii for my vacation? Because you didn't listen when we said we needed pilots. So what we're doing is critically important. We've kind of run over into our little shout-out time here, but this is important, and I think it's good to give a shout-out. I want to give a shout-out to you guys because the school is used as the forum center. So basically the school itself is closed for school activities this week. So your students are given the opportunity to volunteer here at Sun and Fun. Do all of the students volunteer? How does that work as far as volunteering? You've given us 4 kids the last few years. They're great kids. Robert Decker, who's an adult, he's an engineer with me, volunteer with me now. Robert was a CFA student that came to us as a volunteer.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So
that's how he got the call sign Mr. Decker, because he was like 14 the first year he came here and volunteered. So I kept referring to him as Mr. Decker.
Yes, the majority of our students do volunteer. Now, they do have the option. We have space available over on the Kathleen Senior High campus where during this week, if their parents do not want them to participate or for one reason or another, okay, they are able to stay over there. We had probably maybe 30 or 40 students, and a lot of that had to do with there were times where parents maybe didn't have transportation or maybe one of their students, maybe their grades were not what they were supposed to.
That was my understanding that you had to have a certain grade average to be allowed to volunteer.
Well, now we do actually allow all of our students to volunteer and let the parents kind of make that call. And the main reason for that is that we used to we would keep the kids who maybe they weren't making grades and so on and so forth, but the problem with that is they weren't able to come out here and see what they were missing.
To find their passion, to have the desire to make the grades.
Exactly. And that was what we wanted to kind of go against, because there may be kids who, academically in 9th grade, 14 years old, maybe they aren't doing what they're supposed to do. But once they see this and they're inspired by this, then it's going to help them to be more focused. So.
And having a lower number of students, you're not to full capacity, but we have 500, we've got 350. that also gives a better teacher-student ratio, which is a really cool thing. If people want more information about CFAA, they're here on the grounds. Who can they talk to? Where do they go to get more information if they're here on the grounds they want to ask in person?
If they want to ask in person, we're here at the CFAA building. Again, my name's Jennifer Sasser. I'm the head of program there. And they can come over and take a tour if it's during the day. Forums, I believe, are over around 1 today. But otherwise, they can definitely give us a call there at the school, and we can make arrangements. We love to give tours. We have student ambassadors, about 85 of them, and they can call the school at 863-413-3620 and set up a time to come and tour the school.
And on the web, you can be found at?
www.flycfaa.com.
All right, we've been speaking with Jennifer Sasser, who is head of program, and Eric confused me because he referred to her as the vice principal.
Well, she used to be the assistant principal. Now she's the grand poobah.
Oh, the grand poobah. Head of program at the Central Florida Aerospace Academy here on the Sun and Fun campus. Now, all week long, in the 9:45 break, we have had Miss Kitty, no, I'm teasing, Frankie from the FAA Weather Service come up and give us a brief. Today, we actually set time to talk to you about what you do and what your programs are. So let's do the weather first. What's today's weather, Miss Frankie?
All right, so we saw some low clouds and a patchy fog this morning that's starting to dissipate and should continue to clear up. So we should have pretty good weather this afternoon. A little bit hotter today in the mid to high 80s. Going back down this evening if anybody's sticking around to the 60s. The winds west-northwest at about 10 miles an hour and some gusts up to 14, but it should be pretty good weather for the show.
Typical Florida day, a little breezy, a little okay. And what about our cloud cover? Because right now it's nice. You know, the morning cold and fog is burned off. It's warming up, but we do have some cloud cover. Are we gonna have a good cloud cover today? Or are we gonna be clear skies?
It's not gonna be clear skies. We're gonna have them scatter clouds somewhere around 3,000 feet, and then another deck at about 25,000. So you'll get a little bit of coverage, but
the
not
little
as
bit
nice
of cloud
as right
helps
now.
keep it cool.
Yes.
You know. So now you are a flight service specialist. What is your title with FAA?
I am an air traffic control specialist, but my
Okay.
specialty is flight service stations. I was a
Okay.
flight service specialist for about 8 years, and I provided weather information, in-flight, clearance delivery. I've gone through the gamut of all that thing.
All those jobs.
all the general aviation stuff. So, yes.
And where are you based?
I am based out of Washington, D.C. in headquarters.
Ah, woohoo.
Yes.
I've seen the headquarters. It's a pretty cool headquarters building, you know. So, so you're down here. What do you think of our Central Florida winter? Did you guys have, now, people came down from Osh. They had snow on the ground this week in Wisconsin. What about D.C.?
It's been pretty mild winter in D.C. this year. We've had a few days where it's been very, very cold, but we didn't even get a hard freeze. And I'm used to this weather. I actually went to school in Daytona, and I am from Puerto Rico, so I'm very familiar with this heat, and I am loving it.
We visited Puerto Rico a few years ago. We went to Puerto Vallarta, and it was I had a blast. I loved it. I love to go back. So for our non-flight, we're also I'm sorry, Gary. I'm
sorry.
ignoring our other guest, and I
It's okay.
apologize. You don't have kitty cat ears on.
No,
so,
I know. That's
and it's Gary Pocodner.
Correct.
I'm looking at the hyphenetic
Yes.
here. Pocodner. And Gary,
You got it.
you are what? What is your title?
My title is Program Manager of the Weather Technology in the Cockpit Program. I'm an electrical engineer, and basically it's a research program. So I do research projects in the weather arena for the FAA.
So those are your weather balloons we've been hearing so much about.
Oh, not so much. That's the second part. We actually have two major weather research programs. One's mine, the Weather Technology, and then there's the Aviation Weather Research Program, which you talked to Danny and AWC Friday.
Okay.
And that's Danny's the other program, and there are other people who have specialties in weather and meteorology.
Now, do you guys still use weather balloons? I was teasing because of the current events balloon issues, but do you guys still use weather
balloons are still used. I know that AWC is interested, and they were talking a lot. We had some internal, just kind of fun, again, researchy type things that drones may actually be a better way of doing it. But right now, they're still using weather balloons. But there's certainly people who believe that drones may be a better option. You wouldn't lose them all the time. You could bring them back. They don't drift
tell them
as
what
much.
to do.
You can
Right.
find
They
them
don't
if they do get lost.
and they don't drift as much.
And they can carry more equipment to tell you more stuff?
Potentially.
Yes.
That's
So-
true, too.
What I'm going to do is I just had a brilliant idea. I'm going to develop a controllable weather balloon drone. Buoyancy neutral. You can bring it up, down.
I want to know what your favorite new technology is.
So one, I'm really excited, and that's what I kind of came back and was hoping to talk about. We have two types of research. When I came here the other day, we were talking about solving gaps, which is applied research. We know something is short, but every now and then we get to do a little bit what I call pure research, where we don't necessarily solve a problem. That's kind of what you're asking. So one of the things we're looking at is doing a digital co-pilot that incorporates weather functions. And it's just like it sounds like. If you normally fly with your wife in the right seat and she's not there, the digital co-pilot will act like it. Slow down, watch out for that cloud. Get lower, you're flying too high. So it'll do things like that. No, but seriously, it'll provide answers to weather questions as a cross-check. It's not intended to be the decider. It's intended to be advisory. So it'll get the weather information, and we're actually going to have an experiment coming up very shortly. We're recruiting pilots to find out all the weather questions. If you had a co-pilot, what do you tend to cross-check to make sure we cover everything? So we have a set of draft questions, and then we're going to see what they want, and then we're going to incorporate it into this digital co-pilot. We already have the artificial intelligence to do that, so we're just putting the functionality in there. Weather's obviously unique because it's not a 1 or 0. You've got probabilities and uncertainties, so it's a little trickier. Once we incorporate them, we'll bring those pilots back and then have them use it in a flight simulator and see if it's addressing issues that they have when they fly single pilot operations.
In a flight simulator, that's a clever way to test
Yes.
it out. And so if somebody wanted to get involved in this beta test, could they do it?
Sure. They can contact us. There's also up at the tech center for the FAA, there's a company that recruits. Usually they get paid to come in if it's on site. We also do a lot of this on remote. You can do it, participate online. And if you do that, I think they still get paid, but the amount that's paid is lower, obviously, because there's no travel costs involved. But they're always recruiting pilots, and for us to go out, it's a little hard. So we do have a company that does it for us.
So we can participate in the next generation of weather information.
Yeah, and a lot of pilots love doing it. They love doing these experiments and seeing where they are and getting their inputs. And what's great, especially at these fly-ins, you get people from all over. What's really obviously tricky in weather is depending where you fly, their challenges are very different. We're sitting at headquarters. Very different than Florida, very different than Colorado. So the broader demographics we can get, and age is a big thing. Some people are comfortable with automation, some aren't. So you've got all these things you've got to take into account when you're developing these sorts of future products. So that's why I call this more pure. We're not solving a specific issue, but we do know single pilots can get overworked and tend to make more careless errors, I'll say, due to the workload. So we're hoping this digital co-pilot gives them a cross-check before they act on weather decision-making.
Sounds brilliant. How close is this to being rolled out?
This is pure. So we do have the base artificial intelligence software. So in that sense, it's pretty good. Depending what we find on the functionality they want, it could be very quick. It could be, a year and a half. It could take longer, depending how complex the questions are that pilots think would really provide benefit. So our goal is to put something
But wait a minute, you're the
else.
weather. You can't give us answers. We all know that.
That's advisory. That's what I'm saying. So the way and that's a big challenge. We don't want it to appear we're telling you what to do, because obviously
Or
that's
that
not.
you even know.
Right. But what you can do is look at information and say, like as an example, and it's a second pure research we're looking at, is making more use out of data. So we're calling it data fusion. So you might ask it, if there's no certified weather, what's uncertified in the area? What's unapproved? What do you think you would do? And it's sort of like any meteorologist. They can tell you what they think's going to happen, and you take it as advisement. And that's how we want to be careful. So probably, and this is part of the testing, the digital co-pilot may identify risk. So it may go,
that makes sense.
do you think there's a risk of IMC on this route? And it'll tell you, yes, I do, and it'll tell you why. And it may say, unapproved sources, nothing's in the area. Using unapproved sources, here are things that highlight risk. And the reason we're doing that, we looked at a lot of accidents, and in many cases, there's data available that could have helped. And not necessarily, you wouldn't expect a pilot to use it because it's either an unapproved source or it's complexity of mixing it.
Thank you. In the last 20 seconds, give us your website to get involved.
So you can go to FAA.gov. You can try to contact me at gary.pokodner@FAA.gov. We take the names, and you can just look at the Tech Center website, FAA Tech Center. You can search on that, and you'll see where the pilots or just pilot volunteers for FAA. There are a lot of ways on Google to find us.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
All right. Gary Pokodner, if I said it right, and Frankie Velasquez, thank you so much for being here doing our weather. We really love having you here every morning, and thank you for wearing the weather ears, your yellow kitty cat ears. So if you want to meet them, stop by the FAA building, 2-story building with canopies on top, right in the heart of the core. Talk to them, ask them about weather, ask them about what they do. They love to tell people about what they do and about the research. Thank you guys so much. Are we going to come back and do this again for us next year?
I hope so.
All right, 50th anniversary of Sun and Fun, 30th
Yes.
anniversary of Sun and Fun Radio next year. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks
and
a lot.
We're gonna jump in and do some shout-outs here. Remind you, we're darn police motorcycles running around making noise while I'm trying to be on the radio. Hey, folks, we want to let everybody know we have a full functioning medical center here. Besides, if there are any emergencies, dial 911. Pick up your phone, dial 911, or find a Sun and Fun person to call medical hospitality for you. But you tell tell 911 you're on the Sun and Fun campus. They're used to it. They help us out. They're there. They know. But the medical center can stop by. They handle hydration, sunburn, minor medical emergencies, suturing. I went there one year because I was having a dental infection issue. Great place to go. They're volunteers just like the rest of us. Shout out to Wings for Humanity, the Raffle of Hope. The drawing is not until April 12th, but you can get there. There are 500 tickets left, and you can go by, and I'm trying to see here where they are. They are at the... looking for the website here. All right, give me a minute, and I will find that website. Oh, flyawa.org. Go to their website, buy tickets, raffle tickets, helping the Wings for Humanity. CFAA Planes, the PTA version of CFAA. You know more about that than I do.
Yeah,
Tell me about their services this year.
Just real quick, parents launching a network of educational support at the CFA building, the large high school, 3-story building. We got to give a better description that this is a very large, full-functioning high school offering lunch every day for a small fee to the family.
Okay, and that's CFAA Plains Group at the CFAA building. Go by there, get something to eat, have a good time, help support our students. Shout out to the Recreational Aviation Foundation supporters who are wearing the orange. Look for a recreational RAF, Recreational Aviation Foundation member. Stop them and ask them about the RAF. Now, this one I don't know about. I need to look at this right quick, and I don't have the last pages of these. But Aero LEDs is offering a flight with the Aeroshell team. Stop by D6 and talk to Ashley, see if that's still going on, and see if they're going to, you can still enter. I'm not positive when that ended because my shout-out's printed on 2 pages, and I didn't think and threw the second page away. All right, I think that's about covering our shout-outs here. Booth 62, Hangar D, usfreedomflyers.org. Lots of information there. Big one. Come celebrate the 100-year anniversary of Waco Aircraft at the Celebration Fly-In in Troy, Ohio, where the Waco factory is located in 1923. Seems only fitting they're trying to get 100 Wacos, the largest Waco gathering since 1940. Save the date. September 15, 17, 23. More information, wacoairmuseum.org. WACO, wacoairmuseum.org. So, Robin, when I was talking to you about coming to Sun and Fun this year, you told me that you weren't flying into Lakeland or Tampa or Orlando. You were flying in to the West Coast a little further down. Why don't you tell us about how you got here, which will be a good segue into our next interview that I'm going to step off deck and let you and Jack handle.
Absolutely. I can't tell you how proud I am to be able to do this interview with Linda Salyers, who I flew in with in her home-built airplane from Naples, Florida. Now, that's a lovely little hop from here to there, and it was so easy. I want to give Sun and Fun air traffic controllers, there was no problem landing. It was unexpectedly delightful. So I just have to start right there. It was fun, it was comfortable, it was great. We'll be flying out tonight back. We were a flight of 2 slings. And, okay, Linda, start.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me. I'm delighted to be here. And it's a wonderful aircraft. It's at the booth. And last night I got, what did I get?
I don't know, exceptional adventures, the way I call it. She won one of the categories at the judging of planes on the field.
Well, excellent. We had the judges on board yesterday, and some of the descriptions of what it takes to become, even a candidate for the judging. So congratulations on that for sure.
But what makes this whole adventure unique is Linda okay, I'm going to do this. Linda is right now pilot in command for JetBlue. And at some point, she's going to be forced to retire. So she was looking for her dream plane to continue flying after she's not doing commercial. And in investigating many, many kinds of airplanes, she went, I really like all the things about Sling, but they don't have a high wing. And with that encouragement, my version, they actually thought, well, maybe she's right, and started developing a high wing. And she went, you're doing all right, but I think I have to come out to South Africa and help you with this project. And so she actually built the first prototype high wing. Now, while she was there, she wasn't alone. Given a prototype, they're building 2 others, so there were 3 of them in process. And they could make mistakes, learn from their mistakes, and adjust. And when they were all done, they flew them up from South Africa directly to Oshkosh last year. Okay, take it.
Okay. Well, almost all accurate.
Okay.
I had a T210 for many years, wanted a replacement. I'm a licensed mechanic, so I wasn't restricted to experimental to work on it. I would have done experimental or certified. Looked around, had a very specific list of criteria, and nothing met that criteria in either world with respect to how much I wanted to carry, how fast I wanted to go, and the fact that I wanted a high wing, to her point. I would love to take credit for inspiring Sling to put a high wing together, but I know there were many people who were pushing for that, and Mike Blythe, who is the developer of the Sling high wing himself, I think sees the utility. He's a trike guy, so love to take credit for that. Don't think I can, but when I heard the rumor, but I had discovered Sling, and it was the first aircraft that met all of my criteria for performance characteristics, quality of build, affordability to fly. It had the Rotax engine, and for me that was extremely important. I wanted if I was going to have one engine, and I considered twins, but if I was going to have one engine, I wanted it to be very reliable and affordable to own and operate. So I knew I wanted it to be as modern, at least, as my car, and have FADEC and have things like that. So I really started with the engine. Many things I lost, got checked off list. So Sling TSI, which is a wonderful aircraft, 4-place amateur built in this country, you can buy them ready to fly elsewhere, but was the first aircraft that met everything except for the fact that it's upside down, and they put the wings on the wrong side. So I was really actually close to potentially buying one of those, but I just didn't want to compromise, and I held faith that by the time I retired, somebody would make my dream aircraft. So when I heard the rumor in January of 2019, I tried to stuff money down their throats, And that's why I was the first production, was because I recognized instantly it was my aircraft. So it was a great honor to be able to go over there while they were still sort of in the finalizing phases of development and be able to contribute my perspective and feedback on various aspects, from handling to the interior, the many things. And it was just an incredible, they were so gracious and opened up their doors to me. And JP came along shortly after I got there, and he had a lot more current perspective on flying small aircraft. He was a great pilot, so his input was invaluable too. So I think it's a really great product now, not only because of the great engineers and Mike Blythe and all that, but also the input that JP and I had a chance to
And you
get.
can see it on the field at the sling booth. Linda allows people to look at it, get inside if she's there to chaperone. And the other thing I want to point out is not everybody has options to fly to South Africa and hang out to build their airplane. They're also in America. Where's Sling in
Yes.
America?
So there's a few options for building a build assist in America. I did a factory build, but I went back and forth, as Robin said, 4 or 5 times in 9 months, for about 4.5 months. So I really camped out there, which was wonderful. There's a Sling US in Torrance, California, and there are build centers around the country.
I didn't know there were build centers. Where
there
else?
are authorized build centers. There's Midwest, Sky Sports, Doug Goodrich up north. There are a few others. There's and there's one, I think, in the Northeast as well. So there, if you come by the booth, we can give you all their contact information as well. And there are independent people who will assist people who are building.
Qualified
But
to.
you can buy it as a flat box kit. You can buy it as a quick build kit. You can do it yourself. You can go to a build center.
And how do we find you on the web?
We are at slingaircraft.com.
That doesn't sound too tough.
I
Sling,
think, remember, I'm not-
SLING, aircraft.com.
Right, I think that. And forgive me, because I don't work for Sling. I'm just a super excited customer. So
Yes,
forgive me for
that's
not
true.
having all of the names and everything at my beckon. But on the field here, we're in Northeast Exhibit Area 11 and 29. And there's also, they have a pilot academy, and they're over at C 53 and 54. And if I may also say that one of my beautiful homes is in Mountain Air, and they've got a booth here where they have a beautiful mountain home with a runway, and that's at in the C building at 57. So I would encourage people to stop by there.
If you want a wonderful flying community surrounded by a golf course.
Yeah, and other things.
Now, Linda, an Airbus captain.
Yep.
You knew what you wanted in a good quality aircraft.
Yep.
You knew the resources from your past history as far as flying, being a captain. You worked with the company directly. They listened to you. They built the aircraft around what the customers were needing and wanting.
Mm-hmm.
But I heard the word Africa. There was a mission, a journey that was also involved with this aircraft as well. So there's more of a story to that. I just wanted to hear a little bit.
Well, what happened was originally I was just going to build it over there, and I decided to build it in the factory because it was the first production version. And in fact, it's been dubbed a production prototype because things were still evolving. I think they actually let me go before it was time.
We don't have a lot of time.
Okay. And so rather than pull it apart and ship it over, we decided to fly it. Fly both my aircraft, the first production, and the prototype, and the second production aircraft. So the three of us, as a flight of 3, ran over to Oshkosh. We flew from the Atlantic crossing was Cape Verde to Barbados, 2,100 nautical miles. We had extra fuel in the tank and the fuselage, as well as the wings. We had 17 hours of fuel. I have a 7.5-hour range, plus 10 hours in the fuselage, and it was a great flight, a wonderful adventure, and you can learn more about that on Sling's websites and on slinghw.com, which is my website, and JP Scholes in Candorist, his videos, and then Pilot Bambi, wonderful, exceptional pilot, talented woman. She picked it up from James in Europe, the prototype, and flew it through Africa, and then we met up in Botswana and had another adventure, so lots of story there.
As the song goes, all around the world, so much to see.
How many days did it take?
It was about 11 days. I mean, we were hoping to have more time, but
I see the notes here, Sling Pilot Academy. A few words on that?
Sure. Oh, absolutely. The Sling 2 Sling has an NGT, a next generation trainer, and they have these wonderful two-place low wings, economical to operate, and totally modern, called Total Garmin Suite, etc. And they're LSAs, and they fly over 100 hours a month. You can go from 0 to hero for, I think, about 30,000 less than some of the other programs like that. It's wonderful. I just sent my bestest buddy's daughter there, and she's doing great.
Amazing. We're here with Linda Sollers. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And she is a customer of Sling Aircraft, representing a wonderful company, wonderful aircraft produced here in the south of the U.S. Linda, thank you for being here on Chats on the Deck. They can find you again out here and with your information and Sling's information.
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. We're going to go to some announcements.
Hello, this is Mike Harris from Why We Fly General Aviation Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
You can help save lives by donating blood at the Big Red Bus at this year's Sun and Fun Fly-In. You could literally be saving the life of a hospital patient. The annual Sun and Fun Fly-In blood drive is Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Each day is a great opportunity to help others. All blood donors receive a custom Sun and Fun Fly-In t-shirt plus a $20 e-gift card. You can make an appointment to donate blood at oneblood.org/sunandfun and share your power to save lives.
Gary GPS Reeves, that's the guy in the pink shirt from pilotsafety.org, is an official sponsor of the Sun and Fun Educational Forums. For the best way to fly single pilot IFR with autopilots, Avidyne, ForeFlight, and Garmin, you can check out the free classes Gary is teaching this week by searching the online Sun and Fun daily schedule for Reeves or visiting pilotsafety.org.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance. Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance is the nation's premier avionics and aircraft maintenance facility. With 5 locations throughout Florida, they are fully equipped to handle anything your plane may need. Their staff of experienced pilots, A&P mechanics, and avionics specialists are ready to help guide you through a custom solution that is right for your aircraft. You can visit them in Hangar C or always online at sarasotaavionics.com.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
You know, the best protection against the harmful rays of the sun is light clothing. That's right. Thin cotton clothing is about the best way to avoid excessive sun exposure. And this protection comes with absolutely no risks of doing harm. Especially important for those of us traveling from the northern states. A wide-brimmed hat is another healthy option to reduce excessive sun exposure. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
If you would like a truly first-class, adult-oriented experience at Sun and Fun, consider the 927 Club. Located at Airshow Center on the Warbird Ramp, the air-conditioned 927 Club Chalet features an all-new menu by renowned chef Marcos Fernandez. The 927 Club features amenities such as full breakfast and hot lunch, Wednesday and Saturday evening happy hours and dinners before the night air shows, complimentary soft drinks and snacks, complimentary beer and wine from 3 to 6 p.m. daily, and exclusive airshow seating on the patio facing Airshow Center. The full menu and more information is available at flysnf.org.
A big shout out to Aircraft Spruce and Specialty for their continued support as the hosting sponsor for the Hangar B exhibit hall. The Aircraft Spruce team is here to provide friendly service and help place orders for all your aircraft parts and supply needs. For over 57 years, customers around the world have counted on Aircraft Spruce to keep them flying. They invite you to stop by the Aircraft Spruce booth in Hangar B or visit them online at aircraftspruce.com.
Sun and Fun, thanks to our sponsor, Visit Central Florida. When you land in Polk County, you've landed in Florida's sweetest spot. From theme parks and events to the arts, culture, sports, or fine dining, let us be your launchpad to your next adventure. You can stop by the Visitor Information Center here on site or fly over to their website, visitcentralflorida.org, for more information.
Epic Aircraft. Now here's a company to watch out for. The E1000 is a sleek, sexy, very fast, all-carbon fiber, 6-seat, certified, single-engine turboprop with some pretty impressive performance numbers. With its 1,200 horsepower PT6 engine, this rocket ship offers a 333-knot cruise, 1,560 nautical mile range, 1,100-pound full-fuel payload, a 4,000-foot-per-minute climb, and a roomy cabin. It even looks fast just sitting on the ramp. You can see the remarkable Epic E1000 at outside booth number 3.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org. And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. We are so glad E3 Aviation Association decided to come out and be our presenting sponsors this year. Thank you so much, E3. Personal huge thank you to Green Bay Austin Straubel for sponsoring the radio station. We can't do it without our sponsors, our volunteers, exhibitors, vendors, everybody with any ambition wants to work in the airlines. Here to talk to us now is Scott Cartwright of Silver Airways, flysilver.com. Welcome, Scott. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me today.
So now you and Patricia are here to talk to. You're just gonna jump? She's off there smiling. Nope, not me. You're not gonna get me on the mic. Okay. So, Silver Airways. Tell me about Silver Airways.
Well, I'm here with Silver Airways, and we're recruiting pilots. As you know, everyone's having a pilot shortage. You guys have been talking to all the airlines out here. I'm here to tell you a little bit different than the regular regionals that might be based out of the Northeast. You might have a base out of Philadelphia. We do all of Florida and Bahamas. 90% of our passengers actually come here, and they're on vacation. We fly to Key West, over to Marsh Harbor, throughout every destination in Florida. Your Orlando, Fort Lauderdale, over to Pensacola. And
Where are you based?
I'm currently, our pilot bases are going to be Fort Lauderdale, Tampa, Puerto Rico, and we have a cargo operation for Amazon out of Dallas-Fort Worth.
Right.
But
your passenger airway is predominantly Florida?
Passengers predominantly Florida. Out there with cargo, we're doing Amazon out there. And in Puerto Rico, we actually do a Twin Otter 121. So if you want to make money flying floats, a twin float, that's the place to be. So we have a lot of different avenues that you can take here at Silver.
Wait a minute. Make money. You're going to pay me to fly your airplane. You're going to provide the gas. You're going to provide the plane, and you're going to pay me to fly it?
I didn't say we were going to pay you a lot, but we will pay you. We will pay you to fly airplanes.
I don't have to pay for the plane or the gas. Where do I sign up?
Right over in booth C74. We're going to be there all day today. We're here all week. Every time Sun and Fun's here, we come out here. We're talking to a lot of people. We want to get people excited about where the pilot bases are. We have people coming over from Tampa. You can go ahead and fly and be home the same night, 9 to 5. Minus some weather delays, but we have primarily day trips out of Florida.
But Scott, why Florida? Why Florida in particular?
This airline got started up over here just out of South Florida, out of Miami, and we've always stayed here. We've always had a good showing here in Florida. We fly more flights to the Bahamas than Bahamas Air. If that gives you an idea,
that shows something, for sure.
The amount that we go over. Short flights, 18 minutes over to Bimini, but we also go all the way out to Exuma, about hour and 45 out there to Georgetown and the Exuma Islands.
I did a flight from Fort Lauderdale to Grand Bahama, and it was like the shortest commercial flight I've ever been on. It's like, we're now at cruising altitude. You may move about the cabin. Same breath. Ladies and gentlemen, we're beginning our descent. It was literally Fort Lauderdale to Grand Bahama.
Turn the seatbelt sign off and then put it right back on.
I smell kerosene. Steve Tupper wrote a song about air show radio, and he talked in the song about there's silence as something loud goes by, but nobody minds.
Not at all. The sound of an aircraft in the background just shows that we are live at the 2023 Sun and Fun Expo.
The 49th annual, 50 next year. Now that our kerosene burner has more or less left the sound space. Back to Mr. Scott Cartwright. Now, so you're flying
We fly ATR 72s, ATR 42s, and the seaplane's Twin Otter out there in Puerto Rico. So these are, let's say, 42 passengers, 72 passenger aircraft, 2 pilots. 72 has 2 flight attendants in the back. And what I would like is people to stop by the booth. We actually have 2 captains there today, and we have HR recruiting. So we can give you 100% exactly what goes on day to day. Some of the other recruiting places, they'll have people out there to, try and get you in. You actually have people dressed up as pilots there who do this every day that can explain exactly what a day in the life at Silver Airways is like.
All right. Silver Airways, again, C-47. You want to give a physical description of where that is?
It's C-74. It's going to be the C hangars. It's going to be the 3rd hangar on down. We're right in the middle aisleway, so not up against the walls, right in the middle aisleway. And would love to have people stop on by. Would love to talk to you. And like I said, it's just a unique regional.
And for our listening audience that is not fortunate enough to be here on the grounds, your website is flysilver.com.
That's correct, absolutely. And we do have one little saying. HR doesn't like me saying this much, but because of where we fly, I want our new model to be, we'd much rather have our ice and our cocktails than on our aircraft. So if you do leave here with one thing today, please remember that. That's where you want your ice at.
That's right. And my understanding is that the de-icing system at Fort Lauderdale, Miami, and Palm Beach International really leaves a lot to be desired. So something about they never use it. Ain't no de-icing when you live in Florida. So, Scott, we've still got like 5 minutes left.
Yeah.
Why would I want to work for your company? I mean, because this is recruiting here. So tell me why
absolutely.
I want to apply
So one
to
of the
Silver
best,
Airways.
I've been here for 18 years.
Wow.
I don't want to leave. When you call up, you check in. You check in with your name. Hey, it's Scott. I'm checking in for today. Everyone knows everyone. I can pull up the phone right now, call up the VP of Operations. He'll answer within 2 rings. The chief pilot, you're friends with everyone. You want to talk about family. Now, some of the other airlines, they might have 1,000 people, 1,000 pilots on board. You check in with your ID number. You go ahead. No one knows your name. You wanna. It all depends on exactly what you're looking for. If that's the type of airline that you want to be at, then 100%. If you want to be somewhere where you're flying, everyone knows you. You get along good with everyone. This is that's one of the best things here about Silver, I would say.
And one of the neat things about your particular aircraft and what you talked about, your flights, your destinations, your clientele, these are people that are on vacation. They want to be there. Mm-hmm. They want to fly. They're happy. They're excited getting on your. We're not talking about somebody flying from Dulles to Fort Lauderdale on business, and they're all business, and you just let me do my stuff, and they're happy to be there. So you've got happy passengers. I'm not looking for a dollar figure or anything. How's your salary range compared to other airlines?
So our salary for what we fly and what we do is absolutely comparable to other places. We offer bonuses. We offer a little bit different of a bonus structure. If you're there and you're on board with us for 6 months, you get a bonus. If you're there for a year, you get another bonus. And some airlines out there actually make you sign a contract. You're required to stay here for 5 years. You're required to stay here for 3 to get the bonus. We don't do that. Kind of like time served. If you're here, this is your money, which also allows you, if you get a call from Delta and you want to go up to Delta, you don't have to pay back that money. And there's 2 different bonus structures. And we go ahead and we want to do that where they're free to leave. They don't have to pay us back any of the money, and we don't sign a contract trying to keep them there.
But the primary thing, what I was more getting at, rather than the bonus, because we are so critically short of pilots right now, ATPs and captains and first officers. Every airline is offering absolutely ridiculous sign-on bonuses. But since everybody's offering the same thing, it's more, why would I want to work? I can get X number of dollars from this company. I get the same dollars you're offering me. Why would I want to work for you instead? And I love the family and the small operation. Now, let's say you're not highest on the seniority list, but just say, hey, they've got this career fair at Sun and Fun. Can you get people to cover my flights so I can go bring us more people? And, they understand the need to be here.
And that's it, yeah. We make sure that we staff the booth with pilots dressed up as pilots, so you can come right up to us, ask us any question you want. You know exactly who you're talking to. We don't go out there and wear polo shirts and no one knows who they're talking to. And one of the things the best thing that we have to offer here is the quality of life. So you want to be home every single day with your family, fly around for a little bit. That's what Silver Airways has, and that's what we're here at C74. Come out there and see us.
We're not looking
Hangar C, booth 74. We've got about 1 minute left. So,
hello, this is Mike Harris from Why We Fly General Aviation Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WP.
Whoops. We are volunteers, folks. I said 1 minute left, not hit the button. I have the absolute best volunteers in the world, and when little mistakes happen, they happen. We're family. We're volunteers. I'm not firing anybody over hitting the wrong button. SilverAirways.com, right? Flysilver.com, and is that the recruitment? And if I wanted to, I live here in Lakeland now, and I might need to fly down to Fort Lauderdale for something, or Palm Beach. You guys fly into Palm Beach?
We don't.
You don't. Fort Lauderdale.
No, Fort Lauderdale is our main base.
And what about closest here to Lakeland? Where do you fly out of here?
Orlando and Tampa.
Orlando and Tampa. So flysilver.com, that's your general website. There's employment opportunities listed there. Hangar C, and they're A, B, C, and D. Booth 74, and we are talking with Scott Cartwright of Silver Airways. We're going to go ahead and take a break, and we will be back with another airline talking to us about all the great stuff. Take us into break, Mr. Nick.
Hello, this is Mike Harris from Why We Fly General Aviation Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
You can help save lives by donating blood at the Big Red Bus at this year's Sun and Fun Fly-In. You could literally be saving the life of a hospital patient. The annual Sun and Fun Fly-In blood drive is Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Each day is a great opportunity to help others. All blood donors receive a custom Sun and Fun Fly-In t-shirt plus a $20 e-gift card. You can make an appointment to donate blood at oneblood.org/sunandfun and share your power to save lives.
Gary GPS Reeves, that's the guy in the pink shirt from pilotsafety.org, is an official sponsor of the Sun and Fun Educational Forums. For the best way to fly single-pilot IFR with autopilots, Avidyne, ForeFlight, and Garmin, you can check out the free classes Gary is teaching this week by searching the online Sun and Fun daily schedule for Reeves or visiting pilotsafety.org.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance. Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance is the nation's premier avionics and aircraft maintenance facility. With 5 locations throughout Florida, they are fully equipped to handle anything your plane may need. Their staff of experienced pilots, A&P mechanics, and avionics specialists are ready to help guide you through a custom solution that is right for your aircraft. You can visit them in Hangar C or always online at sarasotaavionics.com.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
You know, the best protection against the harmful rays of the sun is light clothing. That's right. Thin cotton clothing is about the best way to avoid excessive sun exposure. And this protection comes with absolutely no risks of doing harm, especially important for those of us traveling from the northern states. A wide-brimmed hat is another healthy option to reduce excessive sun exposure. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
If you would like a truly first-class, adult-oriented experience at Sun and Fun, consider the 927 Club. Located at Airshow Center on the Warbird Ramp, the air-conditioned 927 Club Chalet features an all-new menu by renowned chef Marcos Fernandez. The 927 Club features amenities such as full breakfast and hot lunch, Wednesday and Saturday evening happy hours and dinners before the night air shows, complimentary soft drinks and snacks, complimentary beer and wine from 3 to 6 p.m. daily, and exclusive airshow seating on the patio facing Airshow Center. The full menu and more information is available at flysnf.org.
A big shout out to Aircraft Spruce and Specialty for their continued support as the hosting sponsor for the Hangar B exhibit hall. The Aircraft Spruce team is here to provide friendly service and help place orders for all your aircraft parts and supply needs. For over 57 years, customers around the world have counted on Aircraft Spruce to keep them flying. They invite you to stop by the Aircraft Spruce booth in Hangar B or visit them online at aircraftspruce.com.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Visit Central Florida. When you land in Polk County, you've landed in Florida's sweetest spot. From theme parks and events to the arts, culture, sports, or fine dining, let us be your launchpad to your next adventure. You can stop by the Visitor Information Center here on site or fly over to their website, visitcentralflorida.org, for more information.
Epic Aircraft. Now here's a company to watch out for. The E1000 is a sleek, sexy, very fast, all-carbon fiber, 6-seat, certified, single-engine turboprop with some pretty impressive performance numbers. With its 1,200 horsepower PT6 engine, this rocket ship offers a 333-knot cruise, 1,560 nautical mile range, 1,100-pound full-fuel payload, a 4,000 foot per minute climb, and a roomy cabin. It even looks fast just sitting on the ramp. You can see the remarkable Epic E1000 at outside booth number 3.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org. And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And good morning, Sun and Fun. Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 2023, the 49th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. Also a special shout-out to flygrb.com. That is the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Your chance to come down here to the radio station outside, scan a QR code, win that chance to air adventure during the summer, a wonderful family vacation, and the chance to see a little bit of Green Bay in that general area. Ms. Robin, we've had many guests up here this week talking about careers, the chances to get into aviation, these companies that are hiring here on site. We had a career fair that is not happening today. We've had two great sponsors with that. One of those is Piedmont Airlines. So today we actually have on the deck with us with Piedmont Airlines is an opportunity to talk to Brian, and I'm going to say this, you pronounce or correct me, DiLorenzo.
That's close.
Okay.
DiLorenzo,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Brian, for being up here. Brian is the manager of flight operations recruiting for Piedmont Airlines, and an opportunity, I'm sure, to talk to many, both youth, young, adults, male, female, with the opportunities that are out there to start young, continue an education, continue a career, and have those opportunities. So, Brian, take it away.
Yeah, so we're really excited to be here. It's given this event gives us a great opportunity to talk to a lot of people just getting into the industry or career changers. So we're set up at our booth, and we welcome anybody to come over and talk. But the big question we get a lot is, how do we get into it, right? So I'm a new pilot. We have people come over, haven't even soloed. I want to be an airline pilot. What can I do to to start the career? And we love that. We love to just talk them through it. We have some great pilot pipeline programs, so we're excited about that and sharing that information. But we spend an awful lot of time just kind of mentoring, just talking to them about the different paths that they can take to get into the industry.
I was telling you offsite that I work with a bunch of the students here with the high school, and so many of them are just nervous to take that first step. To I know I want to get my CFI, and I want to get go all the way and just become an airline pilot. When do you suggest they actually take that first step? I mean, are they too early in their younger years to go ahead and at least talk to a recruiter?
No, absolutely not. Again, we love that. We love the youth starting out, not really sure how to do it. We thrive on that. We'll talk to you even if you're not talking about coming to an airline. You're wondering how to get into the industry. We'll have some great conversations, and again, give you a lot of different paths you can take to get in, and we can discuss all those. At young high school students, that's great.
Piloting is one path.
Sure.
Maintenance is another path.
Absolutely.
And with Piedmont, maintenance is also another avenue they can go.
Yeah, we have a great pipeline program for the maintenance side of the house, where we actually pay for tuition. So again, those are very early conversations. Just starting to get into it. Let's talk. Let's see how we can help you financially as well, and get you started on the maintenance side of the house.
Piedmont Airlines. A little history lesson on Piedmont as far as maybe the beginnings and where we are today. I mean, I'm sure there's been tremendous growth over the years, so you want to do a little sales pitch for that?
Yeah, sure. So we have a lot of people come up to the booth and say, "Oh, Piedmont, didn't know you were still around. I flew on the old Piedmont back in North Carolina way back when it was Henson." So kind of flash forward to today, we're part of the American Airlines group now, so we're actually owned by American Airlines. We're wholly owned by American Airlines, which, again, gives us a great foundation, gives you an opportunity to flow directly to American Airlines without a second interview. So that's really helped us. But the history lesson, we've been around a long time. The Speedbird has not gone away. Everybody recognizes our logo, the Speedbird, from flying way back in the days of the Henson Aviation.
I have a question. Your title on your shirt is recruiting. Are you actively interviewing people here at Sun and Fun?
Yeah, we're not doing it right on site, but we're doing the initial screening here,
Great.
and that's just a product of kind of the logistics of it, right? I mean, we have a lot of paperwork and stuff we have to check, but we'll get you hooked up for an interview while we're here for sure.
And so you can hand me the paperwork or tell me what website? What website if I wanted to be proactive?
Sure. So Piedmont-airlines.com is the website. All the information about all the great programs we have are there, how to apply. There's an email in there, a general recruiting email. If you send an email to that, recruiter will reach out to you directly and talk to you and get you started.
So I don't have to go find a Piedmont headquarters to have that interview.
Oh, no. We'll make it all happen. You just have to take the first step and reach out, contact, and again, even if it's early on, reach out to us. We'll talk to you. If you're not ready to go, we'll help you.
For the terrified people who just can't imagine making that turn and saying, I'm ready to be professional, what advice do you have to them?
Yeah, so, it's always that first step. So the big piece of advice is don't be afraid to reach out. We have so many people come up to the booth or reach us through email or in that very position. They just don't understand how to get started, so.
It's all through aviation. I have a friend who's a scheduler, and she's a grown-up, and she's going, my resume, I'm just, I don't know how to do a resume.
Right. And we'll help you with that. And that kind of brings up another point. I don't want to, as much as we focus on pilots, we want to make sure we, if you're not in the pilot world, but you're on the business side of things, safety side of things, we have an awful lot of corporate jobs that are available as well. So,
an awful lot of corporate jobs that are available. People, if you want to be with Piedmont, who has a reputation for being great people to work for, there's a place for you.
Absolutely.
Brian, I saw in the paperwork cadet program. Identify that.
Yeah, so our cadet program is our pilot pipeline program.
Okay.
So to get into the cadet program, you need 500 hours with your commercial multi-engine. So that's a little bit higher, but in the big scheme of things, that happens fast. Once you get started, 500 hours, you come into the cadet program. We interview you for the cadet program. We give you some money up front. We give you $7,500 up front.
You give us money?
We give you money. We give you money as you go out and build time any way you want. So if you're out flying surveys or you are a CFI, you're instructing, we'll continue to pay you monthly as you're in that cadet program. Automatic transition to first officer with no second interview, so you have a job waiting for you when you get to your ATP minimums. It's a great opportunity.
On the deck with us, we also have Carl Valeri. Carl, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I was so excited to see Piedmont Airlines. I go back to the Henson Aviation days. Back in the 70s, I used to fly on you guys. Some terrific people. And that's one thing I love about you guys, very family-oriented.
Yeah, we're very, very, very proud of our culture and our family atmosphere here at Piedmont. We really, really stress that through the whole process. Like, we want you to be part of the family, and we want us to be a good fit for you as much as you're a good fit for us. We want to introduce you to the company, and that's exactly what we get. The old Henson days, flying on the Henson Aviation.
Yeah, and that's and still there, that whole spirit of that family operation. Did you talk about direct entry captains yet?
Yeah, we didn't touch on that yet. That's the whole.
Oh, please, yeah.
Yeah, direct entry captain. So really, we're on the pilot side of things. We're really looking for experienced pilots. So direct entry captains, we have a great incentive program for that. Direct entry captains who qualify as a captain, $100,000 day one. Not a bad first day paycheck.
To start flying as a captain again, or to move over, you can come and hold. I heard about it. It's marvelous. Get off your derriere and unretire from COVID and join Piedmont. Tell us more.
Yeah, so you come in as a direct entry captain. We have some great quality of life incentives as well. Some things we've done with long call reserve, where if you come in with experience, because we all know experienced pilots, the quality of life is important. That paycheck is definitely nice, that's a helper, but that quality of life is really what they're looking for. So we put some things in, some extra things. Long call reserve, where you have 12 hours to get to work, so you can live anywhere, you just have to get to work. So those little incentives really help us draw our captains in.
So I can be a captain from any airline. Navy captains, captain?
Yeah, so the qualification for captains, though, you need 1,000 hours of 121 time or qualifying 135 time. So that's just by regulation. But yeah, you have that. If you have that qualifying time, we'll take you on. We're happy to have you.
Where do you find out more about that?
Yeah, so that's on our website, piedmont-airlines.com. All kinds of good information on there. And again, we're always happy to talk to anybody who's even thinking about it.
Piedmont-airlines.com. I am a big advocate for Piedmont Airlines. I've worked with you folks for a long time, do a lot of interview prep, and have trained a lot of their pilots when they come to the majors. And I have to say, your training department is outstanding. We usually don't have any problems with your folks. So there's a testament right there to your training department. Appreciate you coming here. And they can find out more at piedmont-airlines.com and also jsfirm.com, who has career fairs all throughout the year. You guys participate in that and have become a real good partner here at Sun and Fun.
Yes, thank you very much for having us.
Thank you. And we're going to go to a break. Don't forget to listen to us on liveatc.net/SNF.
You are listening to the Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
They say you need one airplane to go fast, one to go slow, and one to go upside down. If you're into that third category, you can stop by the Sun and Fun Aerobatics Center and the Curtis Pitts Museum. The Aerobatics Center promotes stall spin awareness, unusual attitude recovery training, and better airmanship through aerobatics. All aviation enthusiasts are invited to stop by the center, located adjacent to the aerobatic tent, and enjoy the shade and hospitality.
Hello, aviators. We have a message from pilot Jim G. You are cleared to land on your own private runway. Beautiful Leavitt Airport NH-38 is now for sale. This 53-acre property includes a 3-bedroom home, large aircraft hangar with workshop, a 4-car garage, and your very own 1,900-foot FAA-registered private runway. All on a picturesque hillside with sweeping mountain and valley views in New Hampshire's scenic White Mountains. Photos, specifications, and more information are all available at nh38.com. That's right, nh38.com.
If you or someone you're with requires urgent medical assistance, please call 911 immediately. If practical or less urgent, you can visit Sun and Fun's Medical Hospitality Building and Tent, located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across from the big Piedmont jet near the main entrance. Medical Hospitality is staffed from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. by licensed volunteer doctors and nurses. From sunburns, blisters, and dehydration to insect bites, headaches, and stomach pain, they are ready to help. And water and sunscreen are always available, free of charge.
Sun and Fun welcomes our veterans and active duty military. There is so much to see and do at the Veterans Plaza near the main entrance. You can visit the Veterans Welcome Tent, military displays, war reenactors, VA and veteran services, daily presentations in the Air America tent, live entertainment Friday and Saturday at 1700 hours, and much more.
Aeroshell has one of the most comprehensive and proven ranges of aviation lubricant products. This includes aircraft piston engine oils, jet engine oils, greases, and hydraulic fluids. We combine this with what is among the best technical support in the industry. Our Aeroshell brand has been trusted for generations for use in aviation throughout the world. We are located in Hangar C, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Aero LEDs. Currently offering 10% off through Sun and Fun, Aero LEDs FAA-approved LED landing, taxi, and navigational lighting products are designed for retrofit or replacement of aircraft legacy lighting systems. They consume less power, output substantially more light, and are rated for more than 30,000 hours of continuous use. Ideal for installation on experimental or certified aircraft. You can see Aero LEDs lights in action, along with some new releases inside Hangar D, booths D6 and D7, or online at aeroleds.com.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor LiveATC.net, the worldwide leader in live rebroadcasting and recording of ATC radio communications. You can listen to aviation radio on any device, from the busiest airline hubs to your small local airport. It's aviation in action at LiveATC.net. You can even volunteer to be a part of this unique network, helping to bring new airports and frequencies online. Live ATC's pre-configured compact receiver systems make it easy to add your local airport. You can follow them on Twitter at LiveATC or like them on Facebook. LiveATC.net, live air traffic from their headsets to you.
Gary GPS Reeves, that's the guy in the pink shirt from pilotsafety.org, is an official sponsor of the Sun and Fun Educational Forums. For the best way to fly single pilot IFR with autopilots, Avidyne, ForeFlight, and Garmin, you can check out the free classes Gary is teaching this week by searching the online Sun and Fun daily schedule for Reeves or visiting pilotsafety.org.
Aircraft judging is conducted in the following aircraft categories: home builts, light plane, seaplane, rotorcraft, ultralights, warbirds, and vintage. Judging of airplanes begins on opening day and concludes prior to the awards ceremony Saturday evening. All aircraft must be registered for judging by noon on Friday. The awards ceremony is held Saturday night at 6 p.m. at the Bueller Restoration Hangar.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Shoreline Aviation Insurance. Shoreline Aviation Insurance has a broad aviation background. Chances are, if you're doing it in aviation, they've done it. This experience helps them be a resource to their clients, not just sell a policy. They've owned and operated both piston and turbine aircraft. They are very experienced instructors and even owned a flight school for many years. They have operated a Part 135 operation, and they currently own an antique warbird on floats, as well as the experimental glass air that Glenn built. All of this experience is what they call the Shoreline Advantage. You can learn how to put the Shoreline Advantage to work for you at shorelineaviationinsurance.com.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. E3 Aviation Association, our presenting sponsors this year. We are so glad they're with us. Sun and Fun Radio owes a huge thank you to Green Bay Austin Straubel International for coming back for the third year as our Sun and Fun Radio sponsor. I've spoken with their representative, and they will be coming back again next year. We have worked out a great partnership. So Green Bay Austin Straubel International, a outstanding destination if you don't want to fly into AirVenture, and an outstanding destination year-round. They've got all the summer activities. They've got all the winter activities. So Green Bay, Austin, Straubel, you want more information, FLYGRB.com, flygrb.com. And as I said a moment ago, we are coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. This is on the campus of the Aerospace Center for Excellence. Sun and Fun itself is the primary fundraiser for ACE, for the Aerospace Center for Excellence. The monies that people spend here don't go in anybody's pocket. There is no corporate entity profiting from what we're doing here. All of the money goes back in
those
to the future.
350 students
Yeah,
that attend high school
That's
on
right.
this property.
And their enrollment is increasing. The school has a capacity of 500. The monies that people are spending here, the ticket, the parking, the foods, everything else that Sun and Fun gets, goes to fund aerospace education. Nobody is making a profit, okay? I want to be 100% clear. No one is profiting on Sun and Fun. All of the money Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo raises goes back into education. So when you think about, well, they're charging me $20 to park. Yeah, but that money is going to kids and to enhance aviation's future. We need to secure our future. We came out of World War II. Tons of guys with the GI Bill had their flight training additional. You had to be a pilot. I was mistaken. I thought you could learn to fly on the GI Bill. The GI Bill was to get higher ratings. You had to know how to fly already. GI Bill money after World War II was used to raise your ratings, so to get further ratings. And a lot of our pilots, World War II pilots, went into the aviation industry for a long time. Pilots were revered. And that's what kids wanted to be. They wanted to be pilots. Our current attitude towards commercial aviation is it's like getting on the bus. They're not realizing that they're putting you in a metal tube, going about the velocity of a bullet leaving the barrel of a gun, hurtling through the air, and they've got these people at the controls. Our pilot population is aging out. More pilots are retiring. We have companies, United, TWA, all these different airlines, they're losing pilots faster than they're getting. We had 2 different airlines on early this morning talking about what they're doing. It is such a competition for pilots. People are offering $100,000, $125,000
to come out of
sign-on
retirement.
bonus.
Amazing.
Yeah, and as long as you're a licensed pilot, they will bring you on. So,
and they're offering their own academies where they'll
Yep.
take, starting with 500 hours, they'll take you through the rest of it.
you need ATP is 2,500 hours required, Carl?
It's 1,500 total.
1,500
for
total.
ATP, yeah. And but you can actually, if you go to a college that's a certified college, you can get only need 1,000 hours. And get what's called a restricted ATP, and they'll hire you with that.
Thank
and
you.
say you have your associates, all you need is 1,250 hours. So there's a lot of new programs out there where they're partnering with airlines, and at the same time you can get your degree, and you can do them online too, like Liberty University, Polk State College. I'll just put a plug for Polk State, and it is amazing how things have changed. And to remember back, when I started, what they're making in a year is what what I made in like 5 years is what they're making in a year now. So,
Wow.
Yeah. So my first year, I made $14,000 a year as an airline pilot, and as a commercial airline pilot. And nowadays,
14,000. That's below the poverty level.
it was. And the other thing is, the airlines would not allow you to go for assistance for housing because they were too embarrassed by that. So it was actually, and we can say that now. We weren't allowed to talk about it back then.
You'd need food stamps.
Yeah, so they
Even
wouldn't
then.
they would not allow us to apply for food stamps. And the guys that did show up to actually apply for food stamps that were airline pilots, our airline would stop them, and they would try to pressure them in leaving. So that has just changed dramatically. Now they're actually getting hired, and they have a livable wage, because remember, what is it, about $42,000 is the median income. I'll look it up real quick. This is much above that. The last 4 people I know that got hired at the airlines, you had like $100,000, $90,000, $92,000, and the other one was that one was $65,000. That was a turboprop operator. But even $62,000, that's pretty good money.
And for a turboprop, you're going to get home every night.
Yeah, usually do. But things have changed dramatically since the quote-unquote old days, but it's for the better. And the other thing that's happened is now they've changed the rating. You have to have an ATP, or Airline Transport Pilot Certificate. When I started, all you needed was a commercial pilot certificate. So that was like 250 hours you could get hired. So we were hiring 18-year-olds.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but
big difference.
I thought ATP was the rating you had to have.
I'm glad you asked that.
To fly commercial.
So no, actually, that was a recent change since the Colgan incident and crash. They actually went to having every airline pilot be an airline transport pilot. Airline transport pilot means that you can fly as captain, or used to. Now everybody has to have it. It used to be you had to be a commercial pilot, and you'd be under the tutelage of a captain and build all your hours, get to the 1,500 hours, then be able to move to the left seat as a captain at those 1,500 hours. There's also an age limit. That's another thing people don't realize. 23 years old is the age limit. Well, the problem is, we don't have enough pilots. So what they do, they reduce that also. So you can get what's called a restricted ATP. Again, with 21-year-old can have a restricted ATP. Back when I started, you could be 18 years old and 250 hours and go on an airline.
That's very important. Could you say that again?
Yeah, actually,
the new age limit
is
minimum
is, so it's always been 23 for the ATP, but they have this thing called a restricted ATP. The restricted means you can't be a captain, but a restricted ATP where you could be 21 years old and get hired. It's funny, I was just talking to a 13-year-old who was not very happy about that. And I said, man, you're starting off now. You're doing real well, so don't worry about it. You're going to get there. And he has so many years. I showed him the trajectory. And that trajectory, you're going from that point, and you're actually going to get to the airlines with your restricted ATP, then eventually get hired and move into the left seat at 1,500 hours. You could be 23 years old as a captain at a regional airline. What does that mean? You're making about $165,000 a year. That's not bad money, right? Well, I mean, to a major airline pilot, that's not much. But you move on to the major airlines, and boom, things get much better.
Boom?
And I don't, boom.
Tell me boom.
Bada boom. It's actually, you're looking at top pay about $350,000, $2,000. I know a lot of people make a lot more than that, but I don't like to go for the big numbers. So on average, you're making about and the median income is about $340,000 a year as an airline captain. many captains, and again, I'm just telling you what some people make. If you're like a training captain, you work a lot of hours,
like you
can double that. So we have a lot of folks making up to $600 to $1 million a year, and that's what our training captains can make. And people that work a lot make between $600 to $1 million a year. And so you hear about those numbers and you think they're fake, but they're actually real. I'm not going to tell you how much I make, but I'm just telling you this is if you just look at the numbers. Captain, after 12 years, median income is $352 per hour. We work 1,000 hours a year. That's not bad money. That's really good money. It's almost like being a doctor, And then if you work extra hours, you can just tail on to that.
Or extra jobs within
extra
the airline.
jobs.
You can do multiple positions
Absolutely.
with an airline at the same time.
So people say, well, you can only fly 1,000 hours per year. Well, actually, you can just do 1,000 hours per year, but you can also teach as much as you want. So say you become like a simulator instructor. You're still getting paid as a captain in the simulator, and then you can go work on the line, too. So that's how you double your salary. You can actually do both at the same time.
When you think about it, flying 1,000 hours a year, that's how many hours a week would you be flying?
So usually it's about 4 days a week and you're gone. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So in other words, we go to work and we stay at work and we come back. So we go away for 4 days and then we come back again. So
and if people want, we got to go to a break in about 10 seconds, 15 seconds. If people want more information on a career in aviation, that's what you do. You're a career counselor, and you have the Aviation Careers Podcast.
Yep, aviationcareerspodcast.com.
aviationcareerspodcast.com. This was kind of a talking about general thing, but to let you know that there is help out there. You reach out to Carl.
Appreciate that.
We're going to go to a break. We'll be back with Mike Kennedy.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package. They say you need one airplane to go fast, one to go slow, and one to go upside down. If you're into that third category, you can stop by the Sun and Fun Aerobatics Center and the Curtis Pitts Museum. The Aerobatics Center promotes stall spin awareness, unusual attitude recovery training, and better airmanship through aerobatics. All aviation enthusiasts are invited to stop by the center, located adjacent to the aerobatic tent, and enjoy the shade and hospitality. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Lincoln Electric. You can visit the Lincoln Electric booth, N44 and N45, to take advantage of limited-time show special pricing on MIG and TIG welders or plasma cutting equipment. Learn TIG welding in our welding education workshops. Lincoln Electric, ready to help you with all of your welding and cutting projects.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
I'm News Channel 8's Keith Cate. Every day, a lot of news happens in the Bay Area, and where you choose to get your information matters. There's only one news operation in Tampa Bay that is always on your side, looking out for you, making sure your voice is heard, and uncovering the truth. News Channel 8. We're in your neighborhood and at your call, investigating and reporting on the stories that impact you and your family. Trust the station that is always on your side.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Moto Art. If you're looking to own a piece of aviation history, plane tags might be just what you're in search of. Each collectible plane tag is made from the skin of a real decommissioned aircraft. Would you like to own a piece of an Airbus or a Boeing? Maybe a Grumman Goose, Convair or MiG, Chinooks to Hueys, and Bonanzas to Starships too. Each oval plane tag is handcrafted with respect for the aircraft that it came from and the stories it carries with it. You can see the whole collection of plane tags at the Moto Art booth, N49 in the North Exhibit area, or online at planetags.com.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Honda Generators. the official generator of Sun and Fun. Be sure to visit the Honda display directly across from Sunset Grill to see the all-new Honda EU 3200i generator. Weighing less than 60 pounds and capable of running a 13.5 BTU air conditioner, it's the perfect power source for your RV. More information is at powerequipment.honda.com.
It's Dr. David Goldbaba.
Did you know that when you're thirsty, you're already dehydrated? That's why good old-fashioned H2O is the way to go. Caffeinated beverages, a choice for many who become thirsty, can actually cause even more dehydration due to the caffeine. The early stages of dehydration cannot be detected, and that's why you got to go with the water every chance you get. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Goldbaba.
As GA pilots, we understand the need for proficiency but sometimes lack the resources to accomplish it. That's where Redbird Pro comes in, a new app that measures your proficiency in 9 key areas to generate a personalized training plan full of articles, quizzes, and simulator scenarios that address the weakest parts of your flying. Redbird Pro is available in the App Store and Google Play. You can visit Redbird for more information at booth N76 or online at redbirdflight.com.
Do you like light sport airplanes? Do you enjoy building aircraft or thinking about wanting to build one? Well, Zenith Aircraft has a kit for you. They have an aircraft that can fit your light sport needs and budget. Zenith Aircraft have multiple engine options along with many different kits including STOL that you can choose from depending on your personal needs. Zenith Aircraft have been manufacturing and marketing aircraft kits from its modern production facility located in the United States and continue to bring you top-notch aircraft kits with over 2,000 kits sold since 1974. With a wide array of customers across the United States and from around the world, Zenith Aircraft is the leading manufacturer of light sport aircraft kits with a proven commitment to builders and owners. You can visit Zenith Aircraft to get more information on these amazing kits at booth MD26B.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. Thank you, E3, and a radio shout-out to Green Bay Austin Straubel for being our radio sponsors for the 3rd year in a row. We couldn't do it without our sponsors. One of the things that brought aviation, or keeps aviation in the public eye, is TV shows about flying. A while back, the Discovery Channel did a show called Airplane Repo, and the premise of the show was they followed 3 repo men around when they were repossessing aircraft. 99% of the show was recreations of the actual thing. They didn't actually send a cameraman with him to do the repo. They were reenacting repossessions of aircraft. One of the people that was featured was Mr. Mike Kennedy. We got Mike on deck this morning. Good morning, Mike. How you doing?
How you doing, Dave? Good to be back.
Good to be back. Now you are, and we're the other half of the Beauty and the Beast team, the Beauty herself.
Thank you, Dave.
How are you, Valerie?
Kennedy here. The Mrs. Action Mike. Yes, I'm on board.
Oh, you're Mrs. I thought he was Mr. Valerie.
Sometimes.
So you actually, besides repossessing aircraft, you fly for a living. You're a corporate pilot?
Oh, yeah.
And what do you mainly fly?
Usually, most of the time it's in a Lear 60. But
Okay.
I do some Lear 31. In fact, right now I'm teaching. I'm training in XLS, the Citation XLS Plus.
Nice.
Working over at Flight Safety and the simulators.
Great. And you're a pilot. You're a paid pilot, corporate pilot. You know, you fly the leather seat aircraft.
Yep.
Well, but he loves adventure. Anytime he can take a plane across the pond, as they say, it doesn't matter what it is. He's up for it. So
Yeah, anything from jets to Super Cubs, preferably Super Cubs.
And now we're Facebook friends, and I see you posting pictures of a beautiful float plane. That's your personal aircraft?
Yeah, we've owned that 206 for, 17, 18 years now.
And you fly down, you have a place in Summerlin, Key West?
Yeah,
somewhere?
we're on Summerlin Key.
Key.
Yeah, we use it to run back and forth. We keep threatening to sell it and buy a Carbon Cub, but
shoot, we're so used to having the Ford Excursion that flies. We're running back and forth to the Keys. We've got toolboxes and barbecue grills and all kinds of crap piled in the back. I don't know how we do with the Cub.
And I have to say, flying.
You hire me to bring your stuff
Yeah,
down.
yeah,
for
get
you.
somebody else to drive
Dan,
our
you've
stuff
got a
down.
big truck. We'll meet you down there.
That's
So one of the beauties of flying to the Keys is you kind of cut that corner and you go across the Everglades, and it is so beautiful. And for those backwood adventurers, there's all these platforms out there in the middle of nowhere and on the water, and they're set up to land your plane or take your little
They were
boat
mostly
or-
built for kayakers to camp on when they're traveling through the Everglades, but you can land in the waterways there and just tie the float plane up too. And they're nice little platforms. They got a place to put your tent. A lot of them even have little outhouses on them.
Yep.
But I guess they're maintained by the Park Service. So they're really
Yeah,
cool
the National Park Service did a great job with the Everglades.
And then there's that runway that was built in the 60s?
Yeah, the training, what do they call that? The Miami-Dade Training Facility.
There's
an ILS to it and everything, but there's
huge.
nothing there. It's just a runway in the middle of the Everglades.
Except for deer and various birds
Yeah,
that you
yeah.
want to scatter.
So you fly down, you're going to land there, you fly down, you buzz the runway a couple of times. The first time you buzz it is to chase the birds off of the runway. The second time you buzz it, it's to get the deer to scatter
Yeah.
instead of running in front of you when you land.
Yeah.
Now, but not just you did the TV show and that brought attention to repossessing aircraft. I mean, everybody gets into financial trouble and people people have repossessions. We're not just talking about the poor restaurant worker that can't pay for their Hyundai. We're talking multi-million-dollar airplanes, and you go out and you pick those back up for the banks. Now, how does that work? Do you get a repossession order and you repossess it? Is that your aircraft? Or is that the banks?
Every job's completely different. Sometimes they know where the airplane is, the paperwork's all been filed and everything. They just need me to go pick it up and fly it back, and they just offer a day rate to go get it. Other times they have no idea where it is or how to set anything up, and so they want me to organize the whole thing, and the fee's completely different. And the main thing with banks, same thing, foreclosures on houses and stuff, they don't want the airplane, they don't want the house, they want their money back, they want their loan repaid. So oftentimes, if you go and repossess it, you can keep it and sell it, and
give the bank their
they
ticket.
just want to be paid off,
want
and you
their
make
note,
whatever's left over on it. So every job's different, and every situation's different in that business.
And you guys are based locally here. You just recently moved onto a 200-acre parcel, is it? 200?
We're 100 acres over in Osteen.
In Osteen, Florida, which is near the East Coast. You're not on the coast. You're inland.
It's near New Smyrna. It's over that way.
Okay, that's what I was
Actually,
trying
we're
to...
just south of Spruce Creek.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
now I know where it is. All right, tell me where the airport is. I'll know where it is.
Yeah, exactly.
So you fly corporate jets for a living. You steal airplanes for a living. And a big part of that is to fund the animal rescue stuff you do, because your place in Osteen, you moved to a bigger property for Dragon Ranch.
Yep, exactly.
Tell me about Valerie. I remember years ago. I'm kind of carrying on here. We've got an open slot. We're going to go to a 5-minute break, and I want you guys to stay on because I really want to talk to you about Dragon Ranch.
Okay.
But you guys bought the new property to expand Dragon Ranch. Just a quick kind of teaser. What is Dragon Ranch?
We're a wildlife sanctuary. We have big cats. We have several species of crocodiles. We've got venomous snakes. We kind of take in the sort of animal that nobody else wants. There's lots of facilities for dogs and cats, but we take in the mean and nasty and ugly, and to us they're pretty special. But we've got several species of highly endangered crocodiles. We've been lucky enough to breed Cuban crocodiles several years in a row.
Wow.
And they're one of the most endangered crocodiles on the planet. We have an American crocodile that we've had for years now. There's a small population of American crocodiles down the very southern tip of the Everglades and northern part of the Keys, and they're highly protected. If say if an alligator gets in trouble or gets injured or becomes a nuisance or something, they just send a trapper out. They usually just
Euthanize them.
Yeah. But the crocodiles, it's a different story. If there's a crocodile in trouble, somebody's got to go get it and take care of it and nurse it back to health and house it, because they're Class 2 endangered species. They got to be protected, and we're only one of 2 or 3 people in the entire state that's licensed to do that.
Now I know with things like seals and sea lions and pelicans and penguins and stuff like that, they nurse them back to health and release them back into the wild. Do your crocodiles that you rescue ever get released back to the wild,
No,
or by that point they're dependent?
Yeah, it's kind of ironic because, this guy that we have at the house, he's 14 feet and 1,000 pounds. We've had him there for 10 years. He's a massive crocodile. But he comes to me when I call. I can pat him on the head. I sit on his back. He's a remarkable animal. But
Make
you're right.
no mistake, he's looking for food.
But it is kind of ironic because when we first got him, nobody expected him to live. He had some real bad injuries, some massive infections, and through a lot of help from the veterinary department at University of Florida in Gainesville, we took blood and tissue samples up there, and they prescribed antibiotics, and we spent 4 months giving him injections every day and bathing his wounds, and it took a long time, but we finally nursed him back. But he can't ever be released, so we're proud to have the success story we have with him because he's healthy and living well, but he can't ever be released back into the wild. So, if he's an alligator, he'd probably just been dispatched on the spot, and really, he's of no use to his species living at our house. If the same fate would have happened to him, it would have been kind of the same results. So it's a shame he can't go back, but at the same time, he's living a good life with us.
And that's what counts. As their stewards, whether we're talking about cats and dogs or guinea pigs or crocodiles and venomous snakes, it's our job to give them the best life we can give them. We're going to go to a break in just a few seconds here, but we'll be back in about 5 minutes because I want to keep on this discussion because not only do you have those guys, Valerie showed me pictures of your 3 new babies that delayed your arrival here at Sun and Fun.
Yep.
Our cattle sanctuary.
Your cattle sanctuary. We're talking about some longhorn cattle here, folks.
Yes.
We're going to be back in a few about 5 minutes. Continue talking to them. Take us in.
Hello, this is Dave Pasco with LiveATC.net. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at LiveATC.net/SNF.
It's Dr. David Goldbaba.
Yes, hydration is everything. So what happens in the sun? Our bodies perspire to keep us at 98.6, and that warm breeze across our face evaporates water from our bodies too. And those caffeinated beverages are diuretics, which means that when we drink them, we can become dehydrated. So stay ahead of the curve by drinking water all throughout your stay here at Sun and Fun. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Goldbaba.
Bernie Little Distributors delivers a wide variety of Anheuser-Busch products as well as many specialized local and national craft beers. Also known for the Miss Budweiser hydroplane racing boat, Bernie Little Distributors has been an Anheuser-Busch distributor for over 50 years. From original Budweiser to the latest craft beer or cider, Bernie Little Distributors has what you want. Go to BernieLittleDistributors.com to find the drinks for your next get-together.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor Moto Art. If you're looking to own a piece of aviation history, plane tags might be just what you're in search of. Each collectible plane tag is made from the skin of a real decommissioned aircraft. Would you like to own a piece of an Airbus or a Boeing? Maybe a Grumman Goose, Convair or MiG, Chinooks to Hueys, and Bonanzas to Starships too. Each oval plane tag is handcrafted with respect for the aircraft that it came from and the stories it carries with it. You can see the whole collection of plane tags at the Moto Art booth, N49 in the North Exhibit area, or online at planetags.com.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks SkySpot Advertising of Lakeland for their continued support. SkySpot Advertising uses a high-tech LED lighting system under the wings of their aircraft to create a unique, effective, and affordable way for you to get your message across. All across the sky, that is. If you're looking to proclaim your love, give a shout-out, or promote your business, SkySpot Advertising is a powerful and unforgettable way to target audiences from Tampa to Orlando. You can see SkySpot Advertising in action right here at Sun and Fun every night. You can also check out their YouTube channel, SkySpot Ads, or their website, skyspotadvertising.com.
Welcome to Sun and Fun. We want everybody to have a great time this year, but there are a few simple rules to be followed. Please be careful around all moving airplanes. Spinning propellers are very dangerous and hard to see. Please make sure your lawn chairs are attended at all times so they do not blow into aircraft or injure people. Please closely supervise your children at all times. No smoking or food is permitted on the flight line. Pets are only allowed in the campground and must be leashed. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time.
It's Dr. David Goldbaba.
You know, Sun and Fun is synonymous with being outside and walking considerable distances. And the combination of sun exposure, heat, and movement can cause physical challenges to our body. Water, shade, and rest can prevent overheating that can lead to what is known as heat stroke, aka sunstroke. Early warning signs include flushing of the face, nauseousness, rapid breathing, and headache. So pay attention, get your water, shade, and rest. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Veterans Florida helps military veterans transition to civilian life. Florida works hard to be the nation's most veteran-friendly state by providing powerful tools to take advantage of Sunshine State benefits. We connect veterans with employers eager to hire veterans in jobs using their particular military skills. We assist veterans in creating a winning resume and preparing for job interviews. Employers receive veteran recruiting assistance and may apply for our workforce training grant.
Sun and Fun hosts a Type Club tent during the fly-in. Approximately 20 Type Clubs participate, and their members are eager to share information and answer questions about their type of aircraft and how you can become a member in any of the Type Clubs. Whether you're interested in Cubs, short-wing Pipers, Cessnas, Blancas, or any of the other aircraft represented by their club, you won't want to miss the Type Club tent, located just across the taxiway from the Vintage Hospitality headquarters.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Dr. Dave. Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. We had a discussion before, talking with Mike and Valerie Kennedy about stealing airplanes for a living, flying airplanes for a living, flying to the Keys in your float plane. We started right before the break. We were talking about your is it American crocodile?
Yeah, he is.
Your American crocodile, and his name is Lurch. I thank you for reminding me at the break. But Dragon Ranch is a rescue. It's a sanctuary for exotic animals and stuff. But you guys also have longhorn cattle. Are those rescues as well, or is that your own herd, or what's the story with the longhorns?
That's just kind of our own interest, passion. They're more just big pets than anything else. We're having a lot of fun with them.
Big dogs.
Yeah, we actually we've got some real world champion bloodline in our animals, and they're just beautiful animals.
And Miss April will be happy to hear this, and she wants to come out. We're gonna make a day trip and come over and see your ranch because she loves animals so much, and what she loves the most is the babies. And I understand you have 3 new babies this week.
Yes, we would have been at Sun and Fun earlier, but we had 3 baby longhorns born this week, and we have Angus cattle in the back. They're absolutely beautiful. They're more docile. But the longhorns up front, I mean, because we have the herd split, I guess they know their longhorns with those beautiful horns, and you don't know what color you're going to get. You might get a brindle one, or we've got one named Lamb Chop because it's all white.
He's so cute.
You know?
He's so cute. You showed us pictures yesterday.
Yeah, so we're enjoying it. There's a lot to learn with farming, and it sure makes you appreciate the farmer. If we were doing this for a living, we would be broke. I'm just saying. You do it because you love it and you love animals, but we've learned so much, and you do have to appreciate where your food comes from in this country. It's pretty amazing.
You make the point, if you were doing this for a living, how are you funded?
So Dragon Ranch is a nonprofit organization. We do not breed any animals to sell. We only take in animals like beautiful Hollywood we were talking about earlier, the tiger. We rescue animals that are retired show cats and like the crocodile. And out of our own pocket, we pay for their food and housing and vet bills. And if sometimes Mike will do a fundraiser. I know we've got the Dragon Ranch Facebook page if you want to
Which
like
I follow.
Thank you.
Happily
and
follow.
We'll have to post some things on there and
donate.
We could do a donation if you like. It'll all go to the animals. So that's.
Yeah, you guys aren't a big corporation paying 95% of your donations and salaries. What you bring in goes to fund the exotics and your own stuff. Like you just said. Your cattle, your longhorns, and your regular cattle are
Fixing fences, all
your
of it.
projects. They're not Dragon Ranch projects. That's your stuff, funded by you. You were just talking about that. If you were doing that, you'd be broke. My favorite is growing your own tomatoes is the best way to spend 3 months and $4,000 to get $219 worth of tomatoes. we do some of our own gardening at home. April has a very high stress court reporting job, so she loves her gardening as her way to get it. And her latest has been succulents. We've got succulents all over the place, but in the old house we had vegetable planting beds. And that's a running joke that she nurtures her potatoes for 6 months, and she harvests her potatoes, and we get 3 French fries.
We're gonna say we love to lobster dive, and it's kind of the same thing. You got lobsters in the freezer that you caught, and it's like they're free lobsters. But when you think of what you paid for the boat and the gas and towing it to the Keys and the dive gear, and it's the most expensive lobster on the planet,
Oh, you want to know about lobstering? I went out and bought an ROV. So I wouldn't have to burn air. I'd see. We used to have some places in Key Largo. We had a couple of properties in Key Largo, and we would go down there. We'd go out and we had a little 21-foot speedboat. Nothing magical or anything else. Hurricane GS 211. Center console speedboat. And we go out off. We just get outside the penny camp limits.
Yep.
We go out South Creek and get outside penny cap limits, and I'd see a pile of rocks on the sounder. Well, I had to throw on a tank. Back when I learned to dive, it cost you $1 to have your air tank filled. Now it's like $15 for a tank of air.
Yeah.
So I buy a $2,500 ROV so I can save $15 in air. I drive my ROV. I fly my ROV, but yeah. So yeah, it's lobstering is the same way. Think about the $50,000 boat and the $300 in fuel. Just save $10 on a tail.
Yeah.
So I would like to. Maybe we're switching gears, but since we're at Sun and Fun. Mike flew. He also does volunteer work in Africa, and
thank you.
They fly the Joint Protection Zone in and out and around Kruger Park, and the Bat Hawk is one of the craft that he flew there. And ironically, for years, with COVID, so many setbacks. Well, Bat Hawk is finally here. And they have a display.
Yeah, one of their airplanes is here right now. It's over in the ultralights.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that airplane was specifically designed for reconnaissance and observation, for poacher patrol and so forth. And that's what I was flying over there. And they've been trying to get them here to the States for quite a while, and they've got one here on display now. And
it's B-A-T, Bat Hawk?
Bat Hawk.
Yep.
Okay.
And Gary, that does... he has saved so many animals and human life because it's a whole combination of the South African Wildlife College where they train ground officers in the field. They use dogs. They have helicopters. He flies a grid, and I'm just setting it up. You finish.
We fly a very specific grid over the private game reserves and Kruger National Park and so forth, and we carry an iPad in our lap, and anytime we see a rhino or an elephant or a carcass, unfortunately, or even evidence of an intrusion into the park, we just drop a pin on it on the iPad, but you don't relay any of that information over the airwaves because that's the very information the poachers want to know. They'll kill you for that information, but after we land, we fly like 4-hour shifts, and then after we land, we relay that all back to Sands Park, and then if there is carcasses and so forth, they can dispatch the A-Stars, the helicopters with the dog teams and the commandos. And if there's a poacher team still in the park, they drop near the carcass and let the dogs out, and the dogs just, and they're 40-mile-an-hour dogs plowing through prides of lions and everything. Nothing slows those dogs down. And within a matter of minutes, they got the poachers cornered, and then they land again and let the commandos out, and problems usually solved pretty quick.
And I remember reading about one of those. I mean, those guys, the guys that are flying those birds, these poachers are not just like, oh, hi, guys, see you later. No, they spot these aircraft.
Oh, yeah.
They take aim and fire.
Well,
I mean, you're getting shot at while you're up there trying to protect the animals.
The poacher teams have evolved over time because it used to be just one or two guys that are subsistence hunters and they're just out there looking for a way to make a living. And with rhino horn being just so ridiculously valuable, one rhino horn can be worth $150,000. So, you take somebody that makes $600 a year, you're not going to, the incentive's just too strong. You're not going to stop it. But they've gotten sophisticated enough that they've got good equipment. There's usually a team of about 5 of them. One of them's carrying a 458 Win Mag bolt action with a silencer on it to shoot the rhino with. The other one's carrying an AK to shoot at us with. Wow. And then there's 2 or 3 guys that are just porters that carry the gear. So, yeah, we're flying very slowly, 50 knots or so, or even less at 200 feet over the treetops, so we're a pretty easy target.
Wow.
They're well funded by
you're
foreign
like
interests
the drug
as well.
cartel.
Yes,
Yeah,
they are.
yeah.
So Gary is here with Bat Hawk.
Yeah, it's the Pappas family that designed this airplane, and it's many of the governments, Zimbabwe, Botswana, a lot of the governments there all use Bat Hawks for the same purpose.
And they've gone to a Rotac engine, have they not?
Yeah, they use Rotaxes in them now.
Yeah.
Where do we find them on the field?
Yeah, we got about a minute left. Let's go ahead and
Where
find
do we
out.
find Bat Hawk on the field?
It's if you run the road out here, like you're going out to
the flight line,
going out to the ultralight field, out to what is that, Paradise or
the island, Paradise City.
Yeah, they're right on the right there, just about halfway down. There's a Bat Hawk sitting there in the grass.
You'll be surprised. It's a light aircraft that does this good work.
Wow, how can we help if someone's listening right now with the mission?
Well, there's several organizations that work. South Africa Wildlife College is probably the main one in South Africa anyway. There's the Sheldrick Wildlife Trust that does a remarkable amount of work with elephants. And then there's Ivan Carter Wilderness Conservancy that's doing a tremendous amount of work all over Africa. He's working with chimps and lions and rhinos and elephants, and he's really doing a lot. So any of those, if you just look their websites up, you can donate and help.
And if people want to reach out to you guys, I know you don't have any official display or anything on the field. You're around. Mike's face is known. Valerie, your face should be known better than his because you are the beauty of the
She's
Beauty
a lot
of the
better
Beast
looking,
show.
yeah.
Yes, she is. So, but Dragon Ranch website?
Well, MikeKennedy.org, too, is probably the easiest thing to remember, just my name.
MikeKennedy.org.
Yes.
And you have a Dragon Ranch website if people want to learn more about Dragon Ranch. What's that?
There's links to everything off of
Mike
Kennedy or the Facebook. The Dragon Ranch is a Facebook page, either one.
All right. Mike, Valerie, we so appreciate you guys being here. We're running late. We should be already into our announcements. We're going to go to a break, and we're actually going to air some of our recorded announcements after that. So there's a very good possibility that those of us here on the deck are going to get about a half-hour break from being live. So we can breathe for a few minutes. Mr. Nick LeBlanc is on the board this morning. Mr. Nick, please take us to break.
Hello, this is Piper Rose Lusky from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
AOPA is eager to get the airshow season started and get back out there and mingle. Along with Sun and Fun and AirVenture, AOPA will be hosting a new kind of regional events in 2022 with a more casual and laid-back feel. These events will offer educational seminars, aviation displays, and aerial entertainment at a local airport near you. Stay tuned for locations and dates to be announced soon. You can visit AOPA.org and stop by the AOPA tent at Sun and Fun and find out more about how AOPA continues to work hard and to protect and promote general aviation for you.
Do you like light sport airplanes? Do you enjoy building aircraft or thinking about wanting to build one? Well, Zenith Aircraft has a kit for you. They have an aircraft that can fit your light sport needs and budget. Zenith Aircraft have multiple engine options along with many different kits including STOL that you can choose from depending on your personal needs. Zenith Aircraft have been manufacturing and marketing aircraft kits from its modern production facility located in the United States and continue to bring you top-notch aircraft kits with over 2,000 kits sold since 1974. With a wide array of customers across the United States and from around the world, Zenith Aircraft is the leading manufacturer of light sport aircraft kits with a proven commitment to builders and owners. You can visit Zenith Aircraft to get more information on these amazing kits at booth MD26B.
Sun and Fun, thanks to our sponsor, Visit Central Florida. When you land in Polk County, you've landed in Florida's sweetest spot. From theme parks and events to the arts, culture, sports, or fine dining, let us be your launch pad to your next adventure. You can stop by the Visitor Information Center here on site or fly over to their website, visitcentralflorida.org, for more information.
Hello, aviators. We have a message from pilot Jim G. You are cleared to land on your own private runway. Beautiful Leavitt Airport NH-38 is now for sale. This 53-acre property includes a 3-bedroom home, large aircraft hangar with workshop, a 4-car garage, and your very own 1,900-foot FAA-registered private runway. All on a picturesque hillside with sweeping mountain and valley views in New Hampshire's scenic White Mountains. Photos, specifications, and more information are all available at nh38.com. That's right, nh38.com.
While we all have good views of the action here at Sun and Fun, if you're a professional photographer looking for the best views possible, then you will want to check out the preferred photo seating area. This area allows an unobstructed view of the air show and other event activities. It's located adjacent to the preferred seating, along the flight line and the air show announcer stand, so you know that's where the best of the action is. There is an extra fee of just $30 in addition to the event admission, and more details are available at flysnf.org.
It's more important than ever to quit smoking. Tobacco-Free Florida, sponsor of the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, offers tools and services that are free and proven to help you quit. Quit smoking on your own terms with its Quit Your Way program. Quit Your Way offers phone, web, and group quit services to Floridians in every county, regardless of insurance status. Free nicotine replacement therapy, like the patch or gum, are also available. More information is available at tobaccofreeflorida.com.
It's Dr. David Goldbaba.
Yes, hydration is everything. So what happens in the sun? Our bodies perspire to keep us at 98.6, and that warm breeze across our face evaporates water from our bodies too. And those caffeinated beverages are diuretics, which means that when we drink them, we can become dehydrated. So stay ahead of the curve by drinking water all throughout your stay here at Sun and Fun. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Goldbaba.
Are you looking for a part or an instrument to help you complete your latest project? If so, you could come down to the Parts Exchange and see if they have something that fits your need. Not building anything? That's okay. You can come out and add to your memorabilia collection or find that next office, studio, or living room aviation piece. The Parts Exchange is your place for aviation parts and pieces for whatever it is you desire to use them for. The Parts Exchange is located in Hangar E.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Polyfiber. You personally can fabric cover your aircraft affordably and hassle-free. Polyfiber can show you how. You can get hands-on aircraft fabric covering experience by the best in the business by attending a free Polyfiber workshop every day at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. located in the Fabric Building in the workshops area. You can also stop by the Polyfiber booth in Building A and talk to a Polyfiber technical specialist directly. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of quality avionics from name brand manufacturers to keep pilots, aircraft owners, and operators flying. With a comprehensive inventory and its helpful and knowledgeable avionics experts, you're sure to find everything you need in avionics, ADS-B solutions, instruments, headsets, pilot supplies, panel design, avionics repair, and more. And their lowest price guarantee means you'll never overpay. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar Delta or on the web at gulfcoastavionics.com.
Every year at Sun and Fun, we have way more stories than we can ever cover on the air. I send reporters out to capture stories in the field. This year, I'm giving some airtime to my field interviews. So for the next little while, sit back, relax, and listen to some of the great stories you can find here at Sun and Fun.
Hello and welcome, everybody. Sean Starker here, Sun and Fun Radio, Sun and Fun 2023. Capturing the magic of aviation, and I am here with a man who, talk about magic of aviation. We're going to talk about his aircraft. That is one of the most recognizable, very iconic aircraft. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about some very interesting background of this air show pilot. You may know him. You've seen him around some of the sponsor booths. If you haven't, you got to check out his social media. He's doing some amazing things over there. He's doing some amazing flying. I'm talking about Leland Kratcher. He is air show pilot, flies the Christian Eagle. An amazing, iconic, airplane. We're going to talk about that here in just a minute. But first, thank you for joining us on Sun and Fun Radio.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. It's been an absolute blast this whole week. Sun's out, wind's blowing. It feels great out here. And really, really happy to be here representing all my sponsors and myself out here at the air show. It's been wonderful.
Well, I can see with a smile on your face that you're enjoying some of the fun here. Have you had enough sun? Has there been enough sun for you?
Lots of sun, lots of fun. Unlimited sun, limited service is what I think I said a little earlier today. So it's been a good summary.
Fantastic. Limited service kind of hits home with all of us here. Yeah, that's the truth. That's one thing about Sun and Fun that is kind of pervasive, is that the coverage is going to be, it's all right. It's good. I'm not that important, and I really don't need to take that many phone calls, so it's great. It's fantastic. Nobody calls me anyway, Leland. But I'm sure people call you all the time because I've seen you around at a ton of sponsor booths. You've been working, you've been smiling, you've been talking, and that's a part of air shows that a lot of people, they don't think about when they see these great planes flying through the sky. They see you doing your really cool aerobatics. Tell us a little bit about that side of the business and what it's like to do sponsor relations.
So it really is, in my opinion, one of the most important things that we can do, as airshow pilots. These companies support us so much. And without their support, it'd be really difficult for any of us to get around the country and do what we do. I mean, from the top of the top down to, the new guys getting started. Without sponsors and without help from these companies that we genuinely believe in and are using the products of or flying behind their props or their engines, it's great. And I think it's a really important aspect to be able to connect with people and share your experience with these wonderful products, to be able to then let them connect and realize that we're not just getting sponsors because we're trying to get names on our airplane. These are the products that we use, trust, and believe in to keep us safe upside down in front of you in air shows. And if we couldn't believe in those and trust those the way we do, we probably wouldn't be doing what we're doing, So I'm very proud to represent all the different companies that have brought me out here and supported me and continue to support me on my nationwide tour of air shows.
Let's talk about one of those sponsors. We're at the Lift Aviation booth, probably a very recognizable booth. We're hanging out on the VIP patio. In fact, got a great view of the flight line here. We can see we've got a little warm-up for the air show today. It's a good day, a little windy, but looking good. So tell us a little bit about how you came to the Lift booth and how you came to that relationship.
So Lyft is one of my first sponsors. They were one of my early supporters, and they have been fantastic to me. Braden and the whole Lyft team have been incredible. I actually just paired up with them through social media interaction. It's a big part of what I do on Instagram at Plane Keys, and they supported me, reached out, and we just touched base. Braden and I just had a natural relationship. I was using their sunglasses and had gotten a couple shirts of theirs. Just thought it was a cool company. How innovative they are, how forward-thinking they are, and the strides that they're pushing to keep us safe as pilots, from aerobatics to your normal everyday pilot, bush, backcountry, anything you want to do. And the relationship was just a very natural development. They wanted to help support somebody that they believed in and thought was doing something cool, and that's exactly how I felt about their product. So it was a very symbiotic, very natural relationship that came around. I flew an air show earlier this year, and the air bosses invited me out to Sun and Fun to come hang out and meet everybody. I reached out to Lyft and told them I was coming, and Braden invited me with no hesitation out to the booth, and I was so happy and proud to be able to come hang out this whole week, talk about their products. I've met some people that are doing exactly what I do with their helmet and my same type of setup, and so getting to talk to people and get all geeked up about their products has been really awesome. And they've been so supportive, from helmets to socks to shirts to anything I need. They've always been there for me, and now even including me out as one of their sponsor pilots at the booth. I'm happy to be here and come talk to us, and we'll tell you all about it.
Well, that's really Lift Aviation. They get out, they do progressive things. Braden is all over social media, and they're really trying to get out the magic of aviation as well. I mean, you see the theme, the magic of aviation, and really it's not just Sun and Fun that captures that magic. It's all the vendors that they bring in. It's all the air show pilots. It's the passion. It's that guy flying overhead during my interview. These guys, we've talked about this, but they got to do their thing, and that's the magic of aviation during an interview. And so let's talk about you've got a couple of aircraft that are really worth talking about. I want to talk about first, of course, the recognizable Christian Eagle. I mean, it's everybody knows that when they see it, right? Is that pretty much they come up and they say, I've seen this before?
That is essentially exactly how it goes. I actually had the pleasure and honor to travel with the Iron Eagle aerobatic team. They were a two-ship flying the Christian Eagles, and for a while they were the longest-running civilian formation aerobatic team. Aeroshell's passed them now, as they deserve. So it was incredible to learn and to see people connect to that iconic airplane, going all the way back to the Eagles, the original Eagles team. And where I trained and did all my flight training was the neighboring airport to Gene Soucy's. It was part of that Eagles team. And so I've always been in love with the Eagle. And so to be the curator and caretaker of my Eagle now, and be bringing that aircraft back to the national circuit is something I am very honored and humbled to be doing. Yeah, at the air shows and even on the ramp, just getting fuel somewhere, I add an extra 10 or 15 minutes into every fuel stop just to make sure because I know someone's going to come up and talk to me, and it just puts a huge smile on my face, and I'm absolutely happy to show them. And the colors are so vibrant and so bright. It's what made me fall in love with the airplane in the first place. And when you see me up in the sky kind of flipping it around a little bit, you get to see all the pretty colors all over the plane. And my wife likes it too, so that helps. She approves of the pretty plane, you know. So yeah, I'm so honored and so happy to be flying this legendary airplane.
What a great statement that you're honored to be a caretaker of this old aircraft, and that is kind of I mean, it's the spirit that's in these old airplanes that we are simply just a temporary caretaker of, and they're going to take care of us. We take care of them. Beautiful. I love that airplane. It's such an iconic aircraft that I don't have an easy time believing that people stop and just want to talk about it all the time. Now, you say you learned in an RV6, right? So how different and how difficult was it to make that transition from the RV into the Christian Eagle?
So I got my foundation of training in high drag airplanes, so Citabrias, Decathlons. That's where I kind of built my fundamental of aerobatics. Then moved up to a Sonex actually with an 80 horsepower engine, kind of starting to teach myself outside of once I had gotten my endorsements and everything, spin endorsement and the foundation for basic acro. So it was kind of a natural progression for me, but I always knew I wanted to be in the biplane. But you're landing pretty blind. It's hard to see in those airplanes. They move fast, they touch down fast, and those wings get in the way of seeing where you're going on the ground. So the RV was a really good transition for me because it's a fast airplane. As far as the aerobatic capabilities in flying, they're a little different. The RV is a lot more slick, so it picks up a lot more speed, where the Eagle has a lot of drag with the flying wires and the two wings. So the transition was interesting. Very happy that I trained with Chris Olmsted of Figure One Aviation out in California in Santa Paula, and Jason Flood, legendary Pitts family over in New Jersey. I got dual from both of them in their pitses, and that was really what got me comfortable and ready to fly the Eagle. Then once my Eagle got delivered out to me, went up with the guy, Alex Coates of Freedom Aviators, I believe, also out in California, and he got me, made sure I was up to speed. And, from there it was kind of off to the races. It took a little bit. That first solo was something I'll never forget in the Eagle, that's for sure. It's blind, it's fast, it's loud, but you climb it out and look out and see those iconic feathers on the wings and realize that I'm flying my airplane right now. It was really cool. So the RV was a great step up, and I'm really, really happy that I got my initial card in that, and I'm still willing and happy to fly that in air shows if anybody wants that. But the Eagle is my main mount. So it was a really good transition to build on the fundamentals and learn a different style of aerobatics that I now am able to blend between the two. Learning to land it was just quite an adventure, and that's for sure.
Well, chicks dig the extra wing. That's what Pat McAlee tells me all the time. So
he's right.
Yeah, that's the biplane mentality. But aside from flying, you have a really unique background, some other interests that you're in. I hear that you play a little music. So tell us about your musical career and how you tied that into aviation, kind of where you see yourself going with that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I have my degree in audio engineering, so I've been working in recording studios for about a decade now, and been in a touring band, Try More Mojo, that I've traveled all around the country with my brothers in, and it's been a wonderful adventure, and finding a way to blend these two things has been a really, really awesome time for me. I found that there's a lot of crossover between the concert industry and the airshow industry, and finding, people at airshows love music, right? It's one of the biggest things that we have to go along with our flying. So I have my band's music that is playing behind my sequence, and able to blend those things in together and tie in my two passions and my two true loves in life together is pretty incredible. And finding ways as I plan on going to integrate that more of either playing at a show or having a concert after the show, and being able to show people both sides of things is a really, really awesome direction that I hope to take into or to grow into. And it's been really fun. I love synthesizers and making cool sounds and playing around. So being able to take those two things and blend them, bring my laptop with me to air shows, and I'll make some music for my videos that I release in the hotel room after I fly, and then put up a song that I made behind my own flying is truly a dream come true for me. It's a great crossover.
like a one-stop shop. Entertainment right here. Leland Kratcher Air Shows is just, I mean, that's it. They bring the music. He brings the flips. Everything is awesome about this guy. I absolutely love it. I hope you guys will check him out. I hope you'll check out his social media because it is absolutely banging. You can see some of these passions blended together on those pages. Now tell everybody where we can find you on social media.
So on Instagram, it is at Plane Keys, a little double entendre there for airplane and keys with my synths. So yeah, at Plane Keys on Instagram, LelandKratcher.com, which is Kracher. That has all the links to everything, my full show schedule, all my sponsors on there. And you can find me on some of my sponsor sites as well. Adventure Pilot, iFly EFB. I have Lift Aviation, Cornerstone Staffing, Victory Aviation. So many of these guys that are helping support me, and talking with Hartzell and Softy and Hooker Harnesses, and any of those guys, they've all been so supportive, and they're all linking out to me flying as well. So check out all my sponsors, check out anything, and never be afraid to reach out. I love talking to people, talking about the Eagle, talking about music, whatever else. So reach out to me at Plane Keys, and I'd love to connect with you on there.
All roads lead to Leland. That's what I'm understanding here. He is a networking master out here, shaking hands, kissing babies, just like us at Sun and Fun Radio, Sun and Fun 2023. And I'm feeling the magic of aviation. I'm going to go capture some more of that. Let's go watch the air show. I see a little bit of it kicking up right now. Leland, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me, and I look forward to seeing you around the show.
Hi. This is Dr. David Kolbaba from Health Quest Radio, Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package. AV Nation wants to hear about your journey. What was your aha moment when you knew that aviation was for you? You can stop by the AV Nation display at the Lakeland Aero Club hangar or jump on AV Nation's tram during the Expo to share your journey to help the next generation of leaders. AV Nation is a digital and print magazine focused on attracting, educating, and empowering youth in aviation. You can join the conversation at avinationusa.com or on social media at avinationusa.
Are you an early riser or just want to get started early and take in all of what Sun Fun has to offer? If so, you should come and check out the balloon launch and see balloons in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Daily, limited demonstration flights starting at 0700 in Paradise City by commercial firms. You can have your fill of balloons daily. Also, you can see them in the night air shows, and don't forget about the big event, Balloon Race from the main flight line. All excitement begins Saturday between 0630 and 0800. For more information, you can visit the Sun and Fun website at www.flysnep.org.
Hello, aviators. We have a message from pilot Jim G. You are cleared to land on your own private runway. Beautiful Leavitt Airport NH-38 is now for sale. This 53-acre property includes a 3-bedroom home, large aircraft hangar with workshop, a 4-car garage, and your very own 1,900-foot FAA-registered private runway. All on a picturesque hillside with sweeping mountain and valley views in New Hampshire's scenic White Mountains. Photos, specifications, and more information are all available at nh38.com. That's right, nh38.com.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Shoreline Aviation Insurance. Shoreline Aviation Insurance has a broad aviation background. Chances are, if you're doing it in aviation, they've done it. This experience helps them be a resource to their clients, not just sell a policy. They've owned and operated both piston and turbine aircraft. They are very experienced instructors and even owned a flight school for many years. They have operated a Part 135 operation, and they currently own an antique warbird on floats, as well as the experimental glass air that Glenn built. All of this experience is what they call the Shoreline Advantage. You can learn how to put the Shoreline Advantage to work for you at ShorelineAviationInsurance.com.
Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence are pursuing the mission of a brighter future through aviation with Project Stratos, an aviation leadership and art program. High school juniors submitted aviation-themed essays and original works of art. From the hundreds of entries, a pool of semi-finalists and finalists were selected. You can spot these high achievers during the event wearing Project Stratos t-shirts and representing the future of aviation.
As GA pilots, we understand the need for proficiency but sometimes lack the resources to accomplish it. That's where Redbird Pro comes in, a new app that measures your proficiency in 9 key areas to generate a personalized training plan full of articles, quizzes, and simulator scenarios that address the weakest parts of your flying. Redbird Pro is available in the App Store and Google Play. You can visit Redbird for more information at booth N76 or online at redbirdflight.com.
Sun and Fun offers many services for our handicapped guests. Handicap parking is available near the registration building. Please let the parking attendant know so they can wave you onto the lot. We have a golf cart that will shuttle people from the handicap parking lot to the ticketing window or the scooter rental. You can bring your own wheelchair or scooter, or we have them available for rent on a daily basis near main registration. Please visit the Handicap Services office located on the west side of the admissions building in the main gate plaza, or go to flysnf.org for more information.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Honda Generators, the official generator of Sun and Fun. Be sure to visit the Honda display directly across from Sunset Grill to see the all-new Honda EU 3200i generator. Weighing less than 60 pounds and capable of running a 13.5 BTU air conditioner, it's the perfect power source for your RV. More information is at powerequipment.honda.com.
Let your career take flight with Piedmont Airlines. As a premier regional carrier of American Airlines, Piedmont offers an unprecedented pilot experience bonus, a maintenance tuition payment program, industry-leading benefits, and free travel on the largest airline in the world. Piedmont has something for every aviation enthusiast interested in seeking a career. Are you looking for more information? Stop by booth A42 to talk to a Piedmont recruiter. We can't wait to show you everything Piedmont has to offer.
Hi, this is Jack Hodgson with Sun and Fun Radio, and I'm here in the Islands of the Bahamas booth in Hangar D, and I'm talking with the Honorable John Pinder of the Bahamas. Hello, John. How are you?
I'm well, and thank you for inviting me on.
Oh, we're glad to have you. How are you enjoying your visit to Florida?
Oh, I love it. Sun and Fun's one of those times of years that me and the entire team really looks forward to.
Tell me a little bit about your role in the Bahamas and with the organization.
So I am the Parliamentary Secretary for the Ministry of Tourism, Investments and Aviation. So in terms of policy making, I am second within that, underneath the Deputy Prime Minister. And I have particular oversight for our verticals department, which includes private aircraft, yachting, boating, and a few other fun things as well.
So tell me, what's the latest on folks like regular general aviation pilots that want to fly to the Bahamas? How does that work? Is there anything new about that?
Well, first of all, we have eliminated all of the COVID restrictions. Very happy about that. We're making it a more fluid and easy process for our flying friends from abroad to come in. I'm very happy to say that we've identified 14 of our airports across the nation to do a new build or a rebuild. We're including the Treasure Key Airport in Abaco that was destroyed from Hurricane Dorian. There'll be a brand new build. We just broke ground in New Bight, Cat Island on a brand new facility, including the runway. So 3 in Abaco, 3 in Eleuthera, Georgetown, Exuma, including Stanley Key, Farmers Key, Rock Point, Andros, and much, much more. So we are in the process of upgrading and revamping all of our flight service operations to make it easier and more friendly for our flying friends from abroad.
I think a lot of people might be intimidated by not necessarily the flying to go to the Bahamas, but the paperwork, any bureaucratic things that might be necessary. How does that work?
Oh, no, it's very easy. And on Bahamas.com or the Sun and Fun website, you can find a tab for aviation, and it has all the necessary information and a questions and answers page and a little map that shows you what airports are ports of entry, which we have across our 100,000 square miles of waters on our archipelago. So you can really get into the Bahamas from any point that you're at. So if you want to go from Miami down to say San Salvador, that's possible. If you're up north and you want to stop off at Grand Bahama or Abaco, that's possible as well. And once you're there, island hopping. Island hopping is the joy of flying to the Bahamas. You'll never see a more beautiful place in this world from the air. All of our waters are crystal blue and every color you could possibly imagine. Even the astronauts in space say it's one of those special places that they love to look at as circling our globe.
So a regular U.S. pilot's license is sufficient for flying over there?
Yes, regular U.S. pilot's license, very minimal paperwork, and once you have entered the Bahamas, there is no further cost to island hopping, going from island to island and enjoying other places. We also have a little promotion going on right now, so if you're there for 3 nights, it's $150 back in aviation fuel costs, and 4 nights is $300. So it's a little perk to help those out on the aviation fuel costs, but just know that the culture, the experience, and the flight over there is absolutely breathtaking.
That sounds great. Are there any particular airports that people should target? Are there some that are your favorites?
I'm personally from Abaco, so I'd say come to Abaco, come to Marsh Harbor, enjoy what the Abacos have to offer. However, the Exumas are an archipelago in themselves, 365 islands, 3 airports split between that archipelago. It's really, really breathtaking. Eleuthera, San Salvador, the reefs down in San Salvador are just amazing to fly over. And there's many things to do in different parts of the Bahamas, but what's great is we have events spread out across our nation throughout the year. So depending what time you come down there is depending on what island you should go to.
All that information is on the website that you mentioned a moment ago.
Yep, Bahamas.com. Bahamas.com is our portal, our online portal for all of your aviation needs, or your boating or yachting or whatever you'd like to see and experience in the Bahamas.
Great. Is there anything else I should know that I haven't asked you about?
Just know to give me a call when you're coming down.
Okay, sounds great. I will. Thank you very much. The Honorable John Pinder of the Bahamas. I'm talking now with Reginald Saunders, the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Tourism, Investment, and Aviation for the Bahamas. And we're here in Hangar D of Sun and Fun 2023. Hello, how are you?
I'm great, Jack.
Hi, how are you enjoying your visit to Florida?
Wonderful,
yeah?
Wonderful. You know, Bahamians come to Florida quite often, so this is a normal thing, but coming to Sun Fun is a treat.
Okay. Here's my silly question. When you folks come to Florida, do you consider it cold here?
No.
No?
No.
It's kind of the temperature-wise,
this is comfortable for us.
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
Very good,
yeah.
Very good. What's going on in the Bahamas these days, aviation-wise?
Well, you know, a lot of stuff going on. You know, for example, we're participating in Sun and Fun, this is our 20th year here, and we look forward to coming here because it brings private pilots in contact with what we have to offer in the Bahamas. We have 16 unique destinations. We have 2,300 keys. We have 700 islands. And so there's a lot of things to do depending on what you want to do. Parsec would have mentioned to you that
It's all right. We got the Blue Angels flying overhead here.
Yes. The Parsec would have mentioned to you that we're on a major revamp, renovation, restoration of 14 airports throughout the Bahamas, which should make it a lot easier for private pilots to land and visit the Bahama Islands. In terms of aviation, what I should say that during the pandemic, when the whole country was shut down, it is the private pilots, the private aviation folks, and the boaters the yachters that really kept the islands afloat, particularly the Family Islands. So they all congregated in the Family Islands where there's a lot of space, and they provided opportunities for economic development in those islands. So we appreciate the private pilots or the private aviation sector and the yachting sector for keeping the Bahamas afloat during COVID.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Are there any particular airports that are favorites of you that people should really have on their list?
Oh, man. Well, Abaco, of course. is a favorite. Abaco has a lot of charm to it. Exuma, which is the island of our Deputy Prime Minister and also the Minister of Tourism, Investments and Aviation. Beautiful island. There's a little Exuma, there's Great Exuma, and there are a whole lot of Exuma. There are a whole lot of Exuma keys. You have Staniel Key, Black Point, and the list goes on. Some islands in Exuma Keys, you can walk from one island to the next. It's beautiful, and I hope you get a chance to look at some of the videos that we're showing, because it'll really show you the beauty of the Bahamas and what the Bahamas has to offer, depending on who you are and what you like.
Is there any particular time of year that is the most, pleasant to come out there?
Well, of course, July and August is going to be just like Orlando here, hot. And so our critical season is typically from November until about April. And that's, of course, when it's cold in North America. So we have a lot of folks come down to the Bahamas and enjoy, the mild weather that we have. All year round, the Bahamas is pretty cool. I mean, it's always sunny. There's hardly ever any rain, except during the rainy season. Hurricane season, you have to watch out, but hopefully we won't have a bad one this year. And but come any time of the year, we welcome you.
That's great. Is there anything else that I should have asked you about?
Well, I just want to say that it's a pleasure being here at Sun Fun. It's a pleasure for our team to be here. Jean and Michelle. Is Michelle or Melanie?
Not sure.
Yeah, they are the organizers. Jean is the chief executive officer.
I know Jean. I know. Yes.
Yep. And they have been extremely accommodating. They've been extremely helpful. They've partnered with us on the island. What's it called? That island area, which is over there by the runways.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Which is showcases the Bahamas and what the Bahamas has to offer, and it's a meeting place for private pilots to get together and discuss things related to what makes them happy. So we appreciate that. We want to do it bigger and bolder next year, and we're just happy to be here.
Well, that's great. Well, thank you very much. I've been talking to Reginald Saunders of the islands of the Bahamas. Thank you very much.
And come down and visit sometime. I hope to see you down there someday.
I hope you will too.
Thank you.
This is Jack Hodgson with Sun and Fun Radio.
This is Lizzie coming to you from Sun and Fun 2023. I'm here with Miss Julia. We're at pilotmap.io. Hi, how are you today?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Doing great. Happy to be here on Wednesday. Hot and humid as normal, but pretty nice weather, hopefully, for the rest of the week. I was caught by all the pretty lights that are over here. Tell us a little bit about your product.
Sure. So we are selling LED aviation weather maps, where you can see basically the weather for your local airport. We have a full map of the US, which has 1,852 LEDs on it, and it updates every 15 minutes. The only thing you need is to connect it to power and to your Wi-Fi, and you always know what the weather at your airport is.
That's so cool. So you have a lot of different things. You just have different regionals that you can pick from, or your home area, or the whole country?
Correct. So we have the whole country. We have different regionals. And if your region is not fitting to your local airport, we also make custom maps. So just reach out to us and we get you a custom map.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, all the lights you can see. It looks like, Washington, Oregon might have a little bit of spotty weather right now, but Florida looks nice and pretty, nice and green. What's your most popular product?
So the most popular is probably the sectional ones, where people just want one of their local area to have a good overview on how the weather is. Yeah.
That's awesome. So you can just take a look at your map and have kind of a general overview on what the real-time weather is wherever you might be flying pretty locally?
Correct. So a lot of people have it on their desk, they have it in their hangar, they have it in their preparation room, but it's important to still call in for your weather before you go on a flight.
Yes, absolutely. It's always good to check and verify, make sure everything is good. Where are you guys located so people can come find you at Sun and Fun?
Yeah, so we are in Hangar A, right when you come in. I think it's at the back, actually. I think it's booth number 19.
Awesome. Yep, pretty easy to find. Just look for all of the bright, hopefully green lights, and you'll probably be able to find it. You can see the door from the hangar right here, so pretty much just tucked away in the corner, and great variety of products. You can take a good look at them. Do you have a ton of different sizes too, or is it based off of how much you're wanting pretty much?
So we have currently 4 different sizes, but if you want a custom map, just let us know and we get one done for you.
That's awesome. And I know you're saying you have some Sun and Fun specials as well?
Yes, we are offering 10% off, so come by our booth and you get a flyer with a discount code that you can use on our website, pilotmap.io, and you get the special.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. It's been awesome talking with you and getting to know the product. I don't even have a hanger, but I want one for my house. I just want to put it in my living room right next to my TV.
Yes, it's really cool. And one thing that I want to mention is you can also customize it a little bit, so you can decide how bright you want to have the lights, or you can dim them down. You can set your personal wind level that it starts blinking if it's too high of a wind for you. So you can also customize it yourself a little bit once you buy it.
Oh, cool. So you can put in like your own personal minimums?
Correct, yes.
That's awesome. I never would have even thought of that. That's so cool. Is there anything else that you want us to know about it, or anything else super cool about you guys?
No, just come by. We are the 2 nice people with a very charming German accent, but it's some German engineering that went into this map.
Yes, absolutely. It's very, very cool. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to interview me. Again, this is Leslie Havens coming to you from Sun and Fun 2023.
I'm Michael Springer with Sun and Fun Radio. We're here at the Sun and Fun Show 2023, and so I'm interviewing Mark. And Mark is with Petrol XP, and I'm going to let Mark tell you all about him.
Well, hi, good afternoon. Mark Ziegler here. I'm the lead flight instructor for Super Patrol USA, and also do some of the assembly for the new airplanes that come into country. The airplanes built in Brazil, test flown and then disassembled, put in a shipping container, and 2 of them arrive in Ormond Beach. And from there, we reassemble the airplanes, get the special airworthiness certificate, and then do the test flight on the airplane. Then we give them to the new owners and do the transition training for them. Once that's done, and hopefully they fly them away. If not, then have also done some of the ferrying flights with the Super Patrol. So right now we're transitioning from the Super Patrol Light Sport, or LS model, and we're going to the XP model. Completely redesigned aircraft that's all based around the new Rotax 915 IS turbo engine. So we've got the new 141 horsepower engine. The wings have been redesigned. The fuselage has been redesigned to make it the most efficient that we can make it. And it will be available starting in July of this year. The nice thing about Super Patrol, it comes, there are no options. You get to pick the colored stripes, but like the LS model has 2 Garmin G3Xs, also has dual channel autopilot, fully carbon fiber leading edge wings, fabric on the back, but the new one will be all carbon fiber, and Kevlar hull. And we've had a couple of them mistakenly land with the gear down, but to this date, we've never had a Super Patrol ever flip over when it landed down on the water, gear down. So a testament to the design of Rodrigo Skoda and his team down there in Brazil, and to the aircraft as we have it today. So we're really happy to be here at Sun and Fun, and happy to show the current airplane and have brochures on the new XP, which is going to be out in July.
Thank you, Mark. The only thing I've got to add to that, I want to thank you for your service. Mark has flown F-18s and of course for the Marines.
For the Navy.
And for the Navy. For the Navy, I'm sorry about that. And but yeah, and of course we've shared some stories. But thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. And hopefully this will go on the air shortly.
Hello, this is Mike Harris from Why We Fly General Aviation Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Do you get as hungry as I do after spending a full day immersing yourself in all things aviation? If so, you could head down to the campground and enjoy corn on the cob roasted daily. So you can come and see why this has been a Sun and Fun tradition from year one, and sit around the fire and enjoy a night of entertainment with great corn and music for everyone. Located at the Sun and Fun's Convention Campground nightly.
Epic Aircraft. Now here's a company to watch out for. The E1000 is a sleek, sexy, very fast, all-carbon fiber, 6-seat, certified, single-engine turboprop with some pretty impressive performance numbers. With its 1,200 horsepower PT6 engine, this rocket ship offers a 333-knot cruise, 1,560 nautical mile range, 1,100-pound full-fuel payload, a 4,000 foot per minute climb, and a roomy cabin. It even looks fast just sitting on the ramp. You can see the remarkable Epic E1000 at outside booth number 3.
Bernie Little Distributors delivers a wide variety of Anheuser-Busch products as well as many specialized local and national craft beers. Also known for the Miss Budweiser hydroplane racing boat, Bernie Little Distributors has been an Anheuser-Busch distributor for over 50 years. From original Budweiser to the latest craft beer or cider, Bernie Little Distributors has what you want. Go to BernieLittleDistributors.com to find the drinks for your next get-together.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org.
Pilots trust Phillips 66 lubricants to keep engines running smoothly, and this week you can trust them to put the fun in Sun and Fun as it proudly sponsors every takeoff and touchdown. Visit the Phillips 66 Pilot Welcome Center and booth N30 to learn about our aviation products and get some cool giveaways. And if you need proven engine protection for the flight home, you can buy Phillips 66 Aviation Oil at a special price all week long. Phillips 66 lubricants, keeping the world running smoothly. Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Flying Eyes sunglasses and prescription eyewear are designed by pilots with comfort and functionality in mind. The temples are millimeter thin and flexible for headset compatibility with shatterproof, non-polarized lenses that offer a clear view of your instrument panel. Experience the comfort and clarity you deserve with Flying Eyes, available at booth NE40 or online at flyingeyesoptics.com.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks Sky Spot Advertising of Lakeland for their continued support. Sky Spot Advertising uses a high-tech LED lighting system under the wings of their aircraft to create a unique, effective, and affordable way for you to get your message across. All across the sky, that is. If you're looking to proclaim your love, give a shout-out, or promote your business, Sky Spot Advertising is a powerful and unforgettable way to target audiences from Tampa to Orlando. You can see Sky Spot Advertising in action right here at Sun and Fun every night. You can also check out their YouTube channel, Sky Spot Ads, or their website, skyspotadvertising.com. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Textron Aviation. If you like trivia, you can put your Cessna and Beechcraft knowledge to the test. Tell us the year any of our display aircraft were certified and you'll receive a special edition giveaway. Only at the Textron Aviation booth east of the FAA building while supplies last.
It's Dr. David Goldbaba.
You know, Sun and Fun is synonymous with being outside and walking considerable distances. And the combination of sun exposure, heat, and movement can cause physical challenges to our body. Water, shade, and rest can prevent overheating that can lead to what is known as heat stroke, aka sunstroke. Early warning signs include flushing of the face, nauseousness, rapid breathing, and headache. So pay attention, get your water, shade, and rest. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by My Airport, Green Bay Austin Straubel International.
Good morning. Actually, correction. Good afternoon. This final day of the Sun and Fun, the 2023 49th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo is presented today as our presenting sponsor this year with E3 Aviation. Thank you, E3. Thank you, we just heard in the commercials, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport, flygrb.com. That little GA airport just outside of another major air show during the summer that you can take the family to. There's a chance to win with a little QR code you can scan and have a midsummer adventure up there. Every day, as we do at about this time, we have lunch with AOPA, a very good company that's going to have a lot of values to share. Once again today, we have Mr. Jamie Beckett with us to present Lunch with AOPA. Jamie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Jack.
Thank you, sir.
It's always great to be back here, and I do appreciate the weather you arranged this week. It has been spectacular.
We made the little dance. We put up the little, antennas, and, had everything, but the weather has been outstanding this week. There was a little front beginning of the week. Some of the, flyers coming in had a little bit of weather to fly through, but this breeze, this Florida weather is outstanding.
I'm loving it.
We're gonna keep it today live through the air show, so it worked out.
Outstanding. Let me bring in my buddy. Let's say my buddy, because my boss sounds like too formal, but I got Dan Justman with me, who is AOPA's Vice President of You Can Fly Programming. That's exciting title, don't you agree, Jack?
Absolutely.
Dan, it is good to have you here, all the way down from Maryland.
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
I'm a local. I'm a Polk County redneck, but you come all the way from Maryland with the whole AOPA crew, bringing their thing down here, specifically running that You Can Fly deal. Tell me a little bit about what is You Can Fly.
Jamie, thank you. It is a blast to be here and has been all week. Amazing weather, as we've talked about. Thanks so much to Sun and Fun to provide us the opportunity to go and do what we love to do, which is to support others to facilitate their dreams to fly. Like You Can Fly, yes, absolutely you can fly, and it doesn't matter who you are, where you're at life, is we've got the opportunity to help support those dreams. And You Can Fly is a series of programs that help people all along their aviation journeys. We get kids excited about flying and opening up their eyes to opportunities in general aviation. With our high school initiative. We also have a flight training initiative that's set to support flight schools and CFIs and student pilots every step of the way to make their
There's
learning
one of those
experiences.
airplane things going right now.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool one. And a fast one, too. It wasn't in our sight for more than a few seconds, but exciting stuff for sure. We also have a Flying Clubs initiative, so that helps people gain access to aircraft. And then we also wrap it up. Sometimes life gets in the way. We've got the Rusty Pilots program to help get pilots back up into the air.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the high school thing, because I'm not sure how many people realize when they show up at Sun and Fun for the first time, there's a public high school right on the field that uses the AOPA STEM curriculum, which is a whole 4-year deal, isn't it?
Yeah, 4-year high school curriculum, 2 years general classes to get kids into the know and understand opportunities in general aviation, career opportunities. But all walks of life. We've got two tracks. Once they get to their junior, senior year, one is professional pilot, which makes sense, but also unmanned aerial systems. Drones are so popular in the airspace today, and lots of opportunities there. So it's a great program. It's free. It is a 4-year high school STEM curriculum, free. Over 400 high schools are using it now. Over 16,000 students a year using this curriculum. I mean,
and it's growing.
And
it just keeps growing.
Yeah, if you got to take classes in high school, you might as well take classes that are really cool and really fun. It's hands-on experience for them. So they're not just learning technical things and memorizing. They actually have hands-on. They're able to build wind tunnels and create airfoils and do all sorts of cool stuff.
You know, one of the things people think about flying, one of the first things they think when they get interested in flying is, I can't afford this. This is too expensive. And that's part of the You Can Fly as well. AOPA has scholarship programs for not just students, but if somebody wants to get involved, if they're a teacher. Tell me a little bit about that. How does that work if somebody says, I want to fly, but I don't think I can?
Absolutely. We are privileged to provide well over $1 million a year in scholarships to people who've said, yeah, this is what I'm going to do, and I don't exactly know how to do it, or I can't quite afford it, but I got it, and I'm going to do it, and this is my passion. I'm going to do it. So we're giving away over $1 million a year. It's a lot to high school students for sure, but also others, just anybody who's at any stage in life that'd like to do it. We've got primary flight training scholarships available, and also advanced ratings. So let's say you've got your private, you want to get your commercial, your instrument, or keep moving on. We have those scholarships available for anybody. So AOPA.org, find out information about how to get your hat and name in the running for one of those scholarships.
That's such practical stuff. And you know, that dovetails beautifully with what I do, high school aero club liaison. I help people start high school aero clubs, which is different than a traditional flying club.
Right.
It's really about getting kids inside the fence into a hangar where they can do real work on airplanes, restoration, maintenance. There is an aero club right here on the field, Lakeland Aero Club. I think arguably the best, most efficient aero club in the country, but anyone can replicate that. We'll be happy to show you how to do it. And if somebody wants to, jamie.beckett@aopa.org. write me. I'll be happy to walk you through that. But having those scholarships, having that STEM curriculum leads right into that. Everything you can fly is kind of hands in gloves. So everything supports everything else, including the new adaptive flight training app, which you offer.
Absolutely. The AOPA Flight Training Advantage, we call it AFTA. We've realized there's an opportunity to help support flight schools, CFIs, and student pilots to make that flight training experience excellent. It adapts to student progress. Nothing out there does that. It's a neat concept. So everything that the student does and how well they do it helps create their next lesson plan for it. So it's a dynamic program. The things that the students are doing well on, they're going to progress past that. The things that they need support on, they're going to keep working on that until they become proficient. Amazing. It's free for everybody. It's free for flight schools. It's free for CFIs. And it's free for AOPA members that are student pilots.
I absolutely love it. And you know, at some point, those kids are going to get out of high school. They're going to become adults like the rest of us are trying to be. And they might start looking at flying clubs. You know, Jack just earlier today had a conversation with somebody, wants to get into aircraft ownership, doesn't think they can afford it. And the flying club is a great model. And we do have folks, Steve Bateman and Drew Myers, they'll walk you through the whole process. Just contact them through AOPA.org. But, you know, it seems like an airplane would be outrageously expensive, but if you split that between 10 people, 15 people, it starts getting really inexpensive. I've got some flying clubs here in the state of Florida with 100 or more members. And, man, that economy of scale, it starts getting really inexpensive to have access to an airplane. But, you know, pilots have a tendency to get rusty because they get married, they have kids, they buy their first house, they have a job transfer. What do we do to get those people back in the cockpit?
That is a very common, very real happening in general aviation. Life tends to get in the way, and flying isn't always easy to become a priority or to be a focus. So we get rusty, and so we've developed the Rusty Pilots program, and it's a scenario-based program. We do it with an in-person seminar, which is great. You've got back and forth with the instructor. In fact, I know an instructor sitting right next to me here, Jamie, who does a great job with those presentations. But we've got the live seminars. It's also done through a webinar quarterly and an online course that AOPA members can take. Again, free for AOPA members, but it's a scenario-based program that helps you get back into that left seat. It helps remind you of the things that maybe have changed since you've been flying, and you're in a community. You're with a group of other people that are really excited and to get back into flying. So
it's the ground portion of a flight review.
That's it.
And it's, if you're an AOPA member, it's free.
That's it.
I've had people come 4 and 5 times because they just enjoy it.
It's a fun thing to do for sure.
Jack, I could talk about this for 3 weeks, no problem. But, you know, there's so much you can fly material that we can go over. Expand, if you would, a little on that AFTA thing. Because, you know, as a flight instructor, one of the challenges has always been, I'm reasonably well prepared, but my student is completely ignorant of the process. And I can try and explain it to them, but they're all freaked out about we're going to go flying, and they're distracted. How does the student use AFTA to benefit them?
Sure. You know, the cockpit is a very expensive classroom. It's an expensive place to learn how to fly when you're paying for the aircraft and paying for the CFI at the same time to teach you. So what AFTA does is it breaks down the exact tasks that you're going to be checked on and tested on for your practical flight review, the ACS standards. So we've taken those tasks and we've broken them down into a very logical, efficient, effective pathway. So the student will know exactly what they're going to be doing. But here's the best part. Each one of those tasks that they're going to be flying in their next lesson has an online training resource associated to it. So the student can train and practice and learn the stuff that they're going to be doing in their next lesson at any point.
So if I take a student out on that first flight, we do the 4 fundamentals, and I introduce slow flight. We get to our debrief, and I say, hey, next time we're going to do power off stalls. They can go to AFTA and actually read up on power off stalls. They can find out what that's all about.
Absolutely. They'll be able to find out what the maneuver is, why we do it in aviation, important part, checklists if that's appropriate to it, tips and tricks to help them succeed. And let's say they get to plateaus or get stuck, there's also resources available in there that will help get them over those hurdles and give them new ways to try this and practice this and learn it. But amazing set of resources, AOPA flight training, articles and tips and tricks. We've got Sporty's Learn to Fly video lessons are incorporated in there. Rod Machado is helped us out with some resources in there as well. It goes to the FAA documentation and the PHAC and all those things that are really important. You need to know these things, and all of it is easily accessible so the student can get it As long as they've got a device with an internet connection and a browser, they can study.
And it gives that, if I'm understanding this correctly, it gives that student the ability to have some control over their flight training and real understanding of where am I, what do I still have left to do, what am I good at, and what do I still need to work on. So really, from the student's perspective, it could save you some significant money by streamlining your particular training. Yours wouldn't be like mine, wouldn't be like Jack's.
No, it's an amazing process. So everyone who starts at 0 time in AFTA is going to have the same lesson. By the time we get to the second or third lesson, each one of those paths is going to be different. They're all learning the same things, but it may be in a different order because it's all based on all the things that they've done up to that moment in time and how well they've done it. And AFTA will work that magic. The logic is built into the program that it will always give them the next most efficient, effective path to get to become eligible to meet the minimum requirements.
And as a flight instructor, this has the added benefit of if my student is using AFTA, I can keep track of my student better. I can craft my lessons so they're most productive for my student, and we avoid that, so what do you want to do today moment that's so wasteful in terms of time and money.
Yep, absolutely. Not only is the CFI, we're doing part of their job while we're helping them do their job more efficiently, effectively. We're giving them that pathway, but they're still in control. They can select activities to fly that weren't in that original plan if it's going to fit the real-world flying situation that they're in, or maybe not do everything in there. But AFTA's going to pick that up. No matter what was done in that lesson, it's going to pick up, work that logic, and put the next lesson in the most efficient, effective pathway. So not only can they do great lessons, but it's also easy to transfer that knowledge in very real-world flying situations. You've got a CFI that gets busy, or they've got a job interview with the airlines and they're not able to fly that day. The next instructor can just pick up the iPad, look at that lesson plan, and they know exactly how that student has been doing and what they've got planned for the day. So easy transfer of knowledge. So it's a great benefit for all three groups.
And that's really the great benefit to the flight school itself, because I know I'm going to lose instructors along the way, and this gives me the ability to sort of digitally mentor my instructors, really take care of my customers, so that if that instructor gets a new job, my student doesn't lose any time. They fall right in with the next person. That's part of the goal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a seamless transition on that front, and all of the groups have access to everyone's information at that point, meaning the flight school and the CFI. So they can look at that at an aggregate scale. You can see everybody in there. So it's a very effective program. Over 1,700 flight schools, independent CFIs using it right now, logged over 8,000 hours.
Real quick, if I wanted to find out more about the AOPA AFTA program, the Adaptive Flight Training app, how do I get in touch with somebody?
AOPA.org/AFTA, AFTA.
Thank you, gentlemen. This has been great. A lot of information. We appreciate it. You can find us live, atc.net/SNF all year round. We thank you again for Lunch with AOPA. We're going to go to commercial break.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Church services. A non-denominational church service will be held on Sunday prior to the event at 9 a.m. in the MASA tent in the Light Plain Paradise City area. Daily devotionals will be held every day in the MASA tent in the Light Plain Paradise City area from 9 to 9:30 a.m. Catholic Mass will be held on Saturday of the event at 5 p.m. at the CFAA building, the high school. A non-denominational church service will also be held on Sunday of the event at 8:30 a.m. in the Light Plain Paradise City area.
Looking to enjoy the air show up close and personal? Want to be right where the action is? Come to the preferred seating area, which is located on the flight line, right in front of the announcer stand. You'll have access to restrooms, some shaded areas, bag storage, and complimentary water. Seating is provided, so you don't even need to bring your own chair. All-day access to the preferred seating area is just $25 per person in addition to the regular admission, and a separate ticket is required. More information and ticket purchases can be found online at flysnf.org.
Visit the Bahamas' vibrant and immersive booth at Hangar D, booths 20 and 21, to see how easy it is to fly to the islands of the Bahamas. Representatives from tourism, customs, and civil aviation are available, making the Bahamas booth your one-stop shop for planning your next fly-in to the 16 islands of the Bahamas.
Sun and Fun welcomes our veterans and active duty military. There is so much to see and do at the Veterans Plaza near the main entrance. You can visit the Veterans Welcome Tent, military displays, war reenactors, VA and veteran services, daily presentations in the Air America tent, live entertainment Friday and Saturday at 1700 hours, and much more.
Gary GPS Reeves, that's the guy in the pink shirt from pilotsafety.org, is an official sponsor of the Sun and Fun Educational Forums. For the best way to fly single pilot IFR with autopilots, Avidyne, ForeFlight, and Garmin, you can check out the free classes Gary is teaching this week by searching the online Sun and Fun daily schedule for Reeves or visiting pilotsafety.org.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Polyfiber. You personally can fabric cover your aircraft affordably and hassle-free. Polyfiber can show you how. You can get hands-on aircraft fabric covering experience by the best in the business by attending a free Polyfiber workshop every day at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. located in the Fabric Building in the workshops area. You can also stop by the Polyfiber booth in Building A and talk to a Polyfiber technical specialist directly.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org.
As GA pilots, we understand the need for proficiency but sometimes lack the resources to accomplish it. That's where Redbird Pro comes in, a new app that measures your proficiency in 9 key areas to generate a personalized training plan full of articles, quizzes, and simulator scenarios that address the weakest parts of your flying. Redbird Pro is available in the App Store and Google Play. You can visit Redbird for more information at booth N76 or online at redbirdflight.com.
I'm News Channel 8's Keith Kate. Every day, a lot of news happens in the Bay Area, and where you choose to get your information matters. There's only one news operation in Tampa Bay that is always on your side, looking out for you, making sure your voice is heard, and uncovering the truth. News Channel 8. We're in your neighborhood and at your call, investigating and reporting on the stories that impact you and your family. Trust the station that is always on your side.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Travel Shoreline. Travel Shoreline offers the personal service and expertise you just can't get with the online discount services at no additional cost to you. Our travel professionals have the knowledge and expertise to do the legwork for you and can help find options you otherwise may not realize are available, ensuring a hassle-free experience. Travel Shoreline can arrange airline or private charter air travel, cruises and resort packages, ground transportation, any type of travel. They have Disney and Sandal specialists on staff, and their corporate travel management services allow the client to focus on their business. You can learn more at travelshoreline.com.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you again from the Sun and Fun 2023. The 49th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo presented by E3 Aviation, our presenting sponsor this year. Also, a special thanks to Sun and Fun's radio sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. FlyGRB.com. Of course, we've been telling everybody all week long, come register for a chance to go to AirVenture. A special shout out. This is kind of a personal one. As again, my name is Jack Mason. I am the new host, again, I guess you could say this year. You're number 2. But little about myself, and a special shout out to Mr. Scott Cameron. Scott Cameron with Air Academy. This was an opportunity for a young adult that I was just a couple years ago, back in 1990, 91, to be a young candidate, even before ACE and Central Florida Aerospace Academy, to come out and have an opportunity to be sponsored through EAA and Sun and Fun to go to Air Academy. And what an opportunity that these youth programs, these summer camps have to change in a young adult's life, to be able to do hands-on projects. I still have my propeller. I still have my wing rib. I still have the metal bending portion that we did, the memories, the education to continue. So now as we become adults, we learn to mentor. We learn to give back and just have that opportunity. I was talking to Gene probably last year at a Women in Aviation meeting, and small world, but he actually got to go to AirVenture, of course, you know, being born and raised up in that area, but the Air Academy camp the year after myself. So you do meet and greet. And a part of life that when we tell these young aviation enthusiasts is never burn a bridge. Meet somebody, get to know them, learn. What is their experience? Where have they been? What have they learned in life? And continue with that, because you never know when somebody's going to be a mentor. That could be the PIC. You could be their SIC later in life. You just never know. But as we segue into that, let's talk about ACE's summer camps that we have out here during the summertime. Of course, Sun and Fun is the week-long portion. ACE educational side continues throughout the year with its STEM projects. One of those projects is the summer camps that are offered. A bit about those is the Future Engineer Summer Camp. This is the Engineering Summer Camp providing a fun and engaging learning environment where campers will explore the aerospace engineer design process through 3D printing and testing of products along with coding robots. There's also the Destination Aviation. This is a chance for campers to learn and engage in all aviation-related career fields. Campers will attend field trips to local aviation organizations, participate in local exploration flights, and hear from guest speakers who are all well established within the aviation community and industry. And this was also a chance for those campers of that group to come experience the airport directly. Some of our Part 91, maybe some of our other corporations out here, the campers get to go on site and see live working environments. Another camp we have is Take Flight Summer Camp. Our flight camp is intended for those who are seriously interested in or are considering pursuing their glider license or private pilot's license. And we also have a special dedication for the young ladies. We have summer camp She Can Fly. This is for campers to experience a one-of-a-kind summer camp that will introduce them to the world of aviation. We are hosting a group of women within the aerospace industry to speak about their experiences and what they do in their field. And I believe the last one is called STEM-tastic. Summer Camp 2023, and all of these are powered, as it says, by Piedmont. Piedmont, thank you for your continuing support throughout ACE and Sun and Fun. Each one of these camps does take place during different weeks during the summer. If you're in the local community of the Central Florida Lakeland area, or maybe you'd like to just have your kids go and maybe the parents take a personal vacation that same week, you can sign up today. We have a little QR code if you've got the pamphlet. I'm sure online, of course, at Fly SNF. And we actually have a little special going on with the show today. I believe 15% off if you register possibly during the show. So again, thank you for these educators, these mentors that are out there, providing the chance for these young adults to learn, be educated, and continue this family of aviation. Ms. Robin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I was just astounded at, what did you read, like 8 different
I believe
camps?
there's 5. There's 5 different summer camps that'll be taking place here through the Aerospace Center for Excellence.
All summer long, different, not venues, all the same venue, but different stresses. Like, I had no idea they were doing gliders here.
No, this is just, and we got to go back
and STEM and seaplanes next. Can we?
Yes, that's not a bad idea. And actually, what was a good opportunity is our local chapter with Women Aviation actually had a little puddle jumper scholarship, and a young lady applied for it and got it. So there's opportunities for seaplane pilots is out there. And of course, if you're in Florida, you have many thousands of lakes to choose from, and of course the opportunity to learn something new and a different experience. We've got the backcountry flying, we've got of course GA flying, but a seaplane-based experience is much different and unique, and that training is also needed.
And there's some very interesting seaplanes here on the field at Sun and Fun that you can look at and evaluate their qualifications.
Absolutely. Talking about the kids and students, we also see many parents out here, and I saw a young adult outside the deck here at the radio station pointing at somebody else, and I kind of was a little observant. I'm like, what are you pointing at? The young gentleman pulled down his shirt as far as showing the emblem he had on the front, so it looked like, hey, where did you get that shirt? And he was showing it off. So many vendors are out here, of course, selling the food, but selling T-shirts. So support your vendors that are out here. We've got many good quality shirts. We've got, clothing. We've got hats. We've got sunglasses. Of course, we're talking about the education, but a couple memories to take home as well.
Yeah, and they all support the community high school that's on this
Absolutely.
campus.
Central Florida Aerospace Academy, both at this location, and then as Miss Jennifer Sasser said this morning and yesterday morning, we actually have the expansion over into Winter Haven, our sister city right next door. So a modeled high school that is just increasing in value, increasing in being modeled. So these companies are coming down. Mr. Jamie Beckett that we had here with AOPA talking about the high school flying clubs and how our own local Aero Club is being modeled across the U.S. People are coming here to say, how did you guys do this?
Okay, so wait a minute. An Aero Club is an Aero Club. What's there to model?
The high school level. That these are high school students that are getting the hands-on knowledge with adult mentorship to learn how to pull a rivet, how to punch a rivet, how to actually fly the aircraft. The chances here for these students here at the Aero Club, sometimes they might go to Oshkosh So a true
Oh.
hands-on experience, not just video, not just an online experience, but a true high school aero club after school hours, open to the public again. This is not just a private, you must, kind of, special membership, know the secret handshake. Nope, not at all. And learn firsthand.
Marvelous. How exciting. And it's near the end of the week, but we've been having hands-on workshops all week this week.
Absolutely.
Teaching really vital skills for the home builder. Stitz Dope and Fabric is here, and you can pick up an iron and make a wing. Lincoln Welding is here, and they're so exciting. Besides metal building, some very important avionics tips from Marcia Buckingham, who was a lead inspector on the space shuttle. So she's really helpful, and her team in the avionics section of the workshops will tell you how to avoid electrical failures in your home-built plane or what to check for in your certified plane. And sometimes it's as easy as the right crimping tool or the right insulation that covers that joint. That don't buy the car ones that bend. Go out to our field and buy them aviation ones that actually hold their shape when they bend. So their failure mode, they don't have the same failure mode.
You get that value of knowing how to not just fly the aircraft, but also learn to the need to repair and the possibilities of what could happen.
Yeah, and if you have a certified plane, it helps you with your inspection process.
Even better.
What might not be looking right. And one of the welding things, there's a lot of welded things on a certified airplane, and if you can see that a weld failure around that muffler is looking if it's not a failure yet, but looking suspicious, then you can prevent it.
This is Jack and Robin coming to you live from the 2023 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We've always been saying it every day this week, E3 Aviation, and I'm going to read it a little bit. Why E3 Aviation? Well, Sun and Fun is a pinnacle of aviation events and air shows, and is a major reason why the industry has grown into such a phenomenon for pilots, aviation enthusiasts, and students. E3 Aviation Association is proud to be a supporter and contributor to ACE programs so that passion, cause, and vision grows to inspire and educate people of all ages. E3, we thank you again and again and again. You've been just a very proud sponsor again this year. Ms. Robin, we got just a few seconds before we go to recorded announcements, but it's been a pleasure working with you this week and speaking with you. Thank you. I'm learning a lot, working with you as well. So,
and thanks to all the volunteers.
Absolutely.
That make
Over
Sun and Fun
2,500.
happen.
Just doing an amazing group. So
Next year is the 50th anniversary
Can't
of
wait.
Sun and Fun.
Can't wait.
See you there.
See you then.
Hello, this is Larry Overstreet. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF. Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Looking to enjoy the air show up close and personal? Want to be right where the action is? Come to the preferred seating area, which is located on the flight line, right in front of the announcer stand. You'll have access to restrooms, some shaded areas, bag storage, and complimentary water. Seating is provided, so you don't even need to bring your own chair. All-day access to the preferred seating area is just $25 per person in addition to the regular admission, and a separate ticket is required. More information and ticket purchases can be found online at flysnf.org.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Lincoln Electric. You can visit the Lincoln Electric booth, N44 and N45, to take advantage of limited-time show special pricing on MIG and TIG welders or plasma cutting equipment. Learn TIG welding in our welding education workshops. Lincoln Electric, ready to help you with all of your welding and cutting projects. Since 2016, Piedmont Airlines has been a proud sponsor of Sun and Fun. As the premier regional carrier of American Airlines, they have unprecedented pilot bonuses, a maintenance tuition payment program, industry-leading benefits, and free travel on the largest airline in the world. Piedmont has something for every aviation enthusiast interested in seeking a career in the industry. You can visit a recruiter in Hangar A, booth A42. Piedmont can't wait to meet you and share the exciting career opportunities they have to offer. If you or someone you're with requires urgent medical assistance, please call 911 immediately. If practical or less urgent, you can visit Sun and Fun's Medical Hospitality Building and Tent located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across from the big Piedmont jet near the main entrance. Medical Hospitality is staffed from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. by licensed volunteer doctors and nurses. From sunburns, blisters, and dehydration to insect bites, headaches, and stomach pain, they are ready to help. And water and sunscreen are always available, free of charge. Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor LiveATC.net, the worldwide leader in live rebroadcasting and recording of ATC radio communications. You can listen to aviation radio on any device, from the busiest airline hubs to your small local airport. It's aviation in action at LiveATC.net. You can even volunteer to be a part of this unique network, helping to bring new airports and frequencies online. LiveATC's pre-configured compact receiver systems make it easy to add your local airport. You can follow them on Twitter at LiveATC or like them on Facebook. LiveATC.net, live air traffic from their headsets to you. Sun and Fun hosts a Type Club tent during the fly-in. Approximately 20 Type Clubs participate, and their members are eager to share information and answer questions about their type of aircraft and how you can become a member in any of the Type Clubs. Whether you're interested in Cubs, short-wing Pipers, Cessnas, Blancas, or any of the other aircraft represented by their club, you won't want to miss the Type Club tent, located just across the taxiway from the Vintage Hospitality headquarters.
Sun and Fun thanks our official sponsor, the island of Bahamas. Whether you're into fishing, diving, boating, or maybe just a little romance, the 16 major islands of the Bahamas and its 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean may be just what you need. Did you know that in addition to cruises and the airlines, you can fly your own private plane to the islands of Bahamas? It's easy, hassle-free, and oh so close. You can find out more about our beautiful islands at booth D20 and D21 in Hangar D or online at Bahamas.com. Grand Bahama is waiting.
CQ, 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 radio, electronics, and avionics fans. The pilots of the Lakeland Amateur Radio Club are running a special event demonstration radio station next to the Florida Air Museum gift shop. They are ready to share with you the excitement of amateur radio, and if you're a licensed operator, you can be on the air. As you walk from the food court to the museum, you'll see the big antennas on your left. 73 from Whiskey 4 Sierra.
You can help save lives by donating blood at the Big Red Bus at this year's Sun and Fun Fly-In. You could literally be saving the life of a hospital patient. The annual Sun and Fun Fly-In blood drive is Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Each day is a great opportunity to help others. All blood donors receive a custom Sun and Fun Fly-In t-shirt plus a $20 e-gift card. You can make an appointment to donate blood at oneblood.org/sunandfun and share your power to save lives.
Every year at Sun and Fun, we have way more stories than we can ever cover on the air. I send reporters out to capture stories in the field. This year, I'm giving some airtime to my field interviews. So for the next little while, sit back, relax, and listen to some of the great stories you can find here at Sun and Fun.
I'm Michael Springer with Sun and Fun Radio. We're here at the Sun and Fun Show 2023, and so I'm interviewing Mark. And Mark is with Petrol XP, and I'm going to let Mark tell you all about him.
Well, hi, good afternoon. Mark Ziegler here. I'm the lead flight instructor for Super Patrol USA, and also do some of the assembly for the new airplanes that come into country. The airplanes built in Brazil, test flown, and then disassembled, put in a shipping container, and two of them arrive in Ormond Beach. And from there, we reassemble the airplanes, get the special airworthiness certificate, and then do the test flight on the airplane. Then we give them to the new owners and do the transition training for them. Once that's done, and hopefully they fly them away. If not, then have also done some of the ferrying flights with the Super Patrol. So right now we're transitioning from the Super Patrol Light Sport or LS model, and we're going to the XP model. Completely redesigned aircraft that's all based around the new Rotax 915 IS turbo engine. So we've got the new 141 horsepower engine. The wings have been redesigned. The fuselage has been redesigned to make it the most efficient that we can make it. And it will be available starting in July of this year. The nice thing about Super Patrol, it comes, there are no options. You get to pick the colored stripes, but like the LS model has 2 Garmin G3Xs, also has dual channel autopilot, fully carbon fiber leading edge wings, fabric on the back, but the new one will be all carbon fiber and Kevlar hull. And we've had a couple of them mistakenly land with the gear down, but to this date, we've never had a Super Patrol ever flip over when it landed down on the water, gear down. So a testament to the design of Rodrigo Skoda and his team down there in Brazil, and to the aircraft as we have it today. So we're really happy to be here at Sun and Fun, and happy to show the current airplane and have brochures on the new XP, which is going to be out in July.
Thank you, Mark. The only thing I've got to add to that, I want to thank you for your service. Mark has flown F-18s and of course, for the Marines.
For the Navy.
And for the Navy. For the Navy, I'm sorry about that. And but yeah, and of course, we've shared some stories. But thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. And hopefully this will go on the air shortly.
Hello again, everybody. Sean Starker here, Sun and Fun 2023, Sun and Fun Radio, and I am here with Av Labs inside of Hangar A. Fran Orlandino, head of Eastern Sales. We're going to talk about all the amazing products that they have. You've likely seen them. You've seen the smiling faces. You've seen all of the product that they have out on display. We're going to talk a little bit about that, a little bit about what Av Labs does, and a little bit about how you're enjoying Sun and Fun. So, Fran, thank you for joining us on Sun and Fun Radio.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sean.
How's your Sun and Fun going so far?
You know, the past 2 days have been fantastic. The start of the show. We look forward to the rest of the 4 more days of it after this. But so far, it's terrific to see people's smiling faces, asking us questions. We're helping them out, seeing the same vendors over and over again. And you guys yourselves, it's just a terrific atmosphere.
It is really, we're capturing the magic of aviation here at Sun and Fun 2023. And really, I mean, it just out the gate started amazing. I came by yesterday. You guys were busy. Today, I'm finally getting to snag a couple of minutes with you, so I thank you for taking the time. Now, tell us a little bit about what Av Labs has on offer here.
Well, Aviation Laboratories, the core of our business, Sean, is oil analysis for the aircraft engine. We ask customers to send us an oil sample, a used oil sample, within 30 minutes of engine shutdown. We want to take a look at the metal content that's in there with the parts per million results. We ask them to possibly send us a filter every 3rd or 4th oil change. We're going to analyze that too to see what's going on with the aircraft engine. If we see anything, we'll recommend some avenues to pursue. We have other core products of our own here. We've got our own brands of windshield cleaners, and they're called Clearview. So we have 2 types of that. We have them on sale. It's our product. We've brought our own set of AVL line products of lubricants. So similar to a 1, 2, 3 out there, but ours is a light grade, a medium grade, and a thick grade. We have our own brand of electro contact cleaner that we brought, and that's specific for cleaning the avionics of aircraft, and that's very important and very touchy. So we have a good product there called electro contact cleaner. We have other fine products that we have on display, but they're not ours, but rain wipe microfiber towels. We have Tempest filters. We have Travel Johns. We have Corrosion X, and we also have Rejects. So we have a number of fine products here that are not ours, but we love selling them to try and be that one-stop shop. But our product core is the oil analysis, oil and filter combination, or our Clearview windshield cleaners.
Well, it is amazing the breadth of products that are here and the helpful smiles that people get, the helpful hand that people get, because I've seen all week people have come up asking, give us a little bit about what these products are. Your reps are here. They're right there explaining all these things, and it's incredible to see the business that has come by here. And of course, it's super important. I mean, you got to have a clean windshield, right? Like that's something that, in aviation, you want to be able to see out the window. If you're flying VFR, got to see. So where does this stand out? What makes this a great product?
Well, we developed our Clearview windshield cleaners about 25 years ago to kind of get into that market there because we felt that it was very important. Like just as you said there, people are very particular about their windshields, and when they come up and they talk to us about our product, we're not necessarily trying to convince them. We're just telling them the truth about our product line and how good it is because we know it's good. We use it, but we're just trying to tell them about it there and trying to get them to think about it, at least try it. But if they're one thing I tell folks is that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But we have a product here, and they're going to know the difference with the quality of it. We're going to back it up, and the price too.
And that is the thing about Aviation Laboratories is quality. You guys bring the quality. That's a great thing that you mentioned it. It's a quality at a great price. Hard to go wrong. Now, folks are here at Sun and Fun. Where can they stop by and see you?
We are in Hangar A as in Alpha, booth number 009. Again, James Bond was 007. We're 009.
Well done, 009. You got to come by. Don't do it covertly. You don't even have to sneak by. You can come by overtly and see him. Say hi to Fran. Say hi to the team here at Aviation Laboratories. Hangar A, booth 009. Fran, do you have time for just a really quick, fun question?
Well, how's it going for you, Sean?
Oh, man, he's turning the tables on me. This has been a great Sun and Fun. I'm here with Sun and Fun Radio, just living the dream, enjoying both sun and fun.
Hey, listen, I really appreciate what everybody does here, all the volunteers that help us out here and their security. They're all terrific with knowing it gives us peace of mind that they're here taking care of business for us.
And really cool shout out to the volunteers. Without them, I mean, this thing doesn't run. They say it all the time, but it's not cliche. It really is. And you can feel the heartfelt warmth of that comment coming out of here, coming out of all the vendors. Really thank you. Heartfelt thank you to all the volunteers. Now, let's say after this show, AvLabs gives you 2 weeks off and a plane ticket. Where do you go?
Oh, boy, I tell you, I want to go down to the southernmost end of South America and Argentina there. And I think that's what, Cape Horn, I think it is. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Wow, what a trip.
To check off my bucket list.
There we go. We've got a bucket list check here at Sun and Fun. I hope you get that. Well-deserved because I've seen how hard you've worked here. Hangar A, booth 9, Aviation Laboratories. Come by and see Fran. Come by and see the crew. Fran, thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy your Sun and Fun 2023.
This is Lizzie Havens coming to you from 2023 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. I'm here in the E3 Aviation tent with Tyler Davies. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thanks so much for having us. It's great to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time. I know you guys are pretty busy. We have a new organization, E3 Aviation. So tell us a little bit about the company and its goal.
So what's exciting for us to be here this year is that we're the title sponsor for Sun and Fun, as you guys obviously know. But it's incredible because we just opened the door on the aviation side for E3. So it's special for us to, as we fall into the role of the title sponsor for Sun and Fun for 2023, it also gives us the opportunity to explain who we are. The way I like to look at our company is we are a platform built by pilots for the future of pilots in aviation. So as Slick spoke, probably the last time you guys interviewed, is that we are also supporting ACE here at Sun and Fun this season. So one thing we're looking forward to doing is putting back into the aviation industry with training, mentorship, education, empowerment, and ultimately entertainment. So to be here, to see some of the young kids that have already come out, asked us questions, some of the people that we had earlier today in some of the interviews, one little kid came over and said, how do I do what you guys did? I really want to do that. And I think he was the youngest guy in the room. We're like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. This little kid, we're like, dude, you're already nailing it. This is awesome. So yeah, it's E3. We have a couple of other branches as well. We have E3 Firearms, Camping, Outdoors, and E3 Overland. So E3 Aviation being the newest, we're excited to see where the company goes.
Yeah, awesome. I didn't know you guys had other little branches. That's really cool. I'll definitely have to check that out. But as far as here, we have a tent. We have a ton of who I think are celebrities. I'm kind of fangirling over here, but there's all kinds of really cool people, a ton of awesome people. Have air conditioning. We have a great view. We have drinks and snacks going on. So this is the spot to be.
It is the spot to be for sure, especially where the chalet is we are right at the flight line. So there's nothing obstructing our view. We get to see all the aviation, whatever there is. We've got Rob Holland, Goulian, the Blue Angels are going to be here. We've got all kinds of performers. Come on out, come see where we're at. We would love to talk to you about the corporation.
Yeah, absolutely. So for the grape seats, you have to be an E3 member, right? Tell us how we can join.
Okay, so come on over to the chalet and we'll sign you up, and you can choose 3 different packages if you'd like. And our guys at the door will walk you through the pricing and see what all's available for you that fits your specific needs. As we said earlier, some of the money that we put towards the corporation this year here at Sun and Fun, we're going to turn that right back around and support ACE here, which is something that we're very passionate about, because a lot of the people that are here supporting E3 Aviation inside the company are also pilots. So it's special for us to be able to say, hey, look, come see what aviation is all about, get excited, get motivated, stay with the company, and now let's see where the company goes from there.
Yeah, absolutely. I know it's a new company, this little branch just started in March, he was saying?
Correct. Yep. We are still inside of a month of opening the door for E3 Aviation. We're definitely excited, and we're seeing it grow every day.
Yeah, you can't even tell being here. It seems like it's been a staple. I feel like it's definitely going to be a staple moving forward. So I'm really excited to see what's coming up. Do you guys have any plans that are already laid out?
Not that, I don't know. We're just going to shoot for the stars and let somebody else tell us no. How about that?
I like that. I don't think any of us pilots are going to complain about being up in the sky.
That's correct. Yep.
But it seems like an amazing area, great organization, tons of great people. Speaking of great people, you have quite the background yourself. So tell us a little bit about how you got into aviation.
So, well, thank you very much. But so I thought that as a kid, I didn't think that I would ever be able to be a pilot. I just didn't think it was possible. My dad got his pilot's license at 14 years old. I got to go fly with him every once in a while as a younger kid, but it was the goal that I just couldn't get to. And I knew I wasn't going to be able to get there. So I kind of stuck it in the back of my mind and said, man, if I can, I would love to do this. But what I wanted to do real time when I was in high school is I knew I wanted to travel and I knew I wanted to work on airplanes. And the Navy was the perfect fit for me. So similar to Slick that also is with the company, I enlisted right out of high school. I went to go work on F-14s, F-18s, E-2s, S-3s. I've worked on all kinds of airplanes in my 8 years of enlisted life. So it's very special to me that I get to say that I actually got to work on the Tomcat. I hold that very close to my chest. So after that, that's a beautiful picture, by the way. So I started doing my degree on my own after work because I said, wait a second, if I can just go get a degree, I can go apply to be a pilot. And I had a mentor that stuck with me the entire time. And he told me one thing. He said, you're going to find 10,000 people that are going to tell you no. Find somebody that you respect and as a role model. If they tell you yes, stick by their side and learn everything you possibly can from that person, because they probably have a lot to give, a lot to implore on you and teach you something if you're willing and able to listen to what they have to say. And I think I matured enough in life at that point to where I was like, all right, cool, let me see if what he's saying is true. So sometimes what we think about as people that are growing up and the dreams and the big things that we want to do in life, it scares us. One of the pieces that he said was, hey, look at it. Don't look at the whole pie. My call sign's feedback, so I always relate it to food. He said, don't look at the whole pie because it's going to scare you. If you eat one piece at a time and just focus on that, focus on making those milestones one step at a time, then by the time you actually get to your goal, you look back and you're like, that wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. Now there are challenges associated with those dreams and goals and milestones you want to go to, but that's where E3 comes in, to where we can help motivate and celebrate those milestones with you, which is where our passion comes from and why we're so excited to be here. Well, back to where my career there, I was lucky enough to get selected for a pilot program. I ended up flying the F-18 on the East Coast and the West Coast, and then was lucky enough to fly for the Blue Angels. I actually flew back here in 2017. I was number 6, number 5, and started out as number 7. So very special to be a part of the Blue Angels.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm from Pensacola. I was joking with you before we started that I've probably seen you fly probably about 100 times, because that was right at the time that I was getting really into aviation. That was my very first Sun and Fun, actually. I came to Sun and Fun only because the Blue Angels were going to be here, and that's kind of where my Sun and Fun journey started. So that's really cool that, like we were saying with Slick, it all just comes full circle.
You know what's really special about Sun and Fun is being a Blue Angel, going to many different show sites. when you come to Sun and Fun, it has a different feel. It has a special feel. It has kind of a family atmosphere, adventurous vibe to it. As you walk around, it's not just a typical air show where everybody gets corralled into a space for viewing. There's places to walk, there's places to camp. You can go to Warbird section, you go to Vintage section, you've got all kinds of education places here. Anyone in aviation is here. All the companies, you can walk through and see new airplanes, Cirrus, Diamond, Garmin, Sporties, ForeFlight. I could literally keep going. And it's a really special feeling to walk around and see a P-51 right next to a Cirrus, right next to a jet, right next to a Warbird, right next to a C-17. And you don't get to see that unless you come to Sun and Fun or something like Oshkosh. So it's so special to be here where the weather's perfect, the sun's out, it's perfect air show weather.
Yes, it is perfect air show weather. It looks like it's going to be a perfect air show week. Have the night show tonight on Wednesday night and again on Saturday night. We have great viewing here at the E3 Aviation tent. It's right up on the front. Are you guys going to be open for the night shows as well?
We should be. Come on out. It'll be great.
All right. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to chat. Do you have the websites or emails or social medias or anything that people can look up to find some information?
Yeah, you bet. Go to e3aviationassociation.com, and that will tell you everything you need to know about who we are, what we stand for, and how you can become a part of this incredible journey with us.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Heather Davis. It was a pleasure meeting you and talking with you and learning about this awesome E3 Aviation, and I'm hoping to see you guys more in the future years.
Thank you so much for having us, and we look forward to coming back, just like you said, in future years. Thanks, and we'll see you out here.
Thank you so much. And again, this is Lizzie Havens from Sun and Fun Radio, coming to you from 2023 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo.
Hi, this is Jack Hodgson with Sun and Fun Radio, and I'm here on opening day of Sun and Fun 2023 on the back deck at Sun and Fun Radio, chatting with Alex Patrikis of PSA Airlines. Hi, Alex. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you doing today?
I'm very, very good. I'm back at Sun and Fun.
That's a great time to be. Great place to be.
Yeah. What's going on with PSA Airlines these days?
Yeah, so PSA Airlines, we're a wholly owned regional of American Airlines. We operate an all-jet fleet consisting of exclusively Bombardier regional jet aircraft with a team member size of over 5,000 employees who are doing a tremendous job of operating over 800 daily flights to over 100 destinations on behalf of American Airlines. This year, we came to Sun and Fun ready to recruit. We are recruiting positions anywhere from pilots, flight attendants, mechanics, also to include some corporate positions as well. So we came here ready to hire the top talent, and we are over at booth A90 over in the A hangar to really talk more about the positions and, meet some great, incredible talent.
Cool. So how does it work? Do PSA hire people that need training, or you expect people to be experienced?
Yes. PSA actually has one of the best cadet programs out there. Any pilot who has at least a private pilot's license qualifies to apply for this cadet program. And this cadet program acts as a mentorship. It's an opportunity to get some experience with interview preparation, law book reviews. We'll get you some events. It's a great opportunity to get your foot in the door, and that way, when you do reach your minimums, you qualify to come right into PSA as a first officer. Mm-hmm. So our cadet program is a great opportunity, and that cadet program can be found on our website, www.psaairlines.com, and click on the cadet tab. That's an opportunity, then one of those opportunities that we're recruiting here, as well as high experience first officers and direct entry captains, which, crazy enough, we actually have an incredible sign-on bonus right now for direct entry captains. Those who qualify for a direct entry captain position are getting a $100,000 sign-on bonus when they get hired on here. Those who qualify for the high experience first officer positions are getting a $75,000 sign-on bonus. So there's a lot of opportunity not only to have a great career, but to make a very considerable amount of money doing it.
Very nice. I'm sorry, say the booth number again?
Yeah, it's booth A90, so A90. It's over in the A hangar. When you walk in, we're right there, and we have plenty of swag to pass out and lots of good stuff to talk about.
And a lot of people might be listening, though, on the live stream. Where can they get in touch or connect with you guys online?
Absolutely. So on our website, which again, www.psaairlines.com, we have a link there where you can click and contact a recruiter. All of our job postings for the pilots are also up on airline apps. So if you have an airline apps account, head over there, look up PSA Airlines, and you can apply there as well. Yeah, we're hiring just about everything.
Cool. So you're here at Sun and Fun, kind of telling the PSA story. What's your day job at PSA?
The lead pilot hiring ambassador at PSA Airlines. So I'm a first officer primarily. I fly the CRJ 700, 900. I lead the pilot hiring ambassador team which consists of individuals who are both pilots and recruiters. We go and try to recruit the best talent out there. We're, discussing PSA, sharing these opportunities with pilots who are, just getting involved in aviation, and it's an awesome opportunity to not only fly, but kind of give back to the community as well.
A lot of people listening are pilots and would be fascinated to hear about your experience flying for the airlines. What's that like?
It's funny. My aviation career started off, I started my flight training at 10 years old, and my grandfather, who was a former Delta captain, he did the majority of my training. So I was one of those kids that did my first solo at 16 years old, my private 17, and I went to work for the airlines between my private and my instrument over at American Airlines, just doing customer service, ticket counter and gate agent. And as soon as I got the opportunity, I went back to flight school, finished up my flight training, started off in the corporate world. So I was flying Part 91 and 135, flying different variety of jets and turboprops. And when I finally got the opportunity, the hours to go join the 121 world, I had no doubt in my mind PSA is where I wanted to go. I had the opportunity to speak with a couple of recruiters at Sun and Fun, go figure, and they sold me on it. It was an incredible opportunity. So when I came here, the first week, it was just incredible. It was very welcoming. The instructors are here to help. We have an incredible instruction department. The flight training department here is out of this world. The instructors, we want to see you succeed, and we're going to do whatever it takes to help that happen. We have a very good relationship with our students in our training right now. Coming in here, I was very welcomed. Our entire class, we all made it through, and it's just been a great experience. Flying at a regional airline is not what it used to be 20 years ago. The quality of life has improved significantly. The pay has improved, a lot. And that being said, PSA is one of the best regional airlines to work at, hands down, just because we really care for our employees. It's a very happy pilot group. All of our pilots are here because they want to be here. We have two things in common. We enjoy flying airplanes, and we want to have a good time doing that. PSA gives us the resources to make that happen, and it's awesome. Our operational performance numbers will, back that up.
Say again, what aircraft you fly these days?
Yeah, so we fly the Bombardier. It's the CRJ 700 and 900 series.
Yeah,
it's the same type rating. It's almost like the Airbus series in a sense, where it's the same type rating, so it's the same flight deck. One's just a little bit longer, and they have slightly different numbers on the weights, but they fly almost identical, and both really fun aircraft to fly. It's a perfect balance of automation to pilotage, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's just like flying a 172, right?
It's just a big 172, absolutely.
Okay,
couple more buttons.
Yeah, there you go. Well, great. Is there anything else you wanted to tell us here today, or are we...
No, just swing by our booth. We'd love to talk to you, explore some opportunities that you might be qualified for, and enjoy the event. Sun and Fun is a great opportunity to meet new people, get some new experiences, and to see everything out there. And we're very happy to be back again to be here at this event.
Excellent. Say the booth number and the website one more time.
No problem. We're at booth A90. Our website is www.psaairlines.com.
Excellent. I'm talking with Alex Petrakis of PSA Airlines, and I'm Jack Hodgson with Sun and Fun Radio.
What is going on, everybody? Sean Starker here with Sun and Fun Radio, Sun and Fun 2023, and you can hear some sun and fun in the background. We got the air show going on. We're hanging out here, the SIU tent. We've got Lance from Frontier Airlines. We're going to talk a little bit about what their mission is here, visiting Sun and Fun, talk about the current state of the industry, talk a little bit about the need for pilots in the airline industry, and talk about what makes Frontier Airlines such an amazing company, such a unique company. So we've got a lot of things to ask. First of all, welcome in and welcome to Sun and Fun.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate it. It's great to be here. Looking forward to mingling with all the pilots here.
I have seen you going around, and I tell you what, you guys are doing a great job of it already. I've seen you just bringing smiles to all the great booths around. Now, is this your first Sun and Fun?
This is not. No, I've been here the past 2 years, but this is one of the best.
Yeah, so far, I mean, the magic of aviation is here, right? We're feeling it, and part of that magic involves pilots. Of course, we have to have pilots to fly the airplane. I mean, that's the way it is right now. Despite what may be happening in the future, what they may say, we need pilots right now. Frontier Airlines is on a mission right now to open up their company to some of these amazing potential pilots, and what an amazing company it is, too. Tell us a little bit about what makes Frontier Airlines so unique.
Yeah, Sean, you hit it right on the head there. Frontier is a great company. A lot of great people that work here. That's kind of our biggest attraction. We have a ton of growth coming up in the future, some very exciting programs to facilitate that growth and get some great pilots in here to join our team, a part of our family. Right now, what we're really doing is pushing a cadet program that helps pilots come right out of flight school. We give them their ATP, CTP license, also get their ATP certificate, and come right here to fly the Airbus with Frontier.
Wow, that's a pretty direct line right there. I mean, it's comforting to know that when you get into a program, there is a job waiting out there. And in this uncertain market, that's not always the case. And not only a job, I mean, we're talking aviation. This is pilot stuff here, right? I mean, how cool is it to fly for Frontier?
I love flying for Frontier. I started here in 2015. Thought I'd only be here for a little while, but then got to know the family and love it. Won't go anywhere else.
Great company and a real wide network of bases. Now, if somebody joins Frontier, where could they possibly be based?
So right now our more junior bases are Miami, Philadelphia, and Las Vegas. However, we have Orlando, Tampa, Atlanta. Up there is Philadelphia, which I think I've already mentioned, Denver, Phoenix, and Dallas to open up in May.
A lot of great places to raise a family, to continue a career, start a new career. So a pretty amazing opportunity with Frontier. Now, what has been your favorite part about Sun and Fun so far?
I would say probably all the airplanes.
Definitely. You have a favorite that you've seen?
I thought that the F-35 was pretty neat.
And next level piloting right there, right? Bayo is incredible. She does it, brings it time and again, and she is always so exciting. The F-35 is just an amazing machine. Now, tell us a little bit about going on the other end of the spectrum. Tell us a little bit about the fleet of Frontier. What are these prospective pilots going to get behind the controls of?
So we are an all Airbus fleet. Right now we operate the 320 COs, the 320 NEOs, 321 COs, 321 NEOs. Soon to come on to property is the 321 XLR, which is going to be a game changer for us. Tons of range on the XLR. We've already announced that we intend on taking it international destinations. So Frontier will be visiting Europe, South America, and possibly Hawaii as well.
Listen to the exciting news here on Sun and Fun Radio, Sun and Fun 2023. We're talking about extended range for Frontier. We're talking about Frontier going international to some amazing destinations. And you know I've got to get on one of those flights. That's going to be a great time. Congratulations on the growth. Now, what is Frontier? What are they looking at for the future? You've given us just a little bit of a glimpse into some of that international travel. Tell us a little bit more about where Frontier is looking to take this.
Yeah, Sean. So we have 124 aircraft on property right now. Looking to get another 24 by the end of the year. That'll put us right around the range of 2,000 pilots. Our growth projection right now is 1,000 airplanes by 2050, which probably will put us in the ballpark of 10,000 pilots. So tons of growth, tons of opportunity. Build that seniority, a industry-leading contract, and really just have fun when you come to work. That's what it's all about, the people here, and really want to really continue that as we grow.
Well, you have to love the fun mindset. As somebody who likes a little fun himself, and I mean, we're at Sun and Fun. It's 50% of the whole equation here. I really I value that. Now, we're talking of fun. How about a couple of fun questions? Do you have a few minutes?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
All right. You mentioned some of those amazing airplanes. If you could fly any airplane that throughout history, what would you fly?
Well, that's a tough question, Sean, but I think mine would have to be the SR-71.
The venerable Blackbird.
That's it.
Incredible. You know, I've talked to a couple of pilots from the SR-71, and as you would imagine, it's just such a unique machine. All of their stories are totally unique. Another unique thing is Sun and Fun here at Lakeland Linder. That means we have Amazon. And that's what you hear in the background there. Amazon adding into the air show. It's like a double air show. I love it. Now, let's say you're flying the SR-71. I mean, there's probably a pretty big cockpit management. There's a big workload in there. But let's say you get hungry. What are you going to eat up there?
Well, my favorite in-flight snack on Frontier, at least, would have to be the cheese box. Crackers and cheese. I'll take it, please.
Listen to that. What an amazing answer. So smoothly said. If he flies half as smoothly as he talks, I'm telling you, this guy greases it 100% of the time, and I have no doubt. What an amazing interview. Lance, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for Frontier, for being here, for bringing the smiles, having such a good time, adding into the fun of Sun and Fun. We really appreciate you joining us on Sun and Fun Radio.
Sean, it was our pleasure. Thank you for having us.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you again from the 2023, the 49th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. And this might be one of the few last times we get to say this, but a very special thanks to the Sun and Fun radio sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Find them at flygrb.com. This is getting to be the last day, the ending time before we go live to a outstanding performance of an air show this afternoon. The Florida weather is looking beautiful. The team, the aviation enthusiasts, the families are out here. We're getting ready and excited. Miss Robin actually had the opportunity to bring our last guest up here on deck. So, Miss Robin, who do we have today?
Yes, we have Jim Kors, and he is of Underwriters Salvage Company. And that ties in also with a shout out to one of our longest time sponsors, Shoreline Aviation Insurance, because Jim operates hand in hand with insurance company. Tell us a little bit about your company.
Yeah, thanks, Robin. We started our company about 4 years ago, and with the thought process that we would support the aviation insurance industries, help dispersing of their salvage.
The dead bodies.
Yep, the dead bodies, but they're not always dead. So what is salvage today? And the real definition of salvage is economically irreparable based on how much insurance is on it.
Yeah.
So what that means is if you have a $20,000 insurance policy on your aircraft and you have a prop strike, chances are that's going to be considered salvage and a total loss.
How sad.
Yes.
So the plane goes to the insurance company.
Yep.
Goes away from me.
Yep. And prior to us, it would be sold to the local salvage companies.
Who would tear it apart and use it for metal scrap?
For parts. Yeah.
Parts.
We've opened that up beyond the salvage companies to now individuals, AMPs, clubs, IAs, all different people can purchase them and repair them and fly them.
So how do we find out about what your opportunities are that you're selling for us?
So we have a web page at www.underwriterssalvagecompany.com, and we have all the aircraft that are being sold listed on that page.
Kind of like Adopt a Puppy.
Kind of like Adopt a Puppy. Yeah, that's great. They move pretty quick. Every airplane. So smaller aircraft we list for 2.5 weeks.
Oh.
They're not out there for very long. We sell between 6 and 8 of them a week. So there's quite a bit of them in it. It could be anything from, unfortunately, a plane in a bag, I call it, one that hit the ground pretty hard, to a plane that's got hail damage.
Seriously?
Yeah.
So really there's nothing flyable, non-airworthy about that plane. Who's your customers?
Our customers are the aviation community. It's everybody here at Sun and Fun. It could be repair facilities. It could be clubs. It could be an individual IA or AMP. It could be, somebody that's looking to make art out of the aircraft.
I'm looking for a 747 to sell myself to turn into a couch, but that's not really your business. What are the buyer's fees?
So there are no buyer fees. So the first thing we did when we started our company is we met with a lot of customers, potential customers, including the salvage companies. They've been very supportive, telling us what we needed to provide in our listings so that they can make an educated decision, as well as the frustration they've shared with buyer fees. So we don't have any. We negotiate our fees with the insurance companies. So to be clear, when an aircraft is considered a total loss with the insurance company, we don't buy it from the insurance company. We're a vendor for them, and we take the aircraft and we mark it and we sell it for the insurance company. So all our fees are negotiated with the insurance companies up front.
Great. So the price you have on your website?
It's a sealed bid auction.
So tell me more.
So a sealed bid auction is an auction where you put in what the aircraft's worth to you to buy. You don't see anybody else's bid.
Right.
When the auction closes, we send all that information to the insurance company. and they look at it and make a decision if they're willing to sell it for that price.
So you're the middleman.
I'm the middleman.
And you promote saving our aircraft that would otherwise be lost.
Mhm.
They're not making Cessnas from 1974.
Right? Or some of the Stearmans that we've sold, or the AT6s.
Or your home builds. Is there a special class for home builds because of the rules and regs?
We sell experimental, we sell home built. Anything that passes in front of the insurance company will come our way. When we started, we were starting off with the smaller aircraft, and we've been slowly working into larger aircraft as well. So we've got a Learjet out there. We've sold some very large engines for the insurance company, and we're continuing to grow there as well.
What's the aircraft you're happiest about? I mean, I don't know that it's. Tell me. You know what I'm asking.
I love the old warbirds. We don't get too many of them, and I hate to see them damaged, but it's also rewarding to know that those aircrafts are going to get rebuilt and be put back into the air for us.
Yeah, for a museum, if nothing else.
Yeah.
And a museum could get it at a price it could afford, rather than getting it donated or having to buy it. And so how do you transport the plane wherever it is?
Yeah, so the insurance company claims adjuster handles the recovery.
Yes.
If depending on where it is, if it's landed on a mountainside or out in the road, they'll take the wings off and they'll transport it where it needs to go. If it happens at an airport, depending on the severity of the accident, a lot of times it'll go into a hangar and be stored in this hangar while we're working through the sale process, or it'll go into tie down. So unfortunately, there are a lot of prop strikes. There are a lot of gear up landings. Just when we think of salvage, it's not always doom and gloom like the word can portray.
So you may know this. What's the repair cost on, say, a GA plane that landed gear up? I mean, 20,000, 50,000.
It really depends on how much damage was done.
That wasn't fair question. I'm sorry.
Sometimes they dig into it and they'll find this. Spars need to be replaced. They'll find different things need to be done, but. We give a couple weeks on the smaller plane for people to come out and inspect them.
Okay.
So they know. We've really focused on making it simple. If it's not simple, people aren't going to use you. So in our website, there's a lot of pictures of the aircraft all the way around, underneath, over the top, the interior. Then we go ahead and we digitize all of the logbooks. So for a buyer, they can click on the logbooks and they can see all the information for themselves, even though we do a summary. We explain what happened in the accident. We explain which damage is visible to be prepared for.
Right.
And we have the logbooks. They can go through and see the hours for themselves.
That's very satisfying. That gives me a much more secure feeling about not the damage, but the history of the airplane, which is important for its future.
Yeah. And what's great is our buyers are the ones that told us what they wanted to be on there.
Of course.
So we're looking at an aircraft that's going to be on your listing, you said, for maybe 2.5 weeks max. The description's there on the website. The pictures are there. If somebody does have some more in-depth questions, is this something they can do through email or chat, or what's the available way to find that out?
They can email us.
Okay.
We also have a way to contact us right from the website. They can email us at salvage@underwritersalvagecompany.com.
Okay.
Or substitute salvage with Jim, and it'll come directly to me. And our phone number's on there as well, where a lot of our customers pick up the phone and call us if they have questions.
Excellent. I mean, this is unfortunately going to be continuing to happen day after day. We're keeping safety first. We thank you for everybody being out there, teaching us to say, stay safe in the skies. But unfortunately, there's going to be an accident and an incident, but at least these aircraft can be recovered and sold for parts, repairs, you name it. So thank you, sir, for being here today with Chats on the Deck Live.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And Ms. Robin, thank you again. This was a great opportunity again to, again, educate. There's aircraft out there available that don't need to be sitting around. We're going to go to recorded announcements.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
Yes, hydration is everything. So what happens in the sun? Our bodies perspire to keep us at 98.6, and that warm breeze across our face evaporates water from our bodies too. And those caffeinated beverages are diuretics, which means that when we drink them, we can become dehydrated. So stay ahead of the curve by drinking water all throughout your stay here at Sun and Fun. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
What's going on, everybody? Sean Starker here, Sun and Fun Radio, Sun and Fun 2023, and I have got an absolute treat. I'm here at the booth with Cammie, social media marketing assistant with the Lakeland Flying Tigers. We're going to hear all about their amazing connection to aviation. We're going to hear what the team has coming up, some of the great promotions that they always have on offer over there at Tiger Town. We'll talk about Tiger Town and the presence that Publix, of course, a Lakeland staple, has over there. And so, Cammie, thank you for joining us here on Sun and Fun Radio, and welcome to Sun and Fun.
Thanks. I'm excited to be here.
Is this your first one?
This is my very first one. I've lived in Lakeland for 3 years, and my first time experiencing it, and I'm experiencing it as an exhibitor.
Wow. I mean, what are your thoughts so far? There's a lot that goes into this.
There is way more than I thought that there was. This is a huge event. It's so huge that we didn't even know where we were going when we first got in here. And some days we're still trying to find our way around. But we've got it figured out now, and I think every corner we turn there's just something new. And it's way bigger than I thought it was.
Yeah, it's absolutely just this year. The magic of aviation is here. You can feel it. Such a great job has been done. So many great exhibitors like the Lakeland Flying Tigers, the hometown team. Now, tell us a little bit about the team and the connection to aviation that the Lakeland Flying Tigers have.
Yeah, so we're located over on the north side of Lakeland, which was the original home of the volunteer Flying Tigers for the United States. So we have some World War II hangars over there, some training facilities over there. Our outfield is actually, we call it the runway because it is where the original runway used to be. So we have a lot of historic ties out there all throughout our facility. There's landmarks, things like that that you can read to kind of tell the story as you walk through our stadium. You walk through where you're watching a ball game, but there's also a lot of history to it as well.
A runway in the outfield, how unique. I mean, only in Lakeland here. That is incredible. What a neat mesh of baseball and aviation. So tell us a little bit about Tiger Town, about the preps for the season upcoming, because I believe you have an opening day coming up here in a couple of weeks. So if anybody is in town, you're going to want to stop by Sun and Fun. Check out the schedule here. Come by the booth. There's a lot of smiling faces here. We'll hear about what preps you guys are making, what you have coming up promotion-wise, because that's always a big thing for the Lakeland Flying Tigers. And yeah, tell us about how that's coming up for the upcoming season.
Yeah, so we just said goodbye to spring training, which is one of our biggest things in Tiger Town. Before the Lakeland Flying Tigers season, we had the actual Major League Detroit Tigers here, and now we're transitioning over to Lakeland Flying Tigers, which is going to start at home on April 11th and go all the way through September. So we have a lot of games here and there all throughout, and a lot of different promotions such as half-price drink nights, Sunday brunch, fireworks nights, post-game concerts. There's a lot of different things that you can come out and see just depending on what day it is, who we're playing, what holiday's going on, 4th of July fireworks, different things like that. A lot of fun, and it's gonna be different throughout every week. Different. We have college night, things like that, different things that we're promoting throughout. So I think the best way to see all of that is through our social media. So we have Lakeland Flying Tigers, those LKD Flying Tigers for Twitter and Instagram. Facebook is Lakeland Flying Tigers Baseball, where you can just go and see updates on all of that. We actually just got a little PDF of our schedule up there, so we can screenshot that. We're also planning to get some like handout schedules and things like that to put in people's hands, take homes. Remember that we're here in Lakeland, and if you're ready to have a fun night, you can come on over.
That is amazing. That sounds absolutely incredible. If anybody is on vacation, they extend their vacation, I highly recommend going up to Tiger Town. Check out this storied team. Check out the runway. That sounds incredible. I'm hoping to get over there and get a little look myself. It's going to be one of my first times checking out the field, and I'm so excited. I'm really excited to be here with the Lakeland Flying Tigers. So excited, I have to ask you a fun question. Now, do you have a second?
Of course.
All right. Now, being as we are at an air show, this is Sun and Fun 2023, and we're trying to get a little of that magic that is here, that is everywhere. Now, let's talk about that magic. If you had the magic of 2 weeks off and a ticket to go anywhere on one of these beautiful vintage airplanes that's out there in the vintage section. Just some gorgeous airplanes. Where would you go?
Now, I know I'm a Florida native and I see the beach a lot, but I want to see cooler beaches. So I want to go somewhere maybe like Bora Bora, see an exotic beach and cool palm trees, cooler than the ones we're here, maybe a little mountains too. So got to stay in the heat though, nowhere cold.
Nowhere cold. That's it. It is not cold. It is sun and fun. There's plenty of that here. What a great answer, Bora Bora. What a great interview with Cammie from the Lakeland Flying Tigers. I really appreciate your time. Make sure to follow them on social media. If you're here at Sun and Fun 2023, make sure to stop by their booth. We're outside of Hangar B, I believe, so you'll see the smiling faces long before you see the hangar. That's how radiant and effervescent they are over here. Great team. Cammie, thank you so much for your time. Hope you have a great Sun and Fun 2023.
And now back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo presented by E3 Aviation. We thank our presenting sponsor, E3 Aviation. I send a huge, heartfelt thank you to Sun and Fun Radio's sponsor, Austin Straubel International Airport, Green Bay, FLYGRB.com, FLYGRB.com. Miss Susan Levitt, who should be over there hearing what we're saying, but I think I created a monster. I introduced her to Miss April, and they're over there talking pets, so... I am Dave Shellbetter. I am the volunteer chairman of Sun and Fun Radio. I'm just the chairman. I am a guy with a big mouth who tripped and fell face first into the volunteer job of a lifetime. And I use a business model that, unfortunately, you used to be able to use the man's name and it would not cause trouble. But there's a very famous politician who's loved and hated at the same time. And his business model is... I don't know how to do it. I'm going to find the best people to do that job, and they'll do it. And that's what I've managed to do here at Sun and Fun Radio. Announcers, reporters, engineers. I've just been lucky to find people that share my passion for Sun and Fun and want to work on the station. And I couldn't do this. I could not do this myself. I could not take the station where I've taken it, where it's gone. I didn't do this. My volunteers did. My volunteers, like my only 2-year volunteer, second year he's here, and he's being thrust into a leadership role next year, Jack Mason, the newly engaged Jack Mason. Congratulations,
thank you,
brother.
sir. I don't know if we give you enough credit, but thank you for keeping this radio station the positive and exciting vibe that it gives every year with all this information.
Thank you so much. And Miss Robin Lamar, we still haven't figured out how many years you've been with me, Robin.
Over 15.
Were you with me in the old building?
No.
No. So you've only been with, so it's been 2007 or newer, so no more than 18 years.
That sounds right.
We appreciate that. And of course, Mr. Carl Valeri's been with me for several years here on Sun and Fun Radio Live. When Carl first came with me, he was a reporter. Mm-hmm. He was so prolific, he did 100 interviews in 1 year. And I had to take him off of reporter duty because my editors couldn't keep up, and I put him on live air. Carl is this year, so it's your 3rd or 4th year as co-chairman of Live Air. So we are, thank you, Carl. We appreciate it.
I appreciate you, and I appreciate what you've done, Dave, especially since just keeping this going. It's amazing the wealth of knowledge you have about Sun and Fun Radio. I don't think there's too many other people that could do this. I mean, just keep it all going. It's like all these spinning plates at one time, and they don't all come crashing down, thank God.
And Dave's a pioneer. He got the gold badge of a pioneer.
That's absolutely true.
I did. I got my Sun and Fun Pioneer golden ticket. I've got the golden ticket. They did a beautiful job. The Pioneers are a group of people who have contributed significantly to the growth of Sun and Fun from the early days. And I have this beautiful Sun and Fun Pioneer metal, kind of like the size of a card, but got the Sun and Fun logo. It's gold. Got Pioneer in reverse, laser etched with my name on it.
That's cool.
Well deserved.
It's funny. The original intent of the Pioneer program was that, okay, we've done this. We've built Sun and Fun. It's time for us to sit back, enjoy the fruits of our labor, and
You couldn't do that.
And so the original impact of the Pioneers was that we get camping for the week, we get wristband free ride because we built this. The only drawback with the program was all of the Pioneers kept coming back and volunteering. I don't know of a single Pioneer that still comes to Sun and Fun that doesn't still volunteer.
That's cool.
And
it's too much fun not to.
And mind you, this program was come up with 20 years ago or more. So, we just keep on. Once you hear, it's in your blood. You come for the airplanes. You come back for the family and friends. So we are going to go to our daily air show in just a few minutes. We still have a full air show, and it's going to be culminated by another Blue Angels performance at 4 p.m. is when the Blue Angels will start. But 3 minutes to air show means that it's going to be a wrap for Sun and Fun Radio. This will be a 2023 Chats from the Deck live wrap, because after the air show ends, we go to what we refer to as our year-round loop, or the best of Sun and Fun 23. And that is a continuous loop of all of our live on deck interviews, our field interviews, sponsor stuff, some little bit of, we don't have a ton of advertisers, so you're not going to hear a bunch of commercials, but I believe when we leave and go to the loop after the air show today, I believe you'll be able to listen for close to a day without hearing the same thing twice.
Wow.
So that's pretty amazing that we're going to be able to produce that much audio. And for our listeners, we got some great stuff. Next year is Sun and Fun's 50th anniversary and the radio station's 30th anniversary. Next year's dates, by the way, thank you, Jack. Next year's dates are April 9th through the 14th. So we start a couple weeks later than we did this year, but we're always in the beginning of April, somewhere in the spring. But next year, and I threw a teaser out on the radio's Facebook page, you got to go on YouTube, search Sun and Fun Radio on YouTube, like our YouTube channel, subscribe, because next year we're going to be doing Sun and Fun Radio video. That's right, folks. We are going to be live on camera. Derek Lagasse and Jack Hodgson with the Uncontrolled Airspace podcast are working together we're going to set up cameras here all around the deck. We're going to have several camera angles. So we will be not only live streaming our audio, we will actually have video on YouTube next year. And it's going to be it's not just going to be like a static camera, and we're going to have interviewer cameras, different angles, and then when we're not live on air, we'll have a shot down the road. So it's going to be great stuff.
Wasn't there something about I have a face for video? Or
no, we have a face for radio, and I noticed when they ran the tests, they put the camera pointed at the back of my head. It's like, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. So, folks, thank you for listening to the radio. Please stay tuned for the air show. We're going to be running from 1:30 to about 4:30, 4:45, I believe it is. We want you to come back next year, April 9 through the 14th of 24, for the 50th anniversary of Sun and Fun, 30th anniversary of the station, first engagement anniversary for Jack. Look out. Congratulations again.
There might be a Sun and Fun wedding.
There might be a Sun and Fun wedding. We'll do a wedding
Yeah.
right here on the deck.
Yeah.
I will open my deck for your wedding. I'm seeing it. No. I'm seeing
No
the girl
approval?
that's your daughter that looks like Audrey's daughter is over there shaking her head.
The official
no.
wedding planner saying no. Okay.
Okay. So, but you will be here. We will all be here. Folks, drop us an email, snfradio@gmail.com. Like our Facebook page, SNF Radio. Like us on Twitter, SNF Radio. Check out our website, snfradio.com. For the entire Sun and Fun Radio crew, I believe, Mr. Brian, we got air show commentary happening. We do. So for Sun and Fun Radio, Sun and Fun 23, I'm Dave Shellbetter. We wrap our live broadcast. Brian, take us to the air show.
Shared with us